All right, I think that should all be through. Turn that off. Turn that off. All right. You're not late. We're doing okay. I am doing fine. I have family who is having a technical issue with some of their IT and their routers and stuff. And then somehow halfway through, I lost contact with them, and now they're just not answering their phone. So I don't know. They might call back at some point. Maybe this might get okay. So I don't know what's going on with that. All of a sudden, no one can reach them. We shall try to push on ahead, see what we get. I will have my phone in front of me, which is slightly unprofessional. I usually try to not do that. But if I get a message back from them, I need to make sure everything's going well.
Mr. Man is here. It is time for Pooh.
It is, in fact, time for Pooh. Azrakhan, thank you for the resub. Curses, I always forget your number. You 18? Curses 18. How's it going, my man? Yes. Dwarf Fortress. We haven't done this in like 2 weeks, and apparently...
The Floofy Bat is here to give the Floofy floof time.
I got something in my teeth. Feels weird. What was I saying? We have a time limit, but not really. So anyone, we're waiting for, people still be coming in, and I am, quite a bit late. If somehow you are hiding under the very rock from which you have dug your mountain home, December 6th, they have announced the release date of Dwarf Fortress Premium on Steam. Now, I believe at the same time, there will in fact be a release date of the not premium version of Dwarf Fortress. Doink.
December 6th.
December 6th. I could be wrong, but from what I understand, at all times, the paid version will be on Steam, but you can still get the free version off of Toadie's website as usual. The free version will not include like the built-in graphics pack tile set they got going on, but you can just install your own. So it shouldn't be that much of a issue. And then going ahead, all new updates will first hit the premium Steam version, and then a little bit later will hit the free version. But in terms of actual gameplay and improvements, like if the game is running with 500 dwarves, I don't know what the numbers were, at 60 frames per second on the Steam version, even if yours doesn't graphically look the same, the free version should also be receiving these optimizations and should also be running smoothly. So even if you're unable to right now, be getting the game or whatever, you can still just get the free version as far as I'm aware and just get like a really nice texture pack for it, because the new graphics systems allow them to over render each tile, allowing for there to be a proper depth of field. I covered it in some of my videos like a year or two ago. But it is now upon us, December 6th. Write it in your thing. It is a Tuesday. I do not think I have anything happening that day, meaning I'll probably be streaming Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of that week. Tuesday being the Dwarf Fortress release thing. As far as I'm aware, that is my idea for how stuff is going to be going on. Ban in action for one run. Why is that still on? I'm gonna take it though. You're gonna put it in, I'm gonna take it. This should be off though. No ketchup for the rest of the fortress. That means when I'm streaming the fortress, right? I don't know if I can ban ketchup for as long as this fortress lasts. That kind of gives me a bad incentive. Where is ban? That gives me a bad incentive. Where is ban? I don't even see it. There it is. That kind of gives me an incentive to end the fort early, doesn't it? I feel like that's a bad incentive. Let me frame this down. Boo, boo, boo. But everything I believe is switched over for us to be doing Dwarf. So that does not mean, okay, so what I was saying earlier is this, we kind of don't, but really do have a time limit in that when the new version releases, I can't necessarily be running 2 forts. So I might have to come up with a temporary second fort mechanic to do a premium dwarf me and a premium dwarf checklist. Shouldn't be too hard on my part to do that. And this is not going to be transferable to the new version because, well, they're just two completely different games at this point. And also, there you are, you little bastard. And also, this is a lazy new pack version, whereas the Steam Premium version, until such mods are developed, is not going to be. So the RAWs aren't going to gel anyways. Completely different rendering engine and mechanics. So this will not be able to be transferred to the new version. And I don't think there's ever going, like, I don't think anyone could mod a way to do that anyways. So, we got to put our nose to the grindstone and hit the damn record button. How about that? Yeah, let's start recording. Hello, everyone in the YouTube archive. I'll have to splice the two videos together. It was only 10 minutes of talking. Not that much to download and splice. What was I saying? We got to keep our nose to the grindstone, and we got to get our jobs done. We got to get the metrics out. We got to get this base built. Meaning, I have got to get this thing down to the bottom floor. We've got to have the farms on each floor running. They don't have to be running entirely well, but they have to be running. So today, this left light well is going to be of priority. And if anything else comes up, we'll address them as they happen. But yeah, I've essentially got 4 Saturdays. I got a month. I've got 4 6 to 8 hour streams to finish our goal for this base. We can have this possibly as like a permanent archive or something, and we might even stream it a little bit afterwards. Like I said, I can easily just have 2 different checklists, but I know at some point everyone's just going to be wanting the new version. So that is what we are going to have to work with, which is very good news. Time is subjective, and that subject is now. I want Fight Club to come back. Oh, we can easily do Fight Club and stuff in the new game. Because you have to remember, Tuesday anyways isn't going to be like us able to dive like completely. I mean, we're going to be diving in the deep end, but we're not going to be doing backstrokes. You know what I mean? We got to get used to a new UI, a new control scheme. I believe the shortcut key system is still there in the new game, but it's in addition to the new system. So that is something we're going to have to be like learning. Can this dude smooth this one corner, please? Holy shit, we're waiting on you. Thank you. I will say, as things go, though, we've got like over 120 doors, and we haven't lost too many frames with this decentralized system. So, admittedly, this entire base has been like a really rough idea of how to do it this way. I probably could have done things a bit better if I'd planned them out. I definitely know the watering system was, ugh. Don't even get me started on our goofy watering system. If we had planned that out from the get-go, that could have been running smoother. There are little optimizations we could have done here and there, but I don't think we've really needed that many. Like, I've occasionally run the clean const command because of all the buildings we put on the surface, but how much is that really saving us? Maybe a frame a second if we round up. You know, like, this is actually like getting around some of the oddities and the weaknesses of the engine that we currently have. I'm surprised we're able to do as well as we have with this. This has really worked out. So in the future, if we were to try, I wouldn't be against trying this idea again. I wouldn't be against trying this idea again. Like, this is one of those, like, usually we have an idea. It's like, okay, this is our theme and we're doing this. This is one of the ones, you know, I'm like, I think we're on to something. I just want to hammer it out. You know, it's like, I don't think we put forth a good faith effort, but I don't think we did good. It's one of those ones like, you know, you tried your best. That's good enough. And it's like, but is it for the mountain home? Is it good enough for the mountain home? Oh, and by the way, I've got the one thing working. Hold on. And because this is on Steam, this should work. There you go. It'll give you a link to the little store page that tells you it's releasing on December 6th. I don't know why we don't see a cost for it or anything yet. Like, we can't pre-order? Like, I don't know why we can't pre-order yet. I do think that's slightly weird. Because you could pre-order at the very least. That 0 is it trying to show the cost. Oh, good. A new Windows. Oh, yes. And it's coming to itch.io as well. A new Windows issue. Hit me with it, Hellfire. I ran into an issue a little while back. I don't remember what it was, though. Just Windows being stupid. No, I'm sorry. I knew it was around that price point. I'm saying, like, wanting to know the price is purely for that script. The Steam game script can't pull anything, so it's giving you a 0. Like, quite frankly, whatever it cost, I would be paying it. There's not many games where I would be like that, but I would, I'll admit Dwarf Fortress fanboyism. They could have released that game at like $60, $70. I'm like, yeah, okay. With the amount of time, the sheer amount of time I've played this game in the past, yeah, okay. Not even a consideration. Like, yeah, makes sense. Yeah. I was just like wondering why they didn't put it up so that my script could grab the information. That's slightly, If we're within a month, usually you're going to see a price somewhere. The calendar and clock can bug out to cause a blue screen every month, specifically on the 4th of the month at exactly 4:30 p.m. Why? Why would that be a thing? That don't make no sense. It just sounds like you're talking crazy. And again, admittedly, today we're probably going to be focused on this square quite a bit. We got to get this down. The faster I can get this down, because we've been putting off this western skylight. The faster I can get the skylight down, the faster we can just not have to worry about the skylight anymore. And like actually work on the farms and finally get the last of our flows working. Pre-ordering is a sin. No. Pre-ordering is a sin. Like, I know where you're coming from, and I can agree with that on certain things. The problem is not that pre-ordering is a sin. It's game devs developing a game around pre-ordering, if that makes sense. Money, money is not a sin. The greed of money was the sin. It's what the companies do to it. Dwarf Fortress pre-ordering is not a game designed around making its money only off of pre-orders and then you're just screwed. You know what I'm saying? We know for a fact that this game's going to be constantly getting updates, so on and so forth. They're not just going to be like, oh, we pre-ordered, we sold 1 billion copies, and now we're never going to actually finish making the game. We're done. Like, that's not going to happen. Pre-ordering does not cause that. What causes that is the companies realizing if we release pre-orders before the quarter happens, then we can report a greater intake, a greater profit before the quarter so that we look good, so that we can get better stocks. Like, that's what the issue is with pre-ordering. Not being able to be like, yes, I wish to download this the instant it's released. Like, pre-ordering on Steam, some companies do it, but as a rule, pre-ordering on Steam, in my opinion, is better than, say, pre-ordering for Xbox or PlayStation. Because usually what that means is if you're doing it on Steam, like, the instant the unlock code is sent out, you can download it. Or you can preload it and then launch the game the instant it's released. I don't see anything wrong with those sort of things. Like I said, it's the devs that let you pre-order and then release a half-assed game. Like, oh, this is Call of Duty. This is Call of Duty, and we're going to release a game where you can get unlimited experience and max everything out in the first 5 minutes. and we're going to nerf shotguns into the ground because we feel shotguns are too mean, even though we expanded the map because now most of it you're not even really in shotgun range. But then we're going to counter that by allowing the Magnum to retain its snake shot, and the snake shot does effectively work as a shotgun, killing people at shotgun range, but the shotgun can't do it with its pellets, but a shotgun can have a slug, and that means that the shotgun's actually one of the stronger weapons at medium range, just not close range, because that makes sense. I forget where I started on this tangent. Call of Duty, fix your fucking shit. What was I talking about? What was I talking about, chat? Why does a snake shot do more damage than a shotgun? Snake shot is flecks of pepper. It's for taking out snakes. This was a glitch before. You've learned. You fucking learned that this weapon should not be that strong. I haven't gotten the game yet. But because Battlefield 2042 or whatever it was also shit, I'm now in a desert for like just mindless first-person shooters. I would prefer Battlefield, to be clear, just where I stand on that. I acknowledge Call of Duty is the lowest common denominator, but like sometimes you just want mindless shoot 'em ups. And I have not yet purchased Call of Duty because all I know is that everything around is just weird and buggy, and it pisses me off. Pre-ordering, yes, thank you. People can pre-order that, I think. Makes no sense. If these game companies, like, pre-ordering issues come around because game companies are trying to fluff their numbers, right? The issue is not with just pre-ordering. It's the game company designing a game around the idea and marketing that you'll pre-order it and then not have to worry about it because they already made their money, right? So at that point, you don't want to reward them before you get the product. That's like, I'll pay you half now and half later, and then they just never give it to you, so they still got your half, if that makes sense. But even worse, because they got the whole of your money. And the only reason why they do that, though, so that they can fluff their numbers, so they can look better on the quarters, so that they can get better on their stocks and stuff. But the problem is this now means you have to keep fluffing. Because if you don't fluff, then you're going to have a quarter that looks real fucking low, don't you? And it's going to be like, oh, God, our stocks are going to fucking tank. But they're not going to tank. They're going to go to where they should have been to begin with. So this means that gamers are suffering because people keep fucking lying on their stocks. Like, quite frankly, it should probably be considered a form of fraud. And like anyone doing that sort of thing just to fluff their numbers probably should go to jail. Like, they're literally lying to the stock brokers and stuff like that. Because most of them aren't paying attention to the game. They don't know. So they're like, oh, we got this money. No, you didn't. That is money against a product you still have to deliver. And for some reason, I guess there's a legal loophole where they just don't have to deliver the product. Like, anything else, that would be fraud. But it works for games for some reason. If I'm dying and you're like, pay me $4 for water, and I pay you $4, and then you give me a bottle of gasoline, probably not the greatest thing. I think more people would be happier with the gasoline than the water. You'd probably be able to sue. But a game like, well, we gave them something. We gave them a product. So it's not a bait and switch. We're not committing fraud. We're not lying. I don't know. I shouldn't be a judge. If I was a judge, I'd be like, yeah, no, they're guilty. All their money, bankrupt the company. Let some other company try. I also avoid pre-release alphas, betas, or that particular issue. The problem is that people are trying to be safe. On the principle, yeah, no, like alphas and betas usually not really a good idea. However, alpha and betas became this weird term to be used like an umbrella that don't necessarily properly apply. This game, Dwarf Fortress, is more complete than most any of the other games that try to ape the mechanics from Dwarf Fortress. That tried to like take this stuff, right? But technically Dwarf Fortress is still an alpha because Toady reports it as such. That's how he calls it. So you end up with this weird, but the other games don't call it, but they're less developed. So you end up with this weird issue of, well, alphas and betas you know, wait for the game to be released. But if you end up with perfectionists like Toady, then the game is always called an alpha. So it's this weird thing of, all right, you don't trust them because they admit it's an alpha, but you also end up with this false positive sort of situation where someone doesn't want to call it. I came so very close to dying there, where they don't necessarily want to call it an alpha, and that means that like things are weird. Like if they did not do that, you would not be having an issue. I have to leave that wall there. Very confused as what to be doing with this particular floor. I'm gonna try to fix it and go around. What this means though is I can now use this as the new floor and start removing everything from before. Shouldn't be an issue. So go all the way up. And we'll turn this into a ramp, which should prevent the cave-in. Build construction wall. And I'll build a wall here made out of siltstone. Build construction wall. Hold on. I'm still barely holding on to my thought, because I did have a counterpoint to it as well. Siltstone. Okay. So on the whole like neutral area, right? You know, you every argument, every idea, you know, you have this is a something side and you have a this is not a something side, right? And then in the middle, you have the gray area. And really, if you think about it, everything in life, any disagreement anyone ever has about any topic, right, could be boiled down to a where is your gray area? So this person could say everything, if it's 1 to 10, right? You could say everything number 7 and up is correct. Everything below 7 is incorrect. Conversely, someone on the other end be like 1 to 3 is correct. Everything above 3 incorrect. And then you have like this weird area in the middle where you're like, okay, everything up to what they say is my gray area. Conversely, that's kind of how like all these disagreements and stuff start. The problem is this also applies like mathematically. Like this is an actual thing. Like when you're doing tests and stuff like that, it's false positives, false negatives. Are you doing a test where you're going to try to exclude false positives? If you do that, you're going to cause false negatives. If you're doing a test to try to exclude false negatives, guess what? You're probably going to have false positives. It's that gray area thing happening. When it comes to stuff like that with pre-orders as a whole, yes, pre-orders, not wholly great. You're rewarding a game company for, you know, a game, for them advertising a game to you because they have not yet necessarily delivered upon that game. So and because a lot of game companies, you know, do in fact do that, you end up with this weird area where, as a rule, pre-orders kind of bad, not necessarily a great idea. Maybe you know, carve out exceptions for indie titles and such like that. However, you have people and developers on both sides of the equation that use this to their advantage. For the people who want to keep working on their game, who are like, hey, this is my game, but it's not meeting my own level of what I anticipate the game to be, what I think the game can achieve, so on and so forth. You have these people who on their, you know, scale of this, they're saying this game is not the game I have determined is the game it should be. They will proactively declare their game, like Toady, to be an alpha or beta state. But in the grand scheme of things, like in this gray area of pre-orders and betas or whatever, Dwarf Fortress is so far beyond what everyone even comes close to calling a beta. You know, so like, it's called a beta. I'm going to be using Dwarf Fortress as an example. Dwarf Fortress is called a beta purely because he calls it a beta, but there's a good chance it probably shouldn't qualify as a beta, like, at all. Conversely, though, you have some games where they don't want to get evaluated to where you're saying, okay, your game's done and it's not that good. And they go, no, it's not done. It could be better. And they try to use this state of beta-ness that they never leave to cover the the quality of the game. Like, you can't get angry at me. I told you from the beginning that this was just a beta, and then they refuse to leave the beta for fear of, well, they're thinking in their head basically that their game is done, but they're getting evaluated about the game being poor, so they want it to be scaled on an easier gradient, so thus they declare it to, in fact, have been beta the whole time. So as a rule, for what you were saying, I mean, I don't disagree with the idea, but every alpha and every beta and every pre-order being bad is not a good take to have. As non-committal as it sounds, a lot of these games, you either have to take it at a category or you have to take it as an individual standard. Like an easy exculpation, an easy thing to cut out of that rule would be to say indie games. Like, you could say never pre-order an alpha, a beta, pre-order, whatever, a game from a AAA company. And that's probably more correct. Like, no, you have the budget for this. You have the time. This is all your responsibility. You have the experience. No, release the product. I know you can. And then when you have like indie devs and stuff like that, it's, well, no matter what, you're always kind of buying it on the premise of what the game can be. So in that case, what is really the difference between its alpha and its beta and, say, the end game, if it could ever achieve such greatness, if that makes sense? Yeah. Well, that's my point, though, is I don't think that there are exceptions to the principle. I think the principle's too generic. It's sort of like the term fish. Like, I agree with the idea. I just think the statement as it stands doesn't account for the fact that there's technically probably one or two categories. And because they are so big as a category, like, say, an indie dev, I don't think that that should be considered an exception to the principle so much as it is the principle needs to be redefined. You can't have a principle that applies to 49% of everything and then 51% is the exception. Like, I before E except after C. I think that's been disproven. Like, that's wrong more times than it's right. You know, it's like one of those things. Like, we think about it and treat it as if it's a principle, but is it really? You know, I think the exceptions in this case actually outweigh the principle in question. But I think everyone wants to apply it to the principle in question because of all these, like, AAA companies that keep using it to, like, rip people off. So I just think it needs to be better defined as AAA company, no alpha, no beta, no pre-order. Make your damn game. Just do it. If it's something like on Kickstarter, I mean, Kickstarter is its own bag of worms. Kickstarter is entirely its own bag of worms. But something like that, I mean, by definition, it is just a pre-order. You know, some games, doesn't matter how good they are, we're never going to come, you know, we're never going to see the light of day if it wasn't for Kickstarter. Yeah. Like I said, you know, that's essentially what it is. That's why I was like, you know, there's this weird gray area, and that gray area is your faith in the company. I don't think any AAA company should be afforded any faith in that regard. At some point, once you become AAA, especially if you're like a completely public company and stuff, like, your product isn't the game anymore. Activision, Blizzard, all these companies, their product isn't the game. You know, when any of them went like were majorly public and stuff, their product was no longer the game. Their product was how many of you would buy their game, and they were selling it to their investors. So if your product is not the game anymore, then other people probably shouldn't have faith in your game. You know, that at that point, that's probably where I would cut the line off, being like, I don't think so. Now, to even further muddy the waters, some of them effing know this, and then they go out and they do a, when you pre-order it, you get the Super Collector's McUltra Edition with the extra skin you can only ever get. Okay. Like, I kind of got burned on that recently with Resident Evil 8 Villages expansion. The Winter's Campaign expansion. I went over this when I was playing it, but I got the game when it came out, and I did get the pre-order of it like right beforehand because you got a few extra freebie DLCs. So I bought it because of freebie extra DLCs. Okay, the game delivered though. Like, I did not suffer because of that particular choice. However, when they released the Winter's expansion, they were selling part of it as like this gold edition that you had to buy all at once, which was $50, which got you the base game, the expansion, and all their DLCs. The base game, $30, the expansion, $20, boom, $50. All the DLC at that point is free. That makes sense. You know, that like that's a good deal. But the problem is the gold edition did not reduce its cost for things you already owned. If you already owned the original game, it wasn't $30 cheaper. If you already owned the DLC, it wasn't cheaper for the DLC. If you, say, saw that the expansion came out and then you bought the expansion and then you saw the DLC, you'd only be able to get the DLC if you bought the gold edition. But I've already purchased $70 worth of product from it, and all that's left is this one DLC to make her wear a coat, and it's still charging full price. Like, no, that's kind of weird. I don't even know where I'd categorize that as. Because essentially what happened is not only did I get punished for buying the DLC, just buying it, I got punished for buying the original game, weird, and then I got like kind of weirdly triply punished for, even if it was only one day out, pre-ordering the original game because of those extra DLCs that were coming in the gold edition anyways. So it's weird. So I don't get the coat now. Like, I'm not paying $50 for a coat. That doesn't make any sense. But the price wouldn't reduce based upon the other products I had. So again, just really strange. This is Gabbro. Do I have Gabbro blocks? Hold on. I'm not even sure what I would classify that is, but I did get burned by it. It is a thing. I did get burned by it. But even then, like, I'm not even, like, does that count as pre-ordering issues? I don't know. I find that to be weird. I don't even know what's going on with Skyrim. I swear, they waste too much time porting over Skyrim to every new thing. Yeah, No Man's Sky outright lied at release. Like, I know, I've heard people and be like, oh, they fixed it after a year or 2 years. You know, it's playable now. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I might be petty. I'm not playing that game. It looks fun. Don't get me wrong. I've seen the new versions. It really looks fun. I'm never gonna play that game. Like, just the fact that they outright lied to everyone's face, like, just flat out lied to your face. Like, dude, you didn't even like do it like the AAA scummy way where you're like, oh, well, you know, I used buzzwords and it didn't live up to my buzzwords or what you were assuming the buzzword meant, which is garbage on its own. Do not get me wrong. But like, if you're not even going to do the bare minimum of like pretending you're not lying to my face, yo, that's just disrespectful at that point. Like, I'm not doing that. This one cannot be. I need to leave this here so I can go down here because this will not be a block. Ah, yes, one man's lie. Yeah, no, it's just weird. I'm surprised they didn't get sued, like made bankrupt. Like that is the most like obvious example of bait and switch, outright lies, fraud, whatever you want to call it, that I've ever seen. And they're just walking around. Like, they're legit criminals. We put people in jail for 20 plus years for far less. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. But eventually, eventually they made a game so everyone forgave them. Like I said, I'm probably taking the petty stance here. A lot, not everyone has to agree with me on everything or anything for that matter. But it's a stupid hill to be dying on. But in this particular case, it's a hill I'm not budging from. I do not understand how people are just like, oh, okay, whatever. And just like kind of forgave them for it. Like, it's weird. All right, I'm going to channel this out like so before I accidentally cause a cave-in. But anywho, how are you guys doing? Wait, no, something actually did happen recently. something. Is Bayonetta 3 out? I gotta play Bayonetta 3 at some point. Did that release already? Was what I was thinking of, but I was trying to think of something stupid that I saw recently that irked me. Oh, I actually should have talked about this way earlier. Okay, cool. Cave crawler reverted. Nice. So I had the rant. Some of you may recall from about 3 weeks to maybe a month ago. There was a rant about the ad incentive program, about how they were restricting what streamers could earn off of subscriptions, and for some reason trying to push people to do more and more ads, which I equated to radiated water as opposed to subscription, which was just regular water. And the bigger people were not wishing to do the ads. And so in order to prompt them to do so, if you did enough ads, they would just give you like 4 minutes of ads per hour. They would just give you $500 extra on top of the ad money. And if you go back to that thing, I think that's when I uploaded to YouTube, I break down how that math doesn't make sense. The people they're really trying to sell the ads to are the people with the viewers. That $500 extra is not enough to overcome the viewership that they would be losing. I said, really, the only people that would make more sense monetarily to would be people with smaller streams, in which case you're making less money off of those ads as the company anyways, so none of it made mathematical sense. The $500 for 4 minutes of ads, I flat out was like, none of this makes sense. Doesn't make sense for Twitch on the smaller streamer, and it doesn't make sense for a streamer on the bigger streamers. It like, none of it made sense. Well, since then, some more things have been leaking. How about that? Weird. And it turns out that they have some more ideas. For some of the bigger streamers, what they were being offered instead, they were changing it, was a percentage of their average income. One of you guys actually linked me the video. This is the 8-minute video. Whoever linked it to me will know what I'm talking about. And if you look at theirs where if you do this amount of ads, we'll pay you an extra $35,000 a month or some crazy thing, which that's the sort of numbers to make sense for bigger streamers. Like, okay, that's making sense. Conversely, though, I guess to make more sense for the company to make the money back on the $500, they're also increasing the amount of time, meaning that some of these ad incentive programs are actually saying you can get this money. What is going on here? You can get this money if you stream for 8 minutes of ads an hour. 8. That's more than 10%. That means you'd get about 9 minutes of show, 1 minute of an ad where you can't see the show, 9 minutes of show, so on and so forth. So instead of realizing their math was fucking wrong, as I pointed out from both ways, they decided to fix both sides of how the math was wrong by coming up with the dumbest plan possible and offering bigger streamers tens of thousands of more dollars and telling everyone that they need to do yet even more ads. Like, you're just going to be losing viewers. Stop. This does not make sense. Really? This is what I'm dealing with?
Test. There we go. The zombie dragon Uzmak Behemluto has come. A giant reptilian creature. It is magical and it can breathe it can still breathe fire, and it's a zombie. Cool. Fantastic. Yes.
All right. I think this is going to be our legit first fight that we've had in this. Yeah, it's flat out. It is undead. Okay. SA. We are going to do the full go and hide. Civilian alert. Lock these animals in. This burrow is everything down here, right? No, somehow this burrow got reverted to its old levels. Great. Now, the dragon is down here, meaning if it wants to come up, it's going to have to round a corner one way or another. I'm going to try to do the fight out here.
Sorry, I can't do it, sir.
The dragon's coming around the right side, so I'm going to be losing that sort of stuff. Actually, no, hold on. It should be down here. S-A-B. Station down here. I want him to come down first. I want to make sure he doesn't have that long a line of fire. And I got to give... What are you doing out here? Well, looks like the military's fighting today. I don't know why you were still up here. But okay, everyone kill Dargon. And hopefully you don't burn to death. There's no Dargon? All right, everyone go kill him. All right, did you get burned, Spider Venom? Spider Venom, it looks like, avoided the first attack. 5 ticks. He just blocked the dragon fire. Hell fucking, what did you block it with? He blocked it with Ilram Khanis. The shot is, that's what he's blocking with. That's the shield. Ilram Khanis? Ilram. What the hell is Ilram Khanis? What are you blocking dragon fire with? I must know. I must know what Ilram Khanif is. A copper shield. Glory to the copper shield. May it live long and Kuprick. So it looks like we're going to have a one-on-one between Spider Venom and a zombie dragon. All right, we got a shot in already, it sounds like. Who is this again? Spider Venom? Spider Venom, the officer, hacked the zombie dragon in the right front leg with... What? Hold on. What are you wielding, dude? What are you wielding? The other thing. A steel battle axe. Kick-ass. Steel battle axe. That is what I like to hear. The officer Spider Venom hacks the zombie dragon in the right front leg with his steel battle axe, tearing through the muscle. The zombie dragon tried to counterattack, but of course he missed our brave hero. I keep forgetting his damn name. Spider Venom proceeded to do a second attack and hack the zombie dragon and his left front foot with his steel battle axe, tearing apart the muscle there, thus tearing the muscle in front of both, or in both front legs. The force, of course, twisted the left front leg. The zombie dragon again tried to counterattack. Why do I keep forgetting his name today? Spider Venom, but he jumped away. He tried a third attack, but it was nowhere near Spider Venom. Spider Venom scratched the zombie dragon in the head. Just scratched him, I guess, twisting the neck. Yo, you ever like just scratch a zombie dragon so hard in the head its neck got twisted? All right, someone else is coming to join the fight. First one in, I'm too zoomed in, is EV the first. Wait, no, I'm sorry. I'm just a little too zoomed in. Not EV. Retired Navy vet is joining us. Retired Navy vet is... What's wrong with you, buddy? He's stressed. All right, I heard another swing. The zombie dragon charged at our officer, but he jumped out of the way, and he proceeded to continuously miss. Meanwhile, our officer has constantly hacked him here and there, tearing off scales, bruising scales, bending necks. He is a dragon, though, so unless we can get a cleave attack, this doesn't mean much. It's kind of hard for a bruise to actually matter in someone who doesn't have a beating heart. The officer stabs zombie dragon in the left front foot with his, this must be a retired Navy vet, chipping the bone, tearing a ligament and a tendon, twisting the left front leg. The officer hacks the zombie dragon in the lower body, tearing through his muscle. What have we done to the zombie dragon? We've done a bunch, but like I said, 'tis a zombie. All right, we got charged back. Spider Venom did get stunned from the blow, but no permanent damage was obtained. All right, now we're getting into a massive boot party where we have Spider Venom the first, Casey James Roush the second, Evie the first, Orion D&D 1212 is about to show up, as is Azrakon the second. All right, we have now got this dude completely surrounded. I think someone's probably grappling him. Retired Navy vet looks like he's grappling him. And it looks like we've done massive damage to his lung, his heart, his guts, his brain, and his skull. That's a lot of attacks that came in very short time. Seeing which one did what would be slightly hard. Who got the heart hit, I wonder? Okay, show me what was near it. This game's gonna be a pain, isn't it? Who did the heart attack? I want to know who tried to stab a zombie in the heart. Good idea, but it applied in like the worst time. Who resorted to training and did not try to outthink the zombie? Who stabbed the zombie in the heart? Someone's been cutting off his toes. Here we go. Someone bruised the heart with a steel buckler. You know what? I'll take that. I thought it was gonna be like a spear attack to the heart. But if you're just like trying to get the dragon off of you and you hit him so hard with a blunt shield that you bruise the heart, that's good on you. And he is down. Who did the final hit? Whoever hit him with a steel buckler. Off the high rope with a steel chair. The enlisted hits him in the head with a steel buckler and crushes him. Who crushed a dragon head with a buckler? Which one of you has a buck? You're not even supposed to have bucklers. Who did it? Who decided to use a damn buckler? Was it you? Yep. Casey James Roush II killed a zombie dragon by smushing its head with a steel buckler. I guess that's one way to do it. We do still have to be kind of careful with on the bright side, because the way I built this wall up to that, we've kind of stopped the spread of the dragon fire. I don't want to let anyone out yet, though, because these idiots will walk into the fire and burn to death. I think we're going to wait a little bit for the fire to try to burn itself out, because these idiots will try to walk into it. You know it, I know it, we all know it. They're going to do it. Here's what I will do, though. I will try to quickly expand where they can go. It is basically from this floor on down, anywhere you want, and I will create my own exclusion at the top. Why didn't you draw? Why are you not drawing? Or is it because you can't draw down there? Okay, can't draw down there. All right. Do an erase. Because the one thing I absolutely cannot afford you guys to ever do is stand right there. Actually, I think I have to take this one off too, because they can go from one to another. This is the absolute like thing you cannot be doing, is being there. There you go. I've expanded it, so they should be able to go out and about now. Basically, don't go outside. Casey James Roush II, the enlisted, has bestowed the name Moth Dastorak Mibon and all upon a steel buckler, which, since we've all been paying attention in class, clearly means Moth Dastorak Mibon and all onslaught shaft, the stream of reputation. Oh, because you made things there. What do you want me to do about it? It's on fire. Luckily, our artifact won't burn, I think. Well, hopefully Killbot 7 doesn't start whining, because I can't do anything about this. He doesn't feel anything. I think we're good. Yes, I remember that. I wasn't sure if the game had actually released yet. We might have to do that game at some point too. It has been a while since I've done a platinum game fast action RPG. Maybe that's what we're missing. Can Twitch stop trying to be a more shitty cable? Dude, I don't understand it. So they're trying to pick up more ad revenue from Twitch. Yeah, but by getting rid of their other revenue. Like, they had revenue. They had easy guaranteed revenue. Oh, a side thing, talking about ad revenue, right? So as I said it before, you know, I bit the bullet because I got tired of trying to go to someone's channel, you know, me rating them, you know, to see if they were about to get off or if it was good to raid them, you know, what I was rating, right? So I did. I signed up for the $8 a month Twitch Turbo thing that said that I don't get ads on Twitch anymore, which is weird to me. This whole thing about they got rid of, follow me here. Please follow me here, chat. Follow me. They had a thing where you'd pay to be subscribed to someone, right? And when you were subscribed to someone on their channel, you didn't get ads. Like, that was the point. You paid $5 per channel to not get ads on that channel. And they said, nope, that's how did they cross? Damn it. God, I hate trees. They said, nope, you guys are costing us too much money. You're getting the ads. Okay. What you can do, though, is get Twitch Turbo, which for $8 a month, $3 more, you don't get ads anywhere. So before, you'd be paying $10 to not get ads on 2 channels, or now you can be paying $8 to not get ads on any channel. And you could say, well, they get a bigger cut. They were getting like $2.50 before. Like $2.50 per. So it'd take 3 subs, 3 channels versus every, like, again, the math doesn't make sense. But the problem is Twitch checks to see if you're running an ad blocker for some reason. Even though the ad blocker don't fucking work that well on Twitch because they run it inside their little video program. And if you have an ad blocker with Twitch Turbo, they'll give you ads. They run the way to check to see if you're using an ad blocker purely to see if they should let your Twitch Turbo thing work. So if you have an ad blocker and you pay for no ads, you get ads. But if you turn off the ad blocker and you pay for no ads, then you don't get ads. Shouldn't fucking matter. I paid you for no ads. Mine only did like half the time, maybe. It annoyed me. But yeah, so if you didn't know, $8 Twitch Turbo, get rid of all the ads. But you have to turn off your ad blocker on their site so that your paid ad blocker is allowed to work. Makes sense to me. We got rid of the dragon, but it's still causing problems. Evil dragon. All right, we did this floor, and I tried to get rid of the stuff. So we now have this floor, and I figured this would be a better one to be starting on anyways. Might as well start lower. We're going to start there. Remove all of those before we cause a cave-in. Why do you look weird? Because you're made out of schist. I can't fix that. I mean, I think I can, but I can't. I don't want to risk us dying. We'll just have to ignore the schist for now. Oh yeah, fill pond. How is my thing down here going? Are you kidding me right now? Guys, just drop the mud correctly. Why is this so hard? Just pour some mud in. Damn it. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get rid of these pawns because they're idiots and they keep complaining about it anyways. They've been kind of done-ish. So build construction floor. I'm going to fill up these 2 and build them in the corners because that's where we're weak on the water. If we have extra mud, I don't like it, but I'll deal with it. We got to get a farm down here. Was this Gabbro? I feel like this was Gabbro. It was. And then what I'll do is I'll remove one there, One there and one there. We'll create 4 pawns. Spread this out better. Because they're dumb. Have you stopped burning yet? Can you please stop burning, please? Well, at least to the left, it's not going to spread, but it will when it goes up there. Like, these 2 trees are going to burn down the entire map. Oh my God. We're going to be losing some frames for a bit due to the fire. No, I still refuse bucklers. Maybe make fun of their bad decisions. Like I want to. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand. And they're always like, well, it's because we had an idea and it's a good idea and we thought about it and it's great for you and it's great for us and it's great for the viewers. And it's like, who has told you these lies? Please point them out so they can be dealt with. We have another way to access this. So we'll just do it again from up here, from down here, I mean. And then we have another way to do it. So many ways to dig a hole. I don't know. I feel like after the first one about 4 months ago, where I was like, you know, not anytime soon, but we're going to have to consider the fact that at some point I might need to bop over to YouTube. I swear, like every other week, they've been trying to find a new way to be like, huh? Are you sure you don't want to? Like corporate suicide? I don't know. I don't know how they keep trying to find a way to make their product worse. It does not make sense. I would release the military alert, but we still got a burning map. Still have some more fire on our side. Oh my God, just burn through and go away. But how have you guys been doing? How have you guys been doing with the Twitch suicide, for lack of a better term? Have you guys also heard of anything else stupid? Yeah, whoever it was, I forget who it was, but someone sent me that video. There is a video of someone like getting these ads or getting this thing being like, run 8 minutes. Why? We got the new game's been released or announced. I don't know if anyone saw that. It is creepy. Hideo Kojima's new game might have been spoiled. Some dude, some topless dude laying down on the couch is using his cell phone to record a screen playing a video of another screen. And then, like, you can see the dude's reflection in the screen. It's really weird. It's like, who the hell is this weirdo? How does he have access to this video? I don't know if anyone saw that, but it's kind of funny. No, like it is like the weirdest redneckiest thing. It's literally just a dude like lounging on something. You can see his belly and everything, just reflection. And he's just like, he's got a camera and he's just like, or a cell phone, and he's just like holding it up. And you can see the reflection on the thing he's recording. It's like, where is this? I'm half wondering if it's not just another Hideo Kojima insanity ad. Because you guys know that he just does weird shit. Like but like it's just weird. Was always a hit with the rednecks. Why Automod are you questioning me? Don't question me. Oh, we might need to find a way to like play that at some point in the stream. I just thought it was weird. apparently it's not the weirdest one though. Someone on the internet was saying that there was a way older game that was like even worse for how it got spoiled, where someone had recorded someone playing the game onto a VHS, and then he recorded it with a camera to upload to the internet of a thing playing a VHS of the recording. So I guess this is our modern day version of wherever the hell that leak was. I don't know. We're just surrounded by insanity. This is all we're apparently allowed to deserve. All right, you guys got to get rid of these first. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you the truth. These animals, they revert too fast. Like, they're pissing me off. I might just end up killing some of these. Because I don't know if my dude's like just not gaining skill or whatever, but they're not lasting any longer than they used to last. They last just as long as they've always lasted. They just revert. Hold on. Let me get the end. I'm gonna say leak. Yes. For a new game called Overdose. Of course, we're gonna have cave-ins. Are you good? Do you want to stop canceling my game because of a burning tree? Because I don't care. Hold on real quick. Hold on. Let me bring this up. This is just so weird. Do. Now I'm big and scary. Hideo Kojima leak. Like, you have to see this to believe this. It is the weirdest. Makes no sense. Full screen, please. All right, guys. Prepare yourself for this insane leak that makes no sense. Like, you can see the guy in the reflection. He's recording, like, some camera player video thing with, like, cell phone. So he's recording, and you're looking at a screen that's, like, a tablet running something. But in the tablet running something, it's, like, a YouTube video? Like, what the fuck is going on in this? And then, like I said, you can just see the dude in the background, just some topless dude. Like, what the fuck? What is this? Is this like someone, like, if I leak it to you and you leak it to him and then he leaks it to them, they'll never find out it was me? Like, what? What even is? It's like he's recording the cell phone, and the cell phone's a recording of someone on a laptop playing a YouTube video, I think. And there's a chick in the corner maybe reacting to it or something. How, like, this clearly had to have leaked before for other people to be having videos of the leaks. It doesn't make any sense. It's just insane. Like, I don't even understand. Like, I keep feeling like there's more and more layers of the leak the deeper in you get. It makes no fucking sense. What the hell is going on? And there's nothing even really happening in it. This is just some, like, alpha gameplay footage or some nonsense. It's nothing crazy. It's not like it's like, whoa, the game is wooing me over. It's just how the fuck is this dude recording a tablet, and on the tablet is a video of a recording of a laptop, and in the video the recording of a laptop appears to be a recording of this chick on his cell phone responding to a video of whatever this game is, and this dude is topless. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, like, if this is what he's doing to build hype, he's a madman. Like he has gone off the edge into insanity. There is no logic to this. Game over. A Hideo Kojima game overdose. There you go, chat. Now we have all enjoyed this together, so we can all sit there and be like, what? And now technically there's a part of, there's now a recording of my stream talking over the recording of a dude recording a recording on a tablet of a recording on a laptop but this is supposedly the first? Like, this is the first leak? I don't know. Seems 500% legit. Like, what? I don't even understand. Why is there a topless dude? There's like so many layers of obfuscation as to like, what the hell is happening? None of it makes sense. So yeah, that's all that's really happened, I'm thinking. I believe we got the Game Awards coming up if no one's tracking that. I don't know when that is. We're going to have to stream that. What's going on? Is this one of them? Stop. Stop. I'm not trying to play a video. My phone booped. I thought maybe I'd gotten a text from my family who was having technical difficulties. It was not. It's one of the reasons why I don't keep my phone in front of me. It did a little flash, and I thought it might have been something. 'Twas but an ad. All right. Where's our fire today? Well, I mean, we've got a few sporadic fires. I don't know if I would trust the dwarves going out yet. I'm going to have to, though, right? Once this burns out, I'm going to have to. I don't think they do much up here anyways. I'm kind of worried about these cave-ins that are still happening, though. I don't want a dwarf getting hurt because of these stupid cave-ins. And before we find out the shirtless dude is in fact part of the game, I read a study somewhere that 83% of gamers watch leaks if the video features a reflection of a topless guy who's recording his tablet, which is playing a recording of a laptop, which is recording a leak of a game, which already has a lady maybe reacting to it. Oh, you did read that somewhere? Okay, good. As long as we are now on the ball about the big video game companies' plan to lure us into watching their video game. Like, what? It's such an insane statement. Like, why? And then, like I said, then I guess that dude uploaded it, just uploaded that shit to the internet and was like, I didn't think he was uploaded with a, hey, I got a leak. I think it's just a video he uploaded. Because I don't think anyone knows who the dude is. It's just so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Gabbro. Get that Gabbro in. Smooth the light well. Smooth. And after this, it should just be back to regular digging. No more weird hole in the middle of it. I was doing something. Hold on. I think I had an issue. Nope, we're good. We'll be able to go right through this floor without an issue. Can you please stop collapsing so I can go on the surface again? Please stop burning. Thank you, Dragonfire. You're my friend. Watching little onesie and twosie fires. Like, why is this still burning? Go away. You don't need to continue burning. Why are there still little fires burning? Real question is, like, how did this tree not burn down? Like, there are trees in the middle of all this that somehow the fire just went around and didn't burn? How does that make sense? All right, yep, it did jump the river. It's now going to eat its way all along the western side. Huzzah! That's what I wanted. I wanted more fire. Gotta calculate all the frames we're losing. No, not 5. 20. Good. All right. I'm going to cancel civilian alert for now. Let him do whatever. What if the shirtless dude is Hideo Kojima? I don't think so. That'd be funny, but I don't think so. F? F what? F don't do nothing. Oh, wait. I just saw a dude outside. He's been having a mood. Well, I guess I'm glad I undid the lockdown. He can grab whatever he's trying to get. Yes, that one bone will save him. Please don't go crazy, Awnings. I didn't know you were having a mood. What with all the fires and the zombie dragons? Now, is there a certain amount of forgotten beasts? And or the big creatures? Like, I feel like we're going to get to a point where we're going to kill everything. And we're going to enter, like, the age of dwarves. Like, our fort is too effective at killing these things. Just a little too effective. All right, back to where we were. And continue with the channeling. Good. Hold on. I was going to try to take my sinus stuff. Resume so I can grab nose skill. Leave me alone. All right, we're back. We have polish? Good. Why is retired Navy vet stumbling around obliviously? Retired, my dude, you've got to stop being sad. Like, we fixed him at one point, and then he just decided he wasn't going to be fixed anymore, like he had radiation sickness or some nonsense. Did any of you guys ever see that, by the way? The, Chernobyl special. I mean, there's more official, actual historical things because that one, you know, has tweaks to, you know, for time and editing, so on and so forth. I know some people complain about some of the things in that show. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, radiation. One of the big things though is they do talk about radiation, and like the craziest thing that I find when it comes to that is if you're gonna like die of radiation poisoning, is that you get sick and you're getting sick and you're getting sick and it's really bad for a couple days, and then for like a day or two you feel fine, like you've overcome it, and that's when you go downhill. Like that's when it double taps on you. It's like, that's a dick move. I don't know why though. I have an idea why, but it's probably wrong. I'm not much for genetics, biology. They even had a term for it. It was a something period. It's basically a period where you start feeling better. And then you don't. As bleak as that sounds. And then you don't. Don't you moo at me. I am the one who moos. You think I'm the one who opens the door and gets mooed at? No. Oh my God, please stop burning. Such a pain in my ass. This is another reason why you got to keep creating these giant concrete, like, parking lots on your map. Is just to stop the spread of fire. You got to create little fire breaks here and there to stop this nonsense. Like, no joke, if I just had concrete here, like an 8 wide path, I think we could have stopped the fire. Because it should have spread over this, but I swear it went around. Really weird. And this one, it barely crossed. Oh my God, all the cave-ins revealed the river again. You bastards. All right, hold on. I'm just teleporting these damn things. I'm not going to try to drain a river to get back my blocks because a tree collapsed on them. That's not happening. Dude, when we do the new version of Dwarf Fortress, might have to cut back on this. I think I'm getting too dependent on DF Hack. When we do the new version of Dwarf Fortress, we ain't gonna have it for a minute. We're gonna be out in the cold, shivering and crying with no support. Whatever will we do? All right, you good? You done having holes? Yeah, okay. That should fill in those holes again. Are you still burning? Stop it. By order of me, stop fucking burning. Please. Also, how much grass is back here? How did all this... Oh, I guess it does say dead. This is just a massive amount of carumbulos that hit the ground, I guess, from the burning. Let's say it's very green. It's very green for a fire. Fire cares not. Okay, we did good here. It's right there to the right. There we go. Continue. Continue down your path of righteousness. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Thanks. Could also just do simple math. We're on 12. Means we have 12 until 100, and then 30 to 70. Oof. Oof. All right. We gotta like make crafts or something. We gotta use up this stone again. We're gonna get flooded with this crap. Why are you sleeping there? You have a bed. Awnings the Engraver has created Teshkad-ni-Tim, a Gabbro amulet. He claims it's an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Tobal Fangbridges. Teshkad-ni-Tim, the price of vision, a Gabbro amulet worth 405,600. There better not be adamantine in here. This is a Gabbro amulet. All craft dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval Gabbro cabochons and briolette cut pink tourmalines and decorated with pig leather and alpaca wool. The object is adorned with hanging rings of Gabbro and ministers with spikes of pink tourmaline, pig bone, and alpaca wool. On an item is an image of a forgotten beast in Gabbro. On the item is an image of dwarves in adamantine. It doesn't even say raw adamantine. It doesn't even say raw adamantine. He's stolen adamantine for that amulet. All right, that does remind me. We were at some point working on equipment here. Looks like next up is adamantine boots. Looks like we're working on adamantine boots. Okay. Addy boots. Where's the Addy man? Armor. Adamantine. High boot, 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 high boot. Where's a boot to go? All right, we need 10 adamantine high boots. Stocks say that I only have 61 wafers. As long as they're less than 6 wafers a pair, we're good. We are down to 165 raw adamantine. We're gonna like make just enough for an entire set and that'll be it. Trying to think of what's left. Hold on. Military equipment. After we do footwear, we're basically done. There's no real need to do an adamantine shield, particularly because a bunch of them have their favorites already. How do you just grab a steel high boot? Wait, what? Is this not footwear? Dezor and Abertoast? Dezor math and Abertoast? Where is Dezor math and or Abertoast? What are they? Thought maybe we had Dezor math. A cotton chouse. An Abertoast is an adamantine high boot. So he has a chouse in addition to everything. What the hell's a chouse? Did I figure this out before? Am I supposed to know what a chouse is? Where's Dezor math? Where is these nuts? I don't know why I'm looking like this is going to tell me. A frilly cotton. What the hell's a chouse? I feel like we went over this before. Open new tabs. Dwarf. Fortress. Chouse? Socks. Chouse. Under armor. Okay. I have push to do. Azrakhan cramming that one in last second. I see you. I see it. Don't you worry. Oh! Got a computer back there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2, 1, 2, 3. 3, 1, 2, 3. 4, 2, 3. 5, 1, 2, 3. 6, 2, 3. 7, 1, 2, 3. 8, 2, 3. 9, 5, 2, 3. Oh. You guys all did your stretches during that, correct? Guys, stay healthy. Also, I got an orange light behind me. I don't like that. Let's go turn off the orange. There we go, much better. Excuse me. Timed it perfectly. Guinea pigs growing up and dying. We're still burning. Please stop burning. I would appreciate it if you would stop burning. No. No ammunition. That ain't right. Yeah. Get more? Use bronze bolts. Give me no ammunition. Hold on. Military. Ammo. Oh, that's an alert. Supplies. Ammunition. Don't use steel bolts. What is going on here? Oh, I got rid of all their ammunition. Material. Oh, this is in the middle is what I was doing. The right was what was already assigned. I see. Okay, fine. I don't mess around with ammo too much. Can't make a fungi wood door. Needs fungi wood. Okay, you got a point there. You do need fungi wood to make a fungi wood door. That's the yellow ones. Let's cut you down some fungi wood. We haven't gotten any forgotten beast fights today. I don't know where they are. Apparently today is the day the forgotten beasts decide to be peaceful. That does remind me, did we ever figure out to look in the upper left corner? Wasn't I doing something with that? I don't remember if I ever did that. Alright, I'm gonna come back to the birds. Goes up, goes up. Yes, I did. Okay. Alright. Stop being dead. We are low on peas. Next time any of them have eggs, when they get the other body out there, I'm just gonna lock the door. There you go. Let them freely have their eggs. That should save us a bit. Who keeps throwing up? There's a wild boar somewhere. Can we put this boar out of its misery so I can stop hearing things throwing up? There, someone go put this boar out of its misery, please. Why would you get a boar to throw up everywhere and then just leave it there to constantly retch? That's just cruel. It's gonna make the meat taste bad. You don't want the boar meat to be filled with fear and adrenaline. Did he just leave? No. I do not care right now. I'm gonna go watch your boar die. Very sick and sad boar. Stop it. Oh my God, I don't care. Stop kidnapping me. Oh my God. Let it collapse. Let the world burn. While you're here, kill the other boar. There you go. No more boar problems. No more throwing up boars. All right, now fire, you may do whatever you're doing. Are you almost gone, by the way? Jesus, it's taking forever. Burn away. The fire's out over here, though, right? It eventually went out. Okay, we don't even have embers anymore. Where's the last of our embers? A little bit up top. A little bit to the northeast. We actually have one of the... Oh, nope, that ember just stopped, I think. Or is that just smoke? Is that ember gone? Well, something's still making smoke. A bunch of the embers have gone, though. Yeah, we're growing trees again. I kind of want these embers to die faster. All right, once this is done down here, we shouldn't have any more cave-ins, I think. Like, all that is left, there's just the occasional burning embers. So we should be good. Howdy. How are the colony stockpiles? They're actually doing pretty good. I wish they were smaller. I would be lying. Because I think 11,000 is a bit much. Where did I end up setting these to? Hold on. There we go. I don't know why I could not remember how to do that. When we had less than 1,500. Less than 1,500. How do we have 11,000 drinks? Holy fuck. Ukraine is a terrorist state. Well, all right. You're clearly here just to troll and make noise, but I will entertain the thought. In what way? Explain to me in what way Ukraine... Now, I'm not saying you don't have to support Ukraine. You know, there's different opinions for which side, but terrorist state is a bit of a statement. Please, if you're going to come out here, if you're going to interrupt the class and come out and start saying nonsense, do not just do one statement. If you're going to try to make noise and interrupt class, you're gonna have to back it up with something. I don't care what the statement is. For example, they're scattering landmines over Donetsk. They're in a war. And again, I'm not even saying that that's a good thing to do. How does this make them a terrorist state? I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's defendable. I'm just saying you said terrorist state. Landmines could be very bad. Landmines could be violating the Geneva Convention. I am not at all defending the use of mines. My point is, terrorist state is a bit much. I've been playing Dwarf Fortress since forever, but I never got around to carefully managing stockpiles. I plan to try harder for... Oh, yes. Donetsk is a city. Yeah. Again, I'm not saying that it's not bad. You can double down and say how bad it is. I'm just saying terrorist state, terrorist has like a certain category it applies to. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you want to say illegitimate, okay. If you want to say that they violate human rights or Geneva Conventions, okay. But a state at war, you're calling them a terrorist. That's what I'm saying. Not like anything good or bad about them. I'm saying terrorist is a very specific word. Also, which country is Donetsk in? My knowledge of geography is slightly lacking. Donetsk is in Ukraine. Okay, so have they lost Donetsk to Russia? Are you saying that because Russians are there, they're filling it with mines? Or are you saying that in order to prevent Russians from taking it, they're filling it with mines? And what does the Geneva Conventions care about mines anyways? Hold on. Conventions, mines. Because I believe as long as they naturally disarm after a certain amount of time, I think landmines are still allowed. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, you came in out of nowhere to be like, by the way, here's my declaration. You got to back it up. So from what I'm understanding, and this is a quick Google search, landmines were first used widely in World War II. During the Geneva Convention, one provision was amended to prohibit the target of civilian populations by indiscriminate weapons in wartime. So I believe what you're trying to go with as a claim is effective the 1st of March, 1999. You're not allowed to use mass weapons, particularly in areas that would be targeting civilians. Now, the problem is this provision is easily bypassed. This provision is so easily bypassed, it's even in animes and stuff. This is routinely brought up in shows. This is an easily, I'm not saying it's a good thing to bypass it. I'm just saying legally is easily bypassed. If Donetsk is something of anywhere near the front lines, then it's no longer targeting civilian populations. Civilian populations are just collateral damage. Again, not saying morally that's the right answer or acceptable. I'm just saying if that's what you're going with, that is a violation of the Geneva Conventions. That particular thing, that particular, what's the term? Statement? Provision? That particular provision has been bypassed in almost every war before, during, and since that part was amended. So if you're trying to say that they are an illegitimate government by chance of them violating this particular convention in the Geneva, this particular provision in the Geneva Conventions, that part's never going to hold up. That has been so abused by everyone doing war since the beginning of time that would never hold up. They car bombed Daria Dugina. Is Daria Dugina that one bridge? I'm not good with names. Like I said, I will entertain the conversation if you wish to. I will entertain the conversation, but you got to meet me halfway here. I don't know a lot of the foreign names. So if that is that the bridge you're talking about? Was that Daria Dugina? They car bombed Daria Dugina. They planted the bomb to a clueless driver and blew it up on the bridge, killing the driver and several civilians. Okay, so taking what you're saying at face value, I do not know the ins and outs of this. I believe what you were saying is they sent a driver down the road and they did not inform him that they had bombed his car. His car gets a certain position down the bridge and they detonated it. Is that what the statement is? Or are you saying that they wanted to kill someone named Daria Dugina? Again, not great with names. Also, how are you doing this day, male Chad? As opposed to a female Chad. What would a female Chad be? A Chadette? Because you don't have the things, I'm going to have to Google these. You don't necessarily want me to Google things. If I Google things, you always get like half information when you Google things. Oop. Don't get rid of that part. Line that down. All right, you have not yet updated with more information, so I will Google it. Daria Dugina? Is this what we were saying? All right, Daria Dugina is a person. Daria Alexandrovna Dugina, also known under the pen name Daria Platonova, was a Russian journalist, political scientist, and activist. She was a daughter of Alexander Dugin, a far-right political philosopher whose political views and support for Vladimir Putin she shared. So, was she the one that they planted the bomb on? Or was this for the bridge? Or are these two different things? If you say all these different things, you're going to make me not understand what you're talking about. Killing. All right, this is from Wikipedia, because you're the one... Okay, you're the one bringing this up. This is from Wikipedia. Dugina was killed on the 20th of August, 2022, when her car exploded on a highway in the settlement of Bolshia Vyazny outside Moscow around 9:45. She was driving to Moscow after attending the annual festival of tradition, described itself as a family festival for art lovers. Tradition festival is held. It's unclear whether she was targeted deliberately or whether her father, who had been expected to travel with her but switched another car at the last minute, was the intended target. All right, so who's her father? There's a possibility that it was her father that was targeted. So who was her dad? Why would her dad be targeted? Her parent is Alexander Druganov. He is a Russian philosopher, analyst, and strategist. So does he work in the military? Born to a military intelligence family, Dugin was an anti-communist. He's also advisor to the chairman of the state. Sergei, advisor to the chairman of the state. He's the head of their intelligence. His influence on the Russian government and non-president is disputed. He has no official ties, but is often referred to as Putin's brain. Okay. All right, so she got caught up in the crossfire. Doesn't matter who she is. It completely matters who she is. No. This one, I'm going to argue on this one. Okay, car bombing, never the way to go. America, we perfected this. You just do drone strikes. Problem is, you know, airspace and all that good jazz. Clearly, they're going for her dad. They're going for the intelligence leader. And if he's known as the brain of Putin, he's the one coming up with a strategy. You're telling me you've never heard in war anyone trying to assassinate the opponent's country's leaders who are driving the war? Like I said, it is real fucking sad that this, I forgot her name again, got caught in this. But if it's at all possible that he was the target, then he was probably the target. Like, okay, they failed at an assassination attempt. If we are going with their terrorists because of this, then they're bad terrorists. They missed their target. Their target was Alexander. Like, you're right. Why? Like, she was an innocent person. She's related to him. You know, like, do not get me wrong. At no point should she have been involved in this. They were bad at it. But if their target is this man, I'm not going to be like, oh, how dare you try to take out one of the enemy military leaders? That makes sense to me. They fucking sucked at it if they took out his innocent daughter. Like, please make no mistake on that. I am not defending that. They fucking sucked at it. But I'm not going to be surprised that they try to take out an enemy intelligence leader. Okay, that makes sense. This game number 1, good play. I play from Bulgaria. Now Steam version soon builder. Yes, Max3. This is a fantastic game. We're just waiting for that Steam version to come out. He's just a media guy. Well, I went with Wikipedia. Like I said, yeah, I asked you for information. You weren't giving it to me, so I had to Google it. Wikipedia appeared to lead that he's some intelligence gentleman. Like I said, that might be wrong, but that was the information I was able to get. If you come to me with names and you don't have any information on it, I'm going to have to go off the internet. I warned you. I did warn you. If I got information off the internet, you may not agree with it. Off of what I read, I can see what happened. They failed. They did not get the target they wanted. Whoever was the one that did that, yeah, quite frankly, probably should be getting in a lot of trouble. Like, if you're going to be doing things like that, there's a certain amount of collateral that should be restricted to military personnel. They did not get a military personnel. They did a switch up that got his daughter. It's probably why he switched out the vehicle, quite frankly, is he suspected something might happen. Intelligence personnel tend to do stuff like that all the time. Whoever set it up fucking failed at their job, like, completely. And if at the end of the war that person was, you know, brought up on some court or something like that, I would understand it. This does not make Ukraine a terrorist state, though. Someone misses around. Like, if you're in a gunfight, right? If you are in the middle of war and you miss a round, that doesn't mean your entire country's a terrorist state. Like, someone should be in trouble. I'm not blaming an entire country for that. That doesn't make any sense. And the other one you said was also Max 3. Steam version. How long have you been playing Max 3? Yeah, where they accidentally hit the cameraman. Like I said, bad shit happens in war. Like, that's war. Like, I'm not gonna be like, oh, every side's done bad or whatever. Like, no, that is the thing that needs to be addressed. 100%. That is the thing that needs to be addressed. But, like, at some point, stuff like that's just gonna happen if there's a war on. You know, it's a real sad fact of life that, you know, innocent people die in war. It's kind of the problem with war. Actually, there's an old TV show called MASH. I forget the character's name, but one of the characters actually had a pretty good statement about this. You know, there's the old adage, war is hell. And the character in the show goes, no. War is war, and hell is hell. And of these, war is worse. They have a religious character on the show. The religious character goes, how do you figure that war is worse than hell? He goes, simple, really. Who's in hell? You know, he's speaking to the religious guy. He goes, who's in hell? Sinners and such. Sinners, murderers, you know, people that deserve it. The only people in hell are people that deserve to be in hell. Guess who's in war? Innocent people. of the two, war and hell, war is worse. You know, it's a fact of life that if there's a war on, innocent people are going to be caught. Like I said, it's not a good thing. I'm not like being like, let's not care about this, but I'm not going to be surprised that someone innocent got caught up in the crossfire. Sorry, it's just not going to happen. Whoever was the one that was doing that particular hit or car bombing or whatever, they probably should have put on more safety controls to make sure that they had who they were getting. Now, because the Wikipedia said last second the dude changed his plans, whenever someone changes plans, like this is also routinely in spy movies and stuff. Whenever anyone's trying to do clandestine operations, people changing plans last second is how people die and how you miss your target. You know, I mean, hell, this happened to that dude who wouldn't die. Fuck. World War I was started because of this. What was he? He wasn't Turkish. He was Austria-Hungarian. Fuck. I'm better at World War II and later history. World War I, there was a gentleman who got killed, I think, in Austria-Hungary. God, I'm forgetting his name. He was a Turkish guy, right? I want to say Turkey. Point is, there were 3 attempts on his life, and they had all failed. They had all failed one way or another, and they had taken out some other people. The dude ended up getting taken out, though, because he ended up being near a restaurant, and one of the people who had failed the earlier attempt caught him at this restaurant and then shot him. Archduke Franz Ferdinand, something like that. Archduke. It's not crossfire, dude. Dugans are just civilians. They were car bombed in Moscow. So, again, as to whether or not they really are a secret agent or working for intelligence, or if it's just what the media calls them, like if the Russian media is saying that they're the brain of Putin, that means they're kind of working with Putin. You don't necessarily know how important they are. Like I said, I don't know the details. You came to me just now with these names. I don't know these people. I went off of Wikipedia. You're saying they're media. Wikipedia said the dude was like Putin's right-hand brain man or something and strategist. Like it listed him as a strategist. As a streamer whose name is RNG Strategist, who's dealt with many strategy meetings, if you are called a strategist by people and no one's stopping that shit, there's a good chance you're sitting in a few meetings. Whether or not he was effective in these meetings, I don't know. I don't know the Russian political situation. But going off what Wikipedia said, if Wikipedia is going so far as to say he was known as Putin's brain man and or he was known as a strategist, then I could see him being taken out. Like I said, the daughter, yeah, completely blows. Like, that should not have happened. Someone has failed at their job. I cannot stress that enough. However, even if the leader of Ukraine, because a lot of this shit doesn't even go up to presidents and stuff. It just stops at like the first officer for how half these plans get set up. If even the leader of Ukraine, whose name I do not know, signed off to bomb that dude, and that dude is just semi-regularly known as like an intelligence man, then that makes sense to me. Like you can't, like you see an easy target and they may or may not be part of the intelligence community. It makes sense. Like it's war, dude. You know, bad things happen to good people. Wooden bucket. We need to make about 5 more wooden buckets. Now, what was the other one? Wikipedia says he's often called Putin's brain, but his influence is exaggerated. Okay. That doesn't mean it's wrong, though. Like again, I'm not defending the action. They fucked up. Like, you have to make sure you hit your right target. Trust me, you got to get that IFF shit right. You know, you've got to be able to identify who your opponent is. In no way, shape, or form am I defending the fact that they got the wrong person. But if he's in any way known as part of the intelligence community, even if his effectiveness is exaggerated, it doesn't matter. They were still saying it. At some point, you got to take your easy wins. He could have been, he could not have been. Like the dude himself, I'm sorry, I can't say that attack makes Ukraine a terrorist state. It doesn't make sense. Now, what is this other one? The other one you might have more ground on. You said they planted a bomb to a clueless driver and blowed it up in the bridge, killing the driver and several civilians. If they tricked a civilian into killing himself, you would have more ground on that. So if you want to continue this, go ahead, but I think you're going to have a better argument off of this second statement that you came in here and made. Like I said, you came in here and started making these statements. That's fine, but you're the one that has to supply the information. If I have to Google it, you can't get salty if I just go off of what I found on Google. You're hitting me with this stuff blindside. Either you give me the information or I get it online. You can't afterwards turn around and be like, well, the online's wrong. I'm giving you the opportunities to give me the information. Off the information I got in your first point, I do not agree. Like, it's completely fucked up. That I will agree on. But it does not make Ukraine a terrorist state. Actually, no, even if it did. Hold on. We're getting onto the wrong hill. Even if it did, it doesn't make Ukraine a terrorist state. My original issue with your statement, it makes them possibly violators of the Geneva Convention. They're not doing war right. That does not make them a terrorist state. That doesn't make sense. If they're taking out civilians or even sacrificing their own civilians to win a war, then they should be punished. But that doesn't make the state of Ukraine illegitimate. All that means is its leaders are illegitimate. It doesn't mean the state is a terrorist state. All right. I'm trying to clear out these trees. I did build a bit of that floor. I'm building in the wrong area is my issue. So we lost the above ground force to 1 dragon breath. Literally only 1. What I want to do real quick is thicken this wall. Just floor on either side. Make sure the trees don't touch, and maybe thicken along the river. Just so we don't have the fire spreading that far again, because we're still getting cave-ins from the last. It was literally 1 dragon breath, and we're getting cave-ins like non-stop. It's obnoxious. Targeting civilians is terrorism. No. It did. From that first point, he didn't target a civilian. A civilian got caught up in it, but he didn't target a civilian. And also doesn't delegitimize the state. It means that one of the commanders did an illegitimate action. You cannot blame the entire state for one order. We'll do Siltstone. I think we're past Siltstone down below. They targeted Alexander Dugin or his daughter. Of that, I'm going to say, just so we have this, he's going for Dugin. Dugin was possibly an intelligence member. Like, I don't know you want out of that. Yes. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you that they did it. 100%, like, on how this is going down. Like, I feel like you're trying to argue a fight that I've already ceded. I believe they targeted him. I'm like, off of what I just read and what you've said, yeah, sure, they targeted him. That makes sense to me. Whether or not he was or was not part of the intelligence community, if at all he was considered part of the intelligence community, then yeah, you can't necessarily take that risk. This goes to a statement. This goes to a conversation I was talking earlier about pre-ordering games and such. Not that this is a gray area, but people on other sides of an argument are either going to be taking a false positive statement, which is they're willing to allow false positives. They are identifying by exclusion what does not belong in this group. Everything else, even if it's a false positive, they'll be like, I'll allow that. I want everything in my group, but that thing's definitely not in my group. Or you can identify via false negatives, i.e., this is the only thing in my group. That thing could probably be in my group, but no, I'm drawing the line. I would rather create false negatives where that guy is in my group and I'm going to exclude him from the group. When it comes to war, everything is going to be false positive. You don't want to exclude someone and it turn out that be the key member. So there is a gray area here as to his identification at all. Literally at all. Then no, not a civilian target. I cannot agree with you. He may have been. He very well may have been. I'm not saying he definitely was not a civilian target. He very well could be. But sorry, no, it makes sense. You can't necessarily take the fact that he might not have been. It was all just a joke. If someone in the leadership thought they had an opportunity and there was a possibility that he was in the intelligence community, yeah, no, he was getting targeted. That makes sense. That's how war works. Like I said, not every decision can be perfect, particularly if you don't have all the information. And the worst issue about war is you routinely don't have all the information. There were a lot of times in World War II that the Allies killed innocent Ukrainians. Just gunned them down where they stood. Gunned them down as they pleaded for their lives. Why? Allies didn't speak Ukrainian. They'd been taken up and were part of the German army, mostly against their will. So when the Allies showed up, they threw their hands up and were basically trying to be like, hey, we're not Germans. Like, please fucking free us. We don't want to work for them. And the Allies didn't know what the hell they were saying. They just saw screaming, what they assumed were screaming Germans. So they killed them. Now, yeah, that's a war crime. You know, like the troops, they had surrendered. I'm not saying that wasn't a war crime. But I don't blame the troops for thinking they were German. Like, it was a completely fucked up situation. Those Ukrainians were essentially innocent. But war is war. You don't always have the information. Big issue with everyone speaking different languages. You never know what your opponent's saying. Things like this happen. He could have been a green man from Mars. One, I don't think he could have been a green man from Mars. All I'm saying is, if Wikipedia, off the information I got from Wikipedia, if Wikipedia basically says, yeah, he was kind of known as this, but, everyone's kind of, exaggerating. Doesn't matter. He was known as that. Like I don't know how to go on this. Like, you can't take the chances. If you want to take this as the absolute, no, you don't understand. Ukrainians are evil bastards. Let's take this as the absolute worst case thing for Ukrainians, that they are just evil bastards, right? Then the problem becomes, why would you allow them to have the excuse? Whoever was calling him a member of intelligence or whatever, exaggeration or no, this was never argued. This was not thoroughly debunked. You know what I mean? There are some things that you don't do. Guess what? I haven't worked in... Why is people dying? All right, we lost Larzong Sangata. I have not worked in Patriot in 7 years. 7-8 years? I'm never going to China. Ever. I would not be surprised if I went to China and then I got fucking kidnapped and then brutally tortured and killed. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't have any fucking information that would be remotely useful to them. I have long since not worked with missiles. But I wouldn't be surprised. If I was in their shoes, I'd do the same thing. You don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe I'm just kind of lying on stream and being like, I don't fucking know anything anymore. Why would you bother to take the chance? No, fucking my ass would be disappeared so fast in China. So fast I would be disappeared. That's the way it works. Wiki, what? Oh, hello, Curses 18. Our viewer here, male Chad, came in and his first time statement in chat was Ukraine is a terrorist state, which I think is just an extreme statement to make. And instead of just immediately banning him or timing him out, I allowed him to put forth his argument, and he didn't. I gave him plenty of time to give me information, so I had to look it up, and he is now disagreeing. Hold on, Dwarf kill. He is now disagreeing with the answer I came up with based upon the information I could Google off the internet. The problem being I don't see one of the things as being all that bad. It's a bad thing that happened. Oh, that's right, you have to at. It's a bad thing that happened, but I don't think it makes a state be a terrorist state. So that's where we are right now. Now, he did have a second statement earlier. He was born in the military family. No, he's in the Russian military. Sorry, mail chat. I just saw your earlier thing. Wikipedia says he's born in the military family in 1980. He doesn't say. No, he's in the military. Yeah, no, sorry about that, but no. Yeah, I missed that earlier. Yeah, I'm gonna change my earlier stance that, you know, you're not sure if he is. He was born into a military family, particularly in Russia. He's in the military. It's connections. That's how that shit works. The dude was in, you said he was media? The dude's part of the media thing and he's in a military family. Yeah, dude, I'd have signed off on that. No, that dude's in intelligence, very least. Like, no, sorry. When you have a media that works with the military industrial complex and you come from a military family, you're in that position because you came from a military family. You are trading off of political clout. He's part of things. Like, no, I'm sorry. I missed that sentence earlier, but in my mind, that further detracts from your position. In this particular topic, I do not think that, like, they got the daughter. Like, he was not definitively in the military. She was not. So that, still a major fuck up, to be clear. Not excusing that at all. The targeting of the father, though, no, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. What is this baller tile set? Banana Unlimited. This is, I always forget the name. It is a comboed tile set. This tile set is Shizzle Clean. This is Shizzle Clean for the text on the right. I'm in text will be text mode, which means now we have the advanced version coming out in about a month. So hopefully we can see what text files get over. But for the actual text in the middle, I'm using Vetlinger's 32 by 32 tile set. So if you were to just do Vetlinger, your text might be different over here. Just a heads up. Shizzle Clean looks kind of nice to me. So it's this weird bastardized tile set. It just says Lars Zang is best. Did I do that right? I hope I did that right. I sure do love Bidiot games. Aren't you excited to go back to playing such great JRPGs as actually never mind, you aren't playing any good JRPGs. Oof. Oof. Okay. We're doing Persona. Okay. You guys liked me losing my mind in Persona. I suspect what has happened is you guys have lost your patience for JRPGs from Final Fantasy 13. Like, I'm going to blame Final Fantasy 13 for my chat's current stance on no good JRPGs. Because I warned you. I warned all of you that that was not a great game. Every single one of you. And now that you've all experienced it, you're like, wow, this entire industry is trash. Which is not fair on the industry. Do not hold the entirety of JRPGs because of Final Fantasy 13. That's just not fair. I gotta get rid of stone types. Slate, I want to save for later. We'll do up granite. We'll construct some granite for right now. It's gonna take him a while. Is anything giving? Nothing is giving anymore, right? He can take from anywhere. We'll let him take from anywhere. Worst case scenario, he's walking over there. It's gonna slow it down, but let's get this out of the way. Uh-oh, did Minifizz just die? Okay, he's not likely to die from that, I don't think. He'll need to go to a hospital, though. Or is there a new version coming out? Okay, I don't know if you're tracking Banana Limited. Hold on. Someone type in Steam game. Anyone should be able to do that command. ! Steam game. This is about to release on Steam as the premium version. The premium version will come with a built-in tile set to the new UI and stuff. You, however, will still be able to get it for free on Toadie's website. I'm forgetting the name right now for some damn reason. You'll still be able to get it for free, but that one won't have, say, a built-in tile set. But the new engine, the new mechanics, the new UI, as far as I'm aware, will still be there. So this is out right now. like I used Lazy New Pack. You had to go under graphics and customize, install Vetlinger 32 by 32 first, and then do chisel clean for the font, and you're golden. However, I was saying in about a month, when like this major new version of the game is getting released, all our current versions won't be able to transfer over. Specifically because one of the things we're doing this on, Text Will Be Text, is in and of itself a mod of Dwarf Fortress. So when this new major version comes out, there's going to be a delay period.
Thank you so much.
Did you change your name, Mail Chad? Mail Chad was talking to me earlier, but now I've been followed by White Mail Chad. Thank you, I guess. I don't know why you changed your name. There will be a period where all the modders will have to get used to the new way of modding the game, because the new everything's completely different. So right now you can get this texture pack. Lazy New Pack is basically built in, you're good to go. But in a month, if you're trying to download the newest version of the game, you won't even be able to do Lazy New Pack for a bit. You're gonna have to either have ASCII, find a way to program your own, which, if you're not doing Text Will Be Text, means you're going to either just have Vetlinger and that's it. You won't be able to do Vetlinger with chisel clean. Or if you get it on the Steam version, same issue. You will have a texture pack, but it won't be Vetlinger as far as I'm aware. And it definitely won't be Vetlinger mixed with chisel clean. So this combo is available right now for the low price of absolutely free, because the Dwarf Fortress community is fucking amazing. But in about a month, it's gonna be off the shelves. So you gotta get it now before all the stock is out the door. You keep playing bad ones. So I have been thinking about that. Final Fantasy X and X-2, I was going to do as a separate dichotomy of the difference between Square Soft and Square Enix. But I thought because it was so close after Final Fantasy 13, I didn't want people tuckered out on Final Fantasy. But it looks like everyone's getting just tuckered out on JRPGs in general. I gotta put some more strategy games back into the mix. I gotta bring everyone back on the strategy games. Yes, I had to. Okay. Sure. Now pay me. Hold on. I had a thing, but I can't. For new people that'll play. Yes. Male Chad was his father. I might stick with adventure mode. I didn't realize Dwarf Fortress was leaving on Steam in a month. I thought no, it was a couple days ago, I think. If you look, like, you can click that link, you'll see it. You can't pre-order it, but they did announce that they would be releasing on December 6th. It is November 5th, so yeah, you got about a month. And the release trailer is not long, but boy, is it amazing. I need to wait for them to build the blocks. Like, so we're gonna go back to digging. I'm not doing much. I just wanted to thicken this river just so the fire didn't spread again. If we get attacked, we're likely to be fighting right here, meaning the fire is gonna be right here, meaning this is likely to be what gets tagged. Who is this guy and why is he doing nothing? Retired Navy vet. Stop being haggard, dude. Like, I fixed you before. Why are you depressed again? It's such a bummer that this dude is perpetually depressed. Unable to practice craft for too long. Okay, he's like super crafty. I'm gonna take retired Navy vet out real quick. We're just gonna take him out of the slot. And hold on, what does retired Navy vet have? Let us track down retired Navy vet. Actually, stress level should be enough to find him. We're gonna give him like stone crafting job. It's over here somewhere. I always forget where it is. Shouldn't stone crafting be right here? Oh, okay. I guess that's just the way Dwarf Therapist lists it. Stone crafter should be on the left. But no, it is out here. Okay. I'll put him in as a stone crafter so we can get his craft on. We'll go all the way back down to where the stone was. We're going to zoom in, and we are going to let this man do what he wants to do. That is a kiln. Why is a kiln down there? Let's get this kiln out of the way. Might be part of my issue. I don't think we've had a stonecrafter shop set up in a while. Hey, Hekios. Actually, wait, hold on. Dwarf might not be on. Did I ever turn Dwarf back on? I always forget. Hekios 888. I've switched the dwarfing command to a channel point redeem system. The old command still works, but only when I remember to turn it on, because I now have to turn it on separately. There you go. Dwarf should now work for you. My bad. JRPGs are hard to play nowadays. Historically, it was one, look at a JPEG. Two, do your text. As a result, most modern JRPGs just mix in action style combat instead of high impact menuing. Can't spell JRPG without JPEG. Traditional RPG is a dying breed, indeed. Most indie games nowadays are tackling that because everyone's got to be in action. Dude, that's exactly my point. Like, we're losing the core of what is an RPG. But yes, it is now transferred under the channel point redeem system for 1 point. I couldn't make it free because it won't let you do one for free, near as I could tell, which is really obnoxious. Build workshop. I'm just gonna build a craft source down here anyways. I need a bar block. Do we have a block? I want to use a block. Slate. We'll send him down here to craft. Maybe that'll perk him up a little bit. Like, we had him happy for a while because of his temple, but I guess somehow his temple's failing him now. Stop collapsing. How are you doing, Amenifiz? All right, I'm going to cancel some of this because we're getting too many people injured by cutting down trees. Like, every tree, for some reason, is causing a cave-in now. All right. When that is done down below... Oh, that's right. Fuck. We also had the hole we were digging out. I keep forgetting. We need to be doing this, chat. We absolutely need to be getting this farm light set up. Dude, we're going to have to learn so much about the new UIs and everything. It's going to be crazy. Banana Unlimited. I don't think action combat is critical to make JRPGs, but they do need an execution challenge. Either a timer on decisions like some of the Final Fantasies did, or the bullet hell minigame like Undertale. Make it entirely strategic, you could reduce playability as combats can be solved. Yeah, no. Like, just do Super Mario RPGs, you know, or Legend of Dragoon. You have to click a button as you're attacking. It's a goofy minigame, but I mean, it gives you more involved. That's like really it. That's all you need. I don't think I've seen minigames do that in a while. Dwarf's descriptions for Hekios. Well, if I spell your name right, it might work. Hekios 888 recently thought I finished up some work. That was satisfying. Hekios thought that because they felt satisfied at work. Hekios 888 is... Hekios 888 has the appearance of somebody that is 63 years old, but is one of the first of her kind. Hekios 888 is broad-bodied and very fat. They have a narrow chin. Their brass eyes are narrow. Their nose bridge is concave. Their very long hair is neatly combed. Their eyelashes are extremely long. Their hair is saffron, and their skin is sepia. They're flimsy, very weak, and very quick to tire. Hekios 888 likes porcelain, fine pewter, tiger iron, giant grizzly bear bone, canaf fabric, windows, and the sight of the embraced tulip. When possible, Hekios 888 prefers to consume mongoose, flounder, donkey cheese, and teff beer, though they absolutely detest hamsters. Hekios 888 has an amazing spatial sense, a lot of willpower, very good creativity, a very good sense of the position of their own body, an ability to read emotions fairly well, and a way with words. But they have quite poor analytical abilities and quite poor focus. They dream of creating a masterwork someday. Bug Fables. Hold on. Let me write this down. Bug Fables. RNG never amounts to as much as it should unless you start implementing roguelike elements. At that point, it's already... Yeah. So, like, the weird thing, though, right? So, this is the thing that kills me. You mentioned earlier about things being solved. It's like when I was doing Wrath of the Righteous. I mean, hold on. I got to make that a meme. I keep forgetting to make that in one of the things as a meme. To, what was it? Use throwing axes? We had like 3 memes from that game. And I had to look this up afterwards. Where people were coming in and they weren't even using it as a meme. They were being serious. Where they were like, oh, you're building this character wrong. Because it's a video game, so, you know, you can see what every... you know, every challenge you're going to face in a video game is. So as opposed to doing a natural game of Dungeons and Dragons or Pathfinder in Wrath of the Righteous, it's kind of a solved case. So we kept having people coming in being like, oh, the cat spider girl, she should be doing throwing axes. This character should be doing this. This character should be doing that. This character's not good. Don't do that. Do this. And I had to argue with them every single time about, no, you're wrong. Leave me alone. Because the thing being was, my answers were right. They might not have been the absolute penultimate, this is the best answer to solve every challenge. But like, we had Val. I recreated Val from Kingmaker as a Tower Shield Specialist, and I kept her as a Tower Shield Specialist, which is routinely touted as one of the worst classes in the game for some reason. And what was she doing at the end of the game for us? She was blocking the final boss, and she was still hitting him. As a Tower Shield, everyone's like, oh, you can't hit anything. But the problem is someone will come up with an idea that an equation is wrong in RPGs nowadays, and they won't ever think about like what the correct way to do it is. Like, you have too many people that are basically doing my job, we'll say, that are looking at the math and are going, hey, I've done the math work, I've done the strategizing, I've come up with the way that this system, this is how you mathematically do it. And if you're not doing it, it's bad. Like a bunch of these other people on the internet, they like create a meta for doing D&D or doing Pathfinder. But the whole point of it, it's not even like, well, it's a role-playing game, you should just like do whatever you want. It's that their math equations aren't wrong, but they're routinely not taking into account like a ton of other examples or other, like, this is how you should be thinking about it. There's a dude who does wizard guides, Treant Monk. If you've never heard of any of this, for Pathfinder or D&D, type in like a class, put a space, and type in Treant Monk. You're either going to find the guy who did the guide, or you're going to find a guy who did a guide for a different class, and Treant Monk didn't do that guide. A critical aspect of whatever Treant Monk was doing, right, if you read into it, is his big thing was like, yo, wizards are like the strongest DPS dealers in the game. They are the strongest blasters or sorcerers. I'm just saying, like, arcane casters. And he goes, here's the problem. That's not fun. And there's no point to that. And what does he do in one of his guides? One of his guides is he talks about the god, which is the wizard who's a buffer, a debuffer, an area denial specialist. Because as a wizard, you have every fucking option in the game. You can literally do, like, it's a RPG, so it's about doing anything. But as a rule set, the wizard is the class that can literally do everything. And everyone's like, at level 3, you gotta grab Fireball. Fireball, like, fur damage to spell level is just the strongest. And it's like, that is such a weird, narrow view as to how RNG even works and how math works. It is insane. Because you'll get people that'll come in and they're parroting something, and they're not wrong. Like, I've looked into it. Because of her strength and stuff like that, if I was doing throwing axes, she would have probably been doing more damage. But remember, I wasn't using her for damage. She was doing my area denial person. Because of her little, I would hit the weak guy and using that get free damage off on the other person. Because she got an AoE whenever she killed someone. So she didn't need the highest attack roll. But, you know, in a vacuum, everyone looks at her and goes, oh, this is how you get the highest attack roll. She's got to throw stuff. So we kept having people coming in being like, oh, your attack is weaker than it needs to be. No, it wasn't. My attack was weaker than it could have been, but it wasn't weaker at all than what it needed to be. The problem is, because of people doing things like that, where they approach it with just like a one narrow vision as to how something can be done, right? They come up with a guide or an idea, and this is the meta way to do this character. This is the meta way to play that role. And everyone else reads this and they parrot it, and it's the right answer, but no one knows why. And if you're not going in to discuss why, you're only ever going to have the same characters in like any game. It's like one of the crazy things. Like, how many times whenever I'm doing RPG, strategy games, whatever, what is the number one resource I always say if you're trying to be broken, this is what you go for? Time management. That is always the number one resource. That was the thing that I was complaining about at the beginning of Persona, is that you wasted so much time trying to learn or do anything in Persona 4 that it was working against you. You had a limited amount of time, and it seemed like it was designed for people who already knew the game to maximize it. By the end of the game, when I finally got all the mechanics under my belt, we completely blew it out of the water. And what did I use for elements? Light, dark, fire. Remember, if anyone was here for when I streamed Persona 4 Golden, at the end of it, it was supposed to be a big thing of like, oh, you probably should have more than one element. Don't just use fire. They could be resistant to fire. It's so bad, blah, blah, blah. And what did we do? We burned the fire. We burned the final boss with fire. We burned the shit out of her. Just to be spiteful almost, that's what I used to kill the final boss. When we did Wrath of the Righteous, I had the Tower Shield Specialist. We were charging with the Triceratops. The Triceratops from the beginning of the game. We kept Bismuth through to the end. Like, you can make bad things good. But everyone, like, you'll get these people that try to solve the game. No. You can solve the math. Like I said, I knew every build. Like, most of my builds were kind of close to, like, meta builds. But either my builds were on the wrong character or with the wrong gear. Like, I didn't know something specific to the game. But my point being, like, you can solve any of these games to a build because it's all D&D. It's all Pathfinder. You know, whatever works in one's likely to work in another. The only one of those that I came, like, really fucking close to, like, what is apparently the build was I had to do it. I had the pounce build at the end. I was using, like, the wrong scimitar or some shit. Apparently there's another scimitar. I had sold it and blew the entire build. But, like, my dude was still slaughtering everyone in one hit. You know what I'm saying? Like, trying to solve these things, like, I want to do it. Like, that's kind of my idea behind this stream, is that we go into these games, we solve it, we find a thing. What I don't want to do is to be like, this is how someone else solved it, so this is how we're going to do it. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. All right, hold on. Workshop profile. This is going to be restricted to Navy vet. We got to try to get him to be less moody. And then we're going to say make rock crafts. And we're going to force him to use Firelight. See if him doing a craft will get him out of this funk. And then also as part of that, what actually triggered this side thing, Banana Unlimited, was RNG never amounts to as much as it should. The funny thing is, particularly in those style of games, RNG amounts to a lot more than people give it credit for. Like, a lot of people will turn their nose up at a +1 or a +2 or a +3. Like, they will turn down 4 +2s and get 1 +5, where the 4 +2s is a +8. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people in some of these games will just like completely underestimate their what the RNG can do. I'm loading up therapists to name you. Banana Unlimited. You'll be 28. This is your first one. I don't know which one to be faster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Is this what your number was? 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. That's what I did the first time. You are in the Woodworkers Guild. You are a legendary grower? Why are you in the Woodworkers Guild but a legendary grower? That don't make no sense. Banana Unlimited the first. How close are we? You'll just be Banana Unlimited for now. In the future, I'll have to take out some of the vowels to get the first in. Would you ever do... So here's the thing. I want to. I really do, guys. I really 100% would love to do so. The problem I have is I need a group who could be reliably available. reliably. If you do these sorts of things online, routinely people are going to have like, oh, I had this come up, or I had that come up, or this is going to happen, so on and so forth. Like, when you see Critical Role, they're not just D&D players. And I know there's like a weird conspiracy about them being, they're acting, this is all planned out ahead of time. I'm not talking about that. Listen to me. They're not just D&D players. Like, they're all actors. They're all employees. Like, they are there because they make money to be there. So it takes priority in their life, except for extreme things like winning an award or giving birth to a baby. You know, weird things, maybe. My issue is with a regular group, unless I'm already kind of big, I ain't paying people money to be in it. So I want to do it, but I don't know if I'll have a regular group. That's kind of the issue I run into. I played a bit in TikTok's game when he streamed. He's like better able to, okay, this guy's not showing up today, this guy's gonna play. He's not showing up. Like, he could change his group on the fly. I kind of can't do that, chat. Like, even way back when I was playing in his game, I have no clue how he did it. Like, I plan my adventures and my strategies and my things kind of around how my players play and what characters they're playing as. Like, really get up in there. But if I got people not showing up regularly, then it's kind of for naught. You know, like, certain things have to happen-ish in a certain order. You know, like, if you have a fighter whose storyline is, you know, tracking down his brother, but you're setting it up to where he never had a brother, for instance. Like, what he was thinking of for a brother, you know, using Pathfinder, was like some weird version of an automaton, like when he was a fucking young child and he wasn't understanding it. And then you can now bring back the automaton, you know, as a bigger thing, because it's still sentient, but it's not like a biological brother. Point is, you can't bring the automaton back when it would make sense level-wise if the player's not there in the middle to finally come to grasp with that their brother wasn't, say, their organic brother. It was an automaton. It was like a thing that was there to protect the family or something like that, not their sibling, and they just misunderstood elder brother protecting younger brother. You know, it's like a weak example that I come up with. You get my point, though. It's like, that's my one issue, is I would need people to be able to be reliably here. The way I run D&D for my current group is I throw things in that should kill them and hope they surprise me. They have been surprising me. No, that's usually a pretty good, like, don't get me wrong. There are many different, like, D&D style ways. My only one issue with the surprise me thing is you need to have an experienced group to do that. Either that or you need to be less experienced than them. If you think, the big issue is if you throw something too strong at them, if that makes sense. If you come up with a thing, you're like, oh, they should be able to do this, and you throw it at them and it kills them, it kind of ruins the mood. So it's kind of like doing Dead by Daylight or Evolve or any of those 4v1 games. The most entertainment is when the thing that they're fighting and them are working, like they're at about the same, like, MMR. You know, for that sort of thing. It works perfectly. If you're DMing constantly for like the same group of friends, it works better and better and better because you know what they're capable of, they know what you're capable of, you know about what should be happening. There was a video? I wasn't even talking about video. I was talking about his OG color coordinated like PDF guides. Like even before they were PDFs. When they were on like D&D 3.5 forums and Order of the Stick forums. I didn't know that man made a video now. But we were being assaulted by these monsters that were trying to steal certain relics, so I used Create Pit and threw all the relics in the hole that the monsters couldn't climb out of. Then everyone just piled in damage to the hole once all the monsters were inside. Oh, yeah, no, Create Pit's a pretty strong one. Like, you could, as stupid and as cringy as it would be, I could literally just sit here and like load up like spell lists from D&D and Pathfinder and do like a tier list for each level. This one's failed. That's it. There's no point. The problem is I tried doing videos on this. You can track down my videos. I tried analyzing the Pathfinder 2 book when it came out. And I guess I didn't do a good enough job conveying to people that like I was talking about things in a purely mathematical sense. and how some things were stronger from as a DM using it for an NPC, and some things were stronger for a player using it as a player character. I had a whole bunch of people arguing with me with like half of my stuff. It was really obnoxious. Hey, T'Chulu. Those are flat bonuses, though. I don't get what you mean exactly. Okay, well, you're talking about the 4+2s versus the +5, right? So this is not a great example. I don't know what spell list would do this. This might as well be a straw man argument, to be fair. To be clear, this is made up entirely out of my ass to convey a point. But you'll see in some of these guides and how people say that this needs to be played or that needs to be played, so on and so forth. What they would say is at level 1, you should choose option B because option B gives you a +5. And earlier game, this would be stronger. But what they would leave out, though, is that option A, if you mix it up with something later on, actually multiplies by itself 4 times. So option A becomes a +8 at around level 5, whereas option B is only ever a +5. So option B is stronger earlier game, but option A is stronger later game. So if you know that you're doing this, right, and you plan around this, you would choose option A because you know another person could fill up whatever hole option B is now leaving. Like I said, it's not the greatest example, but hopefully you're able to follow what I'm trying to say. You'll see a lot of these people will there'll be a perfect build for each character almost in a vacuum. And it's like in a vacuum, the +5 earlier would appear to be better than a +8 later. But if you realize that you don't need the +5 earlier because you have a second character who can cover that weakness, then obviously the +8 is better. But all you ever see people doing is like, oh, +5, +2, I choose the +5, I choose +5. Like, it doesn't have to be a flat bonus. This could be anything. I'm just making up numbers. My point being that, like, people will turn down what appears to be a weaker early option in a lot of these game guides, D&D, how to play classes thing. And they're not realizing that the point of this +2, whatever it is to combo with something later to become a +8. Those are the sort of things I don't like. You see everyone do like, oh, this spell at level 1 is weak because it's dumb. But it's like, no, if you mix that with this, it's super strong. Right now, I'm doing a Pathfinder game. Hold on. Adil's attending a meeting. He's probably moody again. Right now, I'm doing a Pathfinder game, right? And I'm a player. I'm not the DM. We have a friend of mine, Crowban, who is also essentially a forever DM. And he's DMing right now. And in his game, I am playing a kineticist. Pathfinder 1 rules. I'm loving the idea of kineticist. Every element you choose is essentially a different class. And I was not made aware of kineticist somehow until like a year or so ago. Like, it was always in my head that it was psychic or whatever, so it was like a banned class sort of a thing. And I was like, oh, it's not even third party. What the hell am I talking about? So I've like really been looking into this and loving it. But if you look up any guide for a kineticist, they're like, oh, clearly your 3 things are you choose fire if you want to do damage, you choose earth if you want to be a melee tank, and you choose water if you want to heal. And then that's like it. And they're like, oh, never do telekineticist. Telekineticist is weak and garbage and should never be taken. So the first thing what I'm doing in this game is I went telekineticist. Because if anyone in any of these, like, here's how I'm evaluating it, if their thing is they're talking about damage, I guarantee you that they have misunderstood half the point of that class. And telekinesis is some of the strongest utility. You don't need everyone doing damage. Like, these are the same people who be like, heal bots are bad because you might as well just kill them faster. It's like, no, that's never really the point. Fuck, I'll make the strongest heal bot you've ever seen and like laugh at the enemy. So yeah, right now I'm doing a telekineticist. I would continue this. However, we have a problem because
a vile force of darkness has arrived. A wave of goblins as far as a dwarven eye can see stretches over the horizon. Hide your children. Hide the civilians. You have but 16 dwarves to stave off the invasion. Will the mountain home survive?
We're under attack, chat. Hold on. Civilian alert to tell everyone to go inside, or at least underground. SAB. We're going to put them over here, and then I'm going to put Navy vet back in the military. I was just keeping him out of training. SAB, cancel, station back to see if he comes over and grabs this thing. He might have an issue because of the equipment. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's kind of the same thing. The people who are chase the slightly higher average and like miss out on like everything else. They might. Oh, my God. This is such a tiny fight. They're not even going to get through the traps. I mean, they could have gone around the trap, but they decided not to. Hold on. We'll just sit back here. See if I can. I'm going to tell the military to stand over here slightly. Let them kill themselves. If they see a goblin, they might try to charge the traps. Well, we saw a goblin. Looks like we're charging. I can't believe that's all they came at us with. All right, well, that fight over. Military alert canceled. And retired Navy vet fired again. I was casting, if I wasn't there, no one in the party would know to keep the relics. Lowell just had a trippy moment. Okay. Those are flat bonuses. Somehow Twitch was open in 2 tabs. One was your stream, the other one was on the main page. And the featured stream is a guy playing guitar along the shortest straw. It looked like you were singing the lyrics. That's because I'm amazing. I secretly sing lyrics to popular songs all the time. No one ever catches it, though. That's how cool I am. No one in chat's cool enough to see me being cool. They think I'm just some weird nerd talking about RPGs all the time. It's coded language, you see. Far too big brain for most of you to understand. Second dude that's not a JRPG, it's a deck builder. What? Second you do that. Second you do that. Oh, you're talking about something about fake Grand Order. I never did that. Weird things like childbirth. Most of my players are mostly newbies. I couldn't do this for experienced players because the experienced players in our greater group would cry, not fair. These would be some with interesting ideas. I had this newbie party run directly into a boss once to avoid its ability to drop boulders on everyone. They think out of the box because they don't know what the box is yet. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, that's pretty nice. I feel like I didn't know there was a Word doc. The Treat Monk video is great because it adds context and incredulity. I cannot say that word right now. The rest of the party that claimed that they were the heroes and the wizard wasn't really doing anything. Yeah. I want to DM some D&D 5e, just have them go up against druids, and every druid summons 8 constrictor snakes. So yeah, there's also this weird issue with with Paizo and Wizards of the Coast in general. Like, not even trying to do in my day, gaming was so much better. But both of these companies have like fallen prey to the same thing, which is, you know, they're like paying attention to what the meta players would do in one version of the game, and they tried to do the next version of the game to almost counter the meta players. Oh, everyone's saying wizards are like the strongest. We should do this. Or everyone's saying this is weak. We should do that. So on and so forth. And like over the years, like 5th edition is them correcting for 4th edition. 4th edition, or sorry, D&D 1 is them correcting for 5th edition. 5th edition was a correction of 4th edition. 4th edition was them trying to draw on new players because they had way too much material for 3.5 and people didn't want to do it anymore. Like newbie players would be like fucking scared about the sheer amount of books they would need. 3.5 was some weird like identification off of AD&D, because with AD&D it was, you know, it was like, oh, this is not a Wizards of the Coast thing. This was a TSR. So they wanted their own version where they were like, don't get me wrong, like every version has incorrect rules. That's not my statement here. But like one version of the game would fix something, and it would fix something that didn't need to be fixed. It would cause an issue. And then the next edition of the game would try to fix that initial issue. But that initial issue would not have existed if they weren't correcting something they didn't need to correct from yet the previous edition. Like in 3.5, and this is true for Pathfinder too, wizards are just fucking OP. They just are. If you're a wizard and you put your mind to it, you should be doing something better than any other class who's supposed to be doing that. Just flat out, particularly in 3.5. 3.5 is stronger at this than Pathfinder is, but Pathfinder wizards tend to have some stronger effects. If you're going Blaster, you'd have to be Sorcerer instead. And this was kind of true in AD&D, but like the thing in AD&D was wizards didn't have health, like at all. Your fighter had to be kind of near the wizard to protect the wizard from things. Wizards used to only have 1d4 health per level. Not 1d4 plus con, 1d4. There was like glass cannon was an understatement for what a wizard was. And you didn't get max at level 1. You could roll a 1 for your level 1 wizard and have 1 hit point. Like if someone sneezed too loudly, you would die of a heart attack. But if you got a wizard to survive long enough, he had wicked strong spells and abilities. Like this was kind of the idea of it. Which, okay, you know, you'd have people come and be like, wizard's too weak. I keep dying with it and like these events and games we're doing. Okay, so what did they do? They bump a wizard from a 1d4 to 1d4 plus con in 3.5. Right? So get a bit more health. But what this means is flat out, if a wizard has like any con, like even 2, they're going to have almost double the health on average, right? Like it doesn't take much when your D is a D4. So they're able to survive the beginning game faster, more and more people doing wizards. They get to the end, they're stronger than ever, so on and so forth. It's a problem. Then you do like Pathfinder wanted to fix, wizards still don't have that much health compared to anyone else. They want to like bring all the classes together in terms of health for some reason to make it easier to balance out combat. So what do? They made the wizards have 1d6 plus con health. So like they've been slowly all the way up to Pathfinder First Edition being like 1d6 plus con is almost more than doubling the health of the wizard. And then you get to this weird, why can I see a root through the ground? That don't make no sense. You shouldn't be a hole. How can you have an open space if what's below you ain't open? What? How does that? What? I'm going to ignore that right now. That hurts my brain. So then, point is, they're too damn fucking healthy. Like, they've almost been made too strong. And then they did something similar in D&D, and now they're like, oh, well, we have to nerf them. We're going to make, they're trying to nerf their spells. And they're like, okay, well, this spell, now anyone can do this, and this spell's not as strong, and this does that, and we're taking out all these. We're going to try to make everything cantrips, and it's like, you didn't need to fix their spells. You needed to fix their health. Like, a wizard is not going to start a fight with their biggest honking spell if they think it'll immediately draw attention to them, right? Like, if a wizard is terrified of an errant arrow, he's not going to start the fight being like, look out, bitches, wizards in the room. Like, they're going to fucking wait a round or two and be fucking like, okay, when's the right time to do this? You know? Like, because that was the issue you were getting with in 3.5 is wizards were just doing spells all the time. Because of course they were. Because they didn't worry about drawing attention. And it's like, well, you can't easily tank. You can't easily pull aggro. But, like, you couldn't reach the wizard in the back anyways. It was all kinds of confusion. So you have the game devs kind of doing the same thing. Where they keep making balance. They keep doing patch notes, essentially, with every new edition to fix an issue that they're causing. Like, again, there were fixes that need to be made to AD&D and stuff. I'm not sitting here being like, AD&D was so much better, and 3.5 was so much better, and Pathfinder First Edition was so much better. But, like, the changes they're making aren't fixing the problems they think they are. And then every new edition comes out, everyone just comes up with a new meta idea of what the classes need to be. But they're not even fixing half the old issues. Fireball. I don't know if they've ever fixed Fireball, but Fireball just sticks in my craw. Fireball is an arrow in my side because nobody has done Fireball correctly since AD&D. 3.5 and later, as long as it has certain words in it, a Fireball has never been played right. Flat out, I'm gonna be that man. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna do the hot take. If you have ever played D&D and you imagined a wizard summoning a ball of fire, that ball of fire going somewhere, and then exploding with flames and explosion and noise, you have never used the Fireball correctly. Now, maybe maybe in 4th, 5th edition and Pathfinder 2e, they finally changed the words for that to make sense. But the problem is it's almost been like a fucking house rule the entire time. That was not how a fireball worked. That was not how it existed. And because they always just copied and pasted it over into 3rd edition, 3.5, then into Pathfinder 1st edition, a fireball has basically worked the exact same way since it worked in AD&D, and that has never been what a fireball is. It's not. Do you want to know what a fireball is? It's a tiny red bead. It's a red bead, and you point somewhere, and you go 100 feet out, 20 feet in the air. And then this sentient bead almost goes out to that distance, the heightened distance you specify. You're not throwing it. It's the heightened distance you specify. And then the bead erupts almost in radiation. It creates heat. But if you look at the original description for it, and like I said, they just copy and pasted, there's no pressure. It's not an actual explosion. You're sitting out a bead that works like a microwave, and everything in that radius feels the heat of it. Like, that's the fire damage of a fireball. There's no force. Wind never moves. It doesn't even really make noise. It's a fucking bead that goes, ew, and all of a sudden, like, oh God, what is the heat? Like, you're just in a microwave. That's what a fireball is. In AD&D and 3.5, AD&D had more description to it, but even in 3.5, they copied over the rules, saying if you wanted to fireball through a window, you had to suddenly do a ranged touch attack roll to shoot the bead through the tiny hole. That is how it worked. Now, they've slowly been removing it, so we're by the time you get to Pathfinder, like, well, they don't have anything. They mentioned the tiny hole in Pathfinder rules, but if you look, they still say, like, you choose a distance and a height. Everyone goes, a fireball's a 20-foot radius, and they're like, oh, I would hit the enemy out in this open field, but my friend is nearby, so I can't do fireball. Because you can choose a height, it's a sphere. If you launch the fireball 20 feet up and it's 20-foot radius, you only hit maybe a little 10 by 10 square at the bottom. If you took the template and did it vertically and you just detonate the ball in the air, you would never hit your allies. But the entire time, everyone's just gone fireball, pulled out a 20-foot template, put it on the fucking grid and go, yep, you hit your friend. When you shouldn't, unless you're in a cave, you should never hit your friend. And everyone kind of figures this out because they go, well, if I'm in a cave, the fire, it like goes around, right? A fireball, it goes around and it hits people. Shouldn't it do more damage if it's enclosed? And the real idea is it should do more damage if it's enclosed because you're finally doing a fireball at the same height as your friend. That 20-foot radius is the radius of you doing it in an enclosed space because you're not aiming it up in the air where most of the fire's dissipated. So anyone who's ever had that argument of, well, I did the 20-foot thing and I'm in a corner and its hallway's only 10 foot wide, shouldn't the fire be going further? No, because it's not an actual gas. It's not an explosion. It's just radiation. And two, the fact that it is reaching 20 foot in the tunnel is the extra distance because you're supposed to be able to yeet that shit in the air to only hit the guy you want. It's an aerial radiation attack. That is what fireball is. Now, again, D&D 4th edition, 5th edition, maybe they finally changed it. Pathfinder 2nd edition, maybe they finally changed the description, but they just kept copy and pasting it over, and everyone just has this idea that it's a fireball, and it's never really been a fireball. Like I said, AD&D specifically calls out, it goes, by the way, no air, no force, no whoosh, it's just burning damage. And then 3.5, I think, took out some of the description, but still had the rules for, shooting it into a little gap. It's a bead. It's not an actual womb explosion of fire. And it even says that, like, fireball doesn't burn. Like, you shouldn't be able to burn a forest down. It says it can ignite inflammable objects or something like paper and shit. It can cause something to ignite, but because it's not actually fire, it shouldn't, like, just burn things down unnecessarily. So if you're in a dead forest with a bunch of dry wood, that can burn. If you're just in a forest, you shouldn't burn the whole forest down with fireball. It doesn't make sense. It's just some heat. That's all it is. Oh no, don't kill your dwarf. Ancient red level 10, there's only 4 of them. I can agree with that, but I don't see how it's related to the random number generated content. That was my only confusion. Like I said, my point being, though, that random generated content, I'm assuming you're talking about like D20s and such, is that for that statement is that no one seems to understand what a +2 is. everyone's like, well, +4 is better than a +2, and that's it. No one ever seems to like do the math on it that a +2 to hit is a 10% greater chance of hitting. If you only hit on a 20 and now you have +2 to attack, you hit on a 20, 19, 18. You went from a 5% chance to hit to a 15% chance to hit. So that's what I'm saying. Sometimes smaller numbers are fine. If you're already hitting half the time, you go from 50 to 60. If you're hitting better, like you don't necessarily need like +20 billion. At some point, bigger numbers are pointless. You can be over buffed for a fight. If like you only hit on if you hit anywhere from a 3 up, do you need a +4? You're still going to miss on a 1. That +4 might as well be a +1, for instance. If you only need a 3 up to hit, there's no reason to have a +2. I mean, if you're getting one, then you're getting one. But like, you only really need to be milking out a +1 if you want to be a complete dick, because you're not going to trump the nat 1. So, things like that. That's what I was getting at with the +2s and stuff. Pretty sure Kinesis are banned from Vegas gaming. Equals Goku, and Goku is too strong. I started my what were you screw pumping? Was it lava? Last week I learned that lava lakes could be pressurized by sections I can't see. Lava went up the hole I channeled and promptly oofed my best miner. Banana, I've had that happen before. I keep having people tell me like, no, lava can't be pressurized. And every time I try testing it, I can't get the lava to be pressurized. But I have 100% on stream had lava occasionally come up to my tunnels and kill my doors. And I do not know why. It drives me crazy. People act like I'm the crazy one. All right, hold on. Let's order another one of this to get smoothed over. All right, where am I in chat? I'm trying to catch up. Fate Core or Fate Accelerated. I've never played that. It scares me more than water does. If I can hate when devs say that counter meta, counter player is the best idea. Yeah, like I whenever companies start doing that, that's when I start getting annoyed. Tough, poor toasted. The expedition leader stood no chance against the power of the pump. You never need all that much lava. You just need to pour it into a minecart, and you can have doors deliver a small amount of it anywhere you need. Typical MMO balancing. Yeah, it's the same issue. Water is more dangerous because whenever you need a lot of it. Wizards are just a dude in t-shirt and cargo shorts of holding. I made this a fort so I can learn the water physics. Dude, yeah. You become a master of water physics, you become a master of reality. It's like becoming a master of doors in FTL. That's all you need to do. Master the doors and you're good. That in corners allowing fluid passage too strong. All my 5th edition wizards have 16 con and take tough. 5e greatsword wielding blade singer, the epitome of munchkining. Fireball should be called explosion instead. Fireball. 5th edition says the following now. A bright streak flashes from your pointing finger to a point you choose within range, and then blossoms with a low roar into an explosion of flame. Okay, that is slightly different description-ish, but my point being, it still says a bright streak. Like, they've still kind of kept copy and pasting the same description over. Like I said, they keep... Like, they should just address it as completely differently. Because by implication, what that means is, if it is still a ball traveling somewhere, right? Then it should still be able to, like, okay, what about a narrow slot? I'm guessing, they took out the rule of shooting into a narrow slot. You get my point, though? Like, they keep copying and pasting a lot of these descriptions over. They've been slowly changed over the years, but, like, some of them are still just poorly written. Earthquake in 3.5, maybe Pathfinder, destroys the world. If anyone did not know, because it has shapeable. They set up an earthquake to be like a 20-mile radius or 10-mile radius, some crazily large thing. And the way they have it worded is they say it takes up a sphere. Normally you're thinking hemisphere, but they say it takes up a sphere and it's shapeable. Shapeable means you can take any 5-foot square and put it somewhere else as long as they're all contiguous. So if you do the area of it, you can like do the circumference of the Earth twice. So you can make there be a one massive fault line across the entire of the planet. By description of the spell, only that fault line gets shaken, but you can create a massive world-sized fault line with a simple earthquake spell in 3.5. Like, fireballs, I think, are now called bursts, not spreads. And that became an issue because in AD&D, the description was like the fireball bursts in a spread, or like it uses one of the terms, but that type of spell doesn't exist. Like in AD&D, they were all basically bursts. or all spreads. I can't remember. In 3.5, in 3.0 and 3.5, they finally split up bursts and spreads, so what could or could not go around walls. But in AD&D, this delineation in the rules didn't exist, so the fireball couldn't. You know what I mean? Like, they've slowly turned the fireball into what they've told everyone it was the whole time, but that's not what a fireball was. Geometry is hard. What up? How goes the fort? Honolulu, Roscoe! The fort is going well. We've been digging down this pit. We killed a zombie dragon earlier. It was... one of the military did it. I think Spider Venom. Was it Spider Venom? Or was it Admiral Wiley? One of these two killed a zombie dragon who burned down our above world. And the game crashed. Apparently looking at the above world is the bad thing. When was the last time it got saved? Does the game hate me? Why did you crash? I'm waiting for this to go away so I can launch the game again. This is usually the second part that finally goes away. Hello? Yeah, you're frozen. You can go away now. I'm going to close you. It's been a long time since we've had a crash in this game, and of course it's going to crash right when I'm doing something. Right. The real question is, how far back did that just put us? Who's the last person to get dwarfed? Actually, I have a copy of this now, don't I? Hold on. Who got dwarfed? Hekios wanted their dwarf's description. I did that. Someone got dwarfed. Who got dwarfed earlier? Banana, was it you, Banana? You exist, Banana. So whatever happened, at least we're beyond that. Okay. I gotta pay attention to the date. What I suspect happens is I tell it to zoom somewhere else right as the date changes. I'm guessing that that's what's happening occasionally. No, we're back before the freaking goblins even attacked.
It's the goblins. We've killed them all. They're here to die again. Goblin, 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 die, die, die.
Okay. Goblin time. Let's do the time warp again. All right. Well, the problem is this might... I think we were getting close to a seasonal change, but now we're like an entire thing out from a seasonal change. I should have saved after the fight. Do you mind going forward and dying for me? It's like not even that good of a trap, but they wander into it like morons. All right, they're running. Like, maybe if you were a big army, I would have actually bothered to kill you. Or fight you, I should say. But there's no reason. There's not enough of you. Don't let the other one get away. Did the other one run away? I think the other one flat out ran off. Okay. Well, that happened. I'm going to save this time. Just to get that out of the way. But yeah. And I mean, and I know that's kind of my go-to. Some of you who have been here since the NOM, basically. Some of you OG viewers have definitely heard me do that fireball argument before. But I mean, it applies to so many other spells too. Like, it's not even if I have an issue with newer editions of a game. It's not even that they fix things that didn't need to be fixed, or they make weird tweaks that didn't need to be made. It's that they do that and they don't bother to come up with the spells again. They just copy and paste it from the older version, leaving in these weird half rules. If you look at a bunch of forums for Pathfinder First Edition, because they left in so much stuff from D&D, you'll get these. You'll eventually run into a thing of them being like, "Well, Paizo never ruled on this, but this is copied and pasted from 3.5, and this is how 3.5 ruled on it. Like, this is how you solve this weird issue in spelling." And then for some reason, Paizo would just copy and paste it over and just didn't fix the issue, whatever the issue was. That's the kind of stuff that annoys me, is when you have things get carried over at once, but especially more than once, and they keep all the old grammatical errors and stuff in there, and then it's just not fixed for the new versions. So like maybe at some point in an older version, they did like an errata thread. Like, oh yeah, that would work XYZ. Don't worry about it. But then they copy it over to the new version, and they didn't just fix it. Meaning you theoretically have to get them to errata it again. If a thing has to get errated multiple times, then you're kind of being lazy, aren't you? Where was I in this? I think I was right here. I gotta re-thicken my river. My river is not feeling the thickness. It is an anti-thick river. A river of perpetual thin. I need to create a thing up here to store the wood in, just to get it off the map. That one was too much. I'll throw out a save again. Gotta go. Yeah, no problem, Hekios. Thank you for stopping by. I'm gonna be doing a strategy game on Monday. I don't know if you're one of my Monday viewers. It's gonna be like Hoy or something, I think, unless something comes up, because Wednesday is gonna be the RPG day. But thank you so much for stopping by. You have a good evening and you stay safe. How will you fish without a girthy river? Yeah, we don't need fish. Also, I'm not covering the entire river. All I'm trying to do is, this area had a fire start in it and it still spread over the river. So if I thicken the river, I'm hoping to prevent the fire from spreading again if we get attacked by another zombie dragon. I also need to thicken up this wall right here. I just can't let the trees touch. That's the only issue. If the trees can reach over the river, we got an issue. We can't let that happen. Bad trees. Very bad trees. I'm going to create a wood stockpile right here. Just to see if we can collect all the wood I was cutting down earlier from all the dead trees. Get them up off the map. All right, back down to where we were before. We lost a few layers on this. Bummer. And this one can go to here. That should be good. I'm going to turn on the vanilla music, because whenever there's a fight, the music program freaks out. I don't know why. And we'll be good to go. Yeah, hold on. So many of these things are just not worded. Oh, yeah. No, anyways, hold on. Part of the reason why I got stuck on this about things being worded properly from an earlier, way earlier statement about kineticists and people evaluating things, and they only are like raw damage and all the good jazz. Telekineticists, for some reason, is routinely viewed as like one of the absolute worst things. The absolute worst things. But like at a low level, they can create a wall. The wall can only takes one hit to get through the wall, and it creates a standard action. It takes a standard action to create this damn wall. And for some reason, people poo-pooed the wall. People were like, no, this is a dumb wall. Wall bad. But, and hear me out here. Everyone listen to me. One, it's a wall of force. It doesn't have much health, but it blocks line of effect, not line of sight. Very, very useful wall. It might take a hit to get through it, or 5% of the time it takes more. It has an AC of 5, meaning you could still roll a nat 1 and not get through it in one hit. 1. 2, if you're attacking, you're not moving. You might be able to get to a 5-foot step, but you're not charging. You're not getting far past it. It's a very good roadblock. It takes a standard action to create, but if you're setting up for a fight, particularly if you're in a hall, you can do standard action. You can just create wall. It's like a fantastic ability done for free. Now you might say, okay, but how long do they last? Like, it takes a standard action to put them up, and you're putting up like 6 walls. That's 6 rounds. Is that first wall going to wear out? No, they have unlimited duration. you can just only have like 6 of them at once. It's like your con mod plus half your class level, something like that. It's a fantastic ability. Whenever me and the people I'm playing with are keeping watch for their shift at night, I create a box around them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It only takes 1 hit to like get through it. I've jokingly referred to it as the wage cage in reference to everyone making fun of Amazon's little cry box that they made in the middle of their floors. But it doesn't block you getting spots, and it's a fucking pain in the ass for anyone to sneak up on you. You know? Now the thought, you know, is that, okay, well, the first round, you're not gonna be able to attack whoever it is. You can't necessarily hit whoever it is that you're seeing if you need to attack them, but you can do an attack roll and shatter the wall. You just punch the damn wall. Who cares? You know? Like, you can make the sounds of combat. So you give up if needed, if something has ambushed you, like, an attack. Especially if you're a ranged guy, you can just keep attacking. But it keeps you safe from an attack. It keeps you from getting sneak attacked. It prevents a spell from enchanting you. It is such a useful wall. I put that shit up every fucking night. It is like the most effective utility thing ever. And that's kind of the issue. A lot of these people who come up with like a meta for how a class needs to be played or what is strong, so on and so forth, they create metas around damage. When really what it should be is, like, it's not wrong, but you got to also have like a meta around utility. Too many of these things are like, it's only got some utility. In my opinion, the better the utility a class has, the stronger the class is. Sometimes you do just need raw damage output. Don't get me wrong. But these weird people that like poo-poo on utility, like they're not planning things around the idea that someone else can do something. They'll say no to a tank. They'll say no to a healer. They just want more DPS. Individually, more, like they're always like, well, are you gonna waste a round doing a heal or are you gonna just kill the thing? It's like, if I heal the guy killing the thing, it's the same. Does it matter? Like, I would rather have someone healing than another guy doing DPS. It never makes sense to me. Yeah. Dude, even before ritual casting, but yeah. Yeah, you can also ready it. Or people that are poo-pooing on Tower Shield Specialist. I'm doing a Tower Shield Specialist with I'm going down the Mobile Bulwark line. Mobile Bulwark and Crane Wing and then Master of Forms. Like, the idea that you don't have a tank in Pathfinder because you can't tank for other people, but there is an entire feat line that is designed around you helping tank for other people blows my mind. Mobile Bulwark, that covering shield nonsense, you're good to go. You just have your shield to create walls. You mix and match these little things together, you create a wall of force, and then you're behind it with your fucking tower shield, granting you total cover. They have to sit there. They have to sit there. They have to go through the wall. And then when you're behind the wall, you can have your shield doing total cover. Or you can be doing total defense. Like, total defense is good, but also them wasting an entire attack even better. Like, I just don't understand. I don't understand. Not everyone has to be doing the damage. Yeah. Every party needs a pooper. I built a bodyguard cavalier in a mythic game, and it gave me the option to give all allies within range of me +8 AC on every attack they are receiving. Yeah. Or make a wall of force horizontal. So I don't think you can make it horizontal. I think, like, the way it is described, the wall, is you have to pick an edge of a square, and it creates a wall on that edge. So I think the walls always have to be vertical. But, like I said, they have, like, 5 hit points, 5 AC, they're transparent, and they block line of effect. If I wasn't a telekineticist, they'd block line of sight too, but I think that would be kind of pointless because then you couldn't see outside of it. I'd rather see outside of it. No, but so then it gets up to telekineticist. And again, people are like, okay, well, you should do fire because fire can double their damage. Double damage, not something to sneeze at. But Telekineticist grabs Telekinetic Haul and Telekinetic Finesse, and they can rob you at like 30 to 480 foot range and carry like 8,000 pounds with their mind. This class is very weak. Don't mind me just carrying everything with my mind. Everything. It's weird scaling though. Level 1, 2, and 3, you can carry 5 pounds at a time because it is your level divided by 2, round down, times 5 pounds. That's how much you can carry with your telekinetic, like, carrying capabilities. So, how much do you think you can carry at level 4, chat? That's right. You go from 5 pounds to 400 pounds. Unless you take a point of burn, and then it's 4,000 pounds. Dumbest scaling. But, like, like, the 400 pounds you're carrying, it takes a standard action, right? It takes a standard action. But, like, you can still move. So you have your normal carrying capacity plus 400 pounds. The carrying is concentration, standard action. Whenever you're doing overland movement, you're moving 1 move action around. If you didn't know that's what that was, hustling for double speed, that's the equivalent of 2 move actions around. That's how it's doing its math in Pathfinder. So, level 4, you just increase your carrying capacity by 400. And depending upon how you argue how Telekinetic Hall's power-up works, you could just increase your carrying capacity by 4,000. But no, you could be doing fire and do an extra 2 damage per hit. I don't fucking know. What do I know? I'm just crazy. Like, I think if someone gave me an option like, hey, I'm torn between 2 things to do. I could carry thousands, I could carry multiple tons, or I could do 2 more damage. Yo, buddy, go carry that weight. Do you know how much shit is solved if you can just carry crap? Telekineticist dial. I don't. I'm gonna guess deal. Make a wall for us. Yeah, it needs to be on a surface too. Well, yeah, I mean it's on the edge of a square. So 2 tons, like big rocks and drop. Yeah. Now the only issue is that you'll see a bunch of threads of people arguing like, wouldn't I just rather do this? Because they've got crazy shit written for it. The more weight you, because your main attack is yeeting shit at people with your telekinesis. But they purposely wrote in, it doesn't matter how heavy your shit is, you don't do any more damage. For some reason. So if I whip this at you telekinetically, it'll do 2d6 plus 10 damage. If I whip 2 tons at you telekinetically, it'll do 2d6 plus 10 damage. For whatever reason. But yes, if you were just carrying something and you bring it into the air above them and then you drop it, they could potentially take more damage. The problem is the speed of you floating things. With extended range, you can only be floating things 140 feet away at level 4, I think. No, 110 plus 10 per level, so 150, I think that's what it is. 150 feet away, and you only float at 30 feet around. So it'd take you 4 rounds of movement to set up this trap. It would be an effective trap, don't get me wrong. Bear with me. Bear with me. It would take you about 4 rounds to set this up. And if for some reason Pathfinder kind of nerfed the amount of damage you get from dropping shit on people. If you look at the forums, that's what people are talking about. Like, at certain points, dropping shit on people, it does do more damage, particularly if it's like 400 or 4,000 pounds. You know, you'd be doing like 5d6 damage to this, and it'd be crushing, blah, 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 blah. You know what people just seem to ignore about dropping shit on people, though? It's an avalanche. If you get buried in crap, you got 3 turns before you dead. Due to lack of breathing, lack of air. Or 3 turns after you stop holding your breath. Pathfinder kind of gets weird on that. Either way, they're just not in the fight anymore. Like, again, because everyone is just so hemmed up on the idea of, like, what is meta, and they focus on damage. Like, yeah, in certain cases, dropping does more damage than hitting him with combat, but it takes 5 rounds to set up. But, like, if I'm preparing for a fight, or hell, even if I'm in the middle of a fight, like, I'm just sitting there in the middle, just getting beat up because I got a ton of con. And it takes me 2 rounds to get, like, 4 tons in the air. and then I drop it on you, like the landing might not do that much damage. Like it doesn't have to go 140 feet in the air. If I only bring it 30 feet above you and then drop 2 tons of loose gravel on you, you're suffocating. You have now been buried. Go to burial rules. Even if you hold your breath, you don't need to breathe. You're not getting out of that. Like I have removed you from the fight. And there's like no fucking proper amount of saves for this. Like, what are you going to do? Get out of the fucking way? Go ahead. I'll just pick up the same pile of loose dirt, move it above you 30 feet diagonally, and drop that shit again. Because the act of dropping it for that round is just me not focusing. So it's free action. If you dodge out of the way, I do the standard to reposition it above you diagonally, and then a free action to drop it again. Once you get it close enough and into position, that guy is just dodging for the rest of his life until you've fucking buried him and killed him. But that's my point, though. No one like environmental damage, utility. Like, I don't give a fuck if my direct blast is only half as effective as a fire's. Or can only be half as effective. Who cares? And this is low level shit. At high level, you get like invisibility, super invisibility. People who detect invisibility can't see your ass. You're fucking flying around. You're going to the ethereal plane. You're hauling 20,000 pounds. You've got a fucking force field that retroactively makes people miss. I love that, by the way. That actually saved my ass. So every element gets an ability on Kineticist. Every element gets a defensive ability. And it's themed to the element. If you're fire, the more burn or the more non-lethal damage that you've accrued, the more damage someone gets for hitting you with natural attacks because your body's on fire. You're a firebender. You maintain the fire on your body. And it's a decent amount of damage. It's like your level plus half your level per point of burn you have. So if you have 4 burn, it's like 3 times your level and damage every time for free. Every time they hit you with like a natural attack, double it if they grapple you. It's fucking amazing. The Kineticist, also rated this weak for some fucking reason, is you get your level plus half your level of point of burn in temporary hit points. Now remember, everyone else is losing health to power their shit. Whereas at the beginning, you lose your health to power back having health. Because the more points of burn you have, the stronger you get with later effects. It's weird. You want to be in pain. Maybe they're masochists. So you get your health back, flat out. 1. 2, if they do an attack whose damage is only in this special pool of temporary hit points, it retroactively counts as a miss. You don't get poisoned. You don't get any other effective attack. If they hit you and they only roll enough damage that it is equal to your temporary hit points from this effect or less, never mind, retroactively, that counts. You take the damage, but like any extra effect of this happens on a hit doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. Nope, sorry. Sucks to be you. Doesn't happen. And those hit points heal back at a point of 1 per minute. If they do get lost, they're always the first one's hits. You can't get extra temporary hit points from somewhere else and be like, oh, I got even more super health. But it's a free heal that you get back. It's the first point's hit. And if they don't get all the way through it, it retroactively counts as a miss. I had a dude swing at me with a claw. I only had 5 points in my shield. He did 5 damage. Guess what? I lost my shield, but I didn't have to roll the save on his poison. Because everything else counted as if it was a miss. And yet people are like, oh, but the fire one, he would have taken like 32 damage. Or actually, I think at that point, it would have only been 8 damage. So I lost the ability to deal him 8 damage for that hit, but I also didn't have to save on the poison that was making everyone unconscious. I'd rather be living. As I'm saying, like I would love to DM. If any of you, like, if we could set up some permanent thing, I don't know, other Twitch people, if I could set up for a regular thing, that'd be great. But I feel like I just have massive disagreements with meta people, I guess. I don't know. Do you even lift? Gotcha. Yeah, you steal it and give it to your employer. So muleback cords and ant hull work with a telekineticist in that they work as they normally do. That's why I was keeping it a separate number. Ant hull and muleback cords work to increase your carrying capacity. What you're carrying with telekinesis is never counted against your carrying capacity. So you could not use muleback cords to count as if your strength is 8 higher, I think it is, for carrying capacity, because the stuff you're carrying with telekinesis is never based upon your strength to begin with. It's just its own separate thing of whatever you are telekinesising. So like I said, it's 100 pounds per level. So your carrying capacity goes up by 100 pounds every time you level up. However, it has this weird thing that says if you spend a point of burn, i.e. you take your current level's worth of non-lethal damage that you cannot heal for this day, it increases to 1,000 pounds per level. Now, there is a disagreement online that Pathfinder never fixed. They never really ruled on appropriately, because the next sentence says, and your duration increases to 1 minute per level. The normal duration of the effect is concentration. So does that mean you now have a proper duration? Like this is an actual argument of... It says it increases your duration to 1 minute per level. So if you do this, does it cost a point of burn every your level in minutes to reactivate? Because, or could you just, as long as you maintain concentration, is it your concentration? And then once you stop concentrating, it only lasts an amount of minutes per your level afterwards. Like, could you set up something to float and it stay there? Sounds like that would be a good effect. If the second one is true, do you have to pay the point of burn after that timer runs out? Do you have to pay it each and every time you activate this extra carrying capacity? Every other effect on Kineticist written like this, you pay it once, you've unlocked your extra ability for the entire day. Like kinetic jump or kinetic acrobatics. There's this one that gives you a +10 once a day, but if you spend a point, it lasts all day for jumping purposes. There are a bunch that you pay the point and you get it all day. This one does not specifically point out that you get the effect all day. So you end up with this weird thing of, do you keep the effect as long as you're concentrating? If that's how you're going to rule. So admittedly, there is this weird issue with telekinetic haul where it's how long can you carry the thousands of pounds per day? So if you're not willing to have that sort of argument or discussion with your DM, or you just want to let that slide, then you still have the hundreds of pounds per level per day. That point is never in contention. In which case that is just an extra amount, hundreds of pounds in addition to your carrying capacity. It is not to be added with your carrying capacity because it's not based upon your strength. Either it is on you, you are carrying it with your strength, or you are braining it in the air. These are two different carrying capacities. Yeah, they'll be prone and trapped. That's what I'm saying. Dude, burying someone is such a fucking pro move. If you can just bury someone and shit, you're good. But like I said, if you look at any of the forums or anyone talking about this, they're always like, fire gets blue flame and it means you get to do double damage. Telekineticist never gets to increase their damage, so it's just weak. And it's like, at level 4, I can literally avalanche you at will. Because, by the way, it's not just like you have to pick up an object. I know a bunch of you were like, oh, 400-pound boulder. No, it says you can pick up 400 pounds worth of loose items, like sand. It even says you can turn it into a solid bowl and pick up 400 pounds of, like, water. Like, you can whatever you want, just equal the fucking weight. So, also, let's say there's a big fire happening in the forest. Let's say there's a DM who has decided to rule that a fireball is, in fact, a giant explosion of fire, and it auto sets forests on fire, because I've heard that story way too many damn times. Yeah, if there's a nearby pond, you can just telekinesis 400 pounds of water at a time and fucking do, like, the helicopter thing and just put out the fire. Like, no problem. In a regular game, how would you even be able to do that? That's like a ton of water you would need. Telekinesis do that shit at will. Like okay, cool, whatever, water. Yeah, as long as the water's nearby, of course. That would be your one issue. The barrel mancer is literally what you're describing, dropping heavy objects on foes for massive damage. Oh, I love doing telekinesis in Divinity. Damn, I like the source 2 metric tons of sand. No reason. Luckily for me, I'm kind of close to being able to do that. There's a desert near where we're camping out. Our game, it's like a weird kind of it's like a post-apocalyptic campaign setting, but like super post-apocalyptic. Not like, oh, you guys just survived the apocalypse. It's like, no, the apocalypse appears to maybe have happened like 100 years ago. like almost a Fallout sort of a situation. Like we're going out and we're like, what the fuck is happening out here? Like there's like Starfinder like enemies happening. Like we can't use anything involving technology, but it's like, oh, this area makes you super sick. There's weird metal over there. It's radiation poisoning. It's like you can't go. You over there, you're feeling sick, and you're gonna have to start doing rolls if you get closer. Things like that. So like it's a trippy game so far. Hold on.
The forgotten beast Ninpei has come. A huge warthog with external ribs. It has 3 stubby horns and it undulates rhythmically. Its burnt umber hair is short and even. Beware its poisonous gas. Who's ready?
Who's ready for Forgotten Beast Showdown? Hold on. Ever hear back from Mum? Never heard back from Mum. That's kind of not great. All right, who is fighting in today's fight club? Ninpei is on floor 115, meaning Ninpei is fighting Sarek. For everyone who has forgotten, Sarek is the great quadruped composed of zinc that has poisonous vapors. We had the poisonous zinc quadruped who took out our last reigning champion. He'll be fighting Ninpei, the poison gas warthog. All right, let me set up the fight. I always forget which one of these chat bots I have to be in to do this. /prediction. Not this chat bot, that's for certain. OBS's chat thing, that'll do it. /prediction. Yeah, Zarek, the zinc quad of poison versus Ninpei, the warthog of poise. Warthog of poise. All right, guys, I'm going to start this submission in a few seconds. I'm going to do a countdown so everyone has proper time to do it. Your choices are who will win. Sarek, the zinc quadruped with poisonous vapors, or Ninpei, the warthog of poisonous gas. I'm going to start the prediction in 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, wait, sorry. Go. I always forget there's a confirmation screen. Yes, it is Fight Club. Put in your points. Who's going to be channel rich? Who's going to be channel poor? We got 30 points. We got 50 versus 500. Ninpei's in the lead, 50 to 120. A lot of you are putting your points in on Sarek. I don't think you guys have faith in him. Someone had faith in him. 9,200 points to 500. No, I don't have a doorbell. 10,165 to 1,121. 10 to 1 on Sarek winning is what we have here on the spread. I think is what the term is. I'm not much for betting, so I don't know what the terms are. I think it's called the spread, right? Nah, that might be something else. Either way, 10 to 1. About every point you bet on Ninpei gets you back 10 points right now on Sarek. 10,165 to 1,621. No one has faith in our Warthog boy. I guess you're all zinc lovers. Everyone here, you collected zinc when you were in elementary school, didn't you? You're like, zinc, it's the best metal. Did you know it's in some of your coins? I bet you didn't. Idiots. I think it's zinc. I know pennies are no longer pure copper. They have something in them. I think it's zinc. Some of you are some penny lovers. You're like, inside every great penny is a zinc quadruped of poison. I just find meta people in anything very soul-sucking. Like, I want to play Stardew Valley with some friends, and one of them want to be like god-tier efficient and meta, so they want a bunch of resources and shit done in the first few days for maximum money. So here's the thing. When it comes to Stardew, I kind of want to do the same thing, but only because I like growing the berries. Like, I want to be super efficient in the first spring so I can get those damn summer berries. And that's like it. Like, I've routinely been able to get Stardew Valley basically done in the first year, but like, really, my main goal in that is just because I want those fucking summer berries. I love having nothing in spring, and then summer hits, and like fucking 13 days in the summer, I'm like, I'm a millionaire, bitch. Screw this town. What do you want? I'm gonna buy it. All right. Let us see who will win Fight Club. We're going to focus on a challenger because it's always a challenger who tracks down the reigning champ. If he even decides to go over there. Come on. He's going the wrong way first. Oh, he's got to go over here, I think. Is that him? Actually, maybe I'm the one that's wrong. Hold on. Hold on, this is where Ninpei is. Where is Sarek? No, I was right. Sarek is over there. Right? Are they right by each other? Am I wrong? Oh, no, he's an entire thing over. That's what's confusing me. He's got to go right. I was right. He's got to go right. He came up in the middle. Sarek's to the east. All right, he's going to get lost to the west a little bit, but eventually they always come out. Yeah, I don't necessarily want to meta Stardew. That first month, though, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't one of those crazy, like, trying to be efficient, weird little, like, efficiency, just every fucking dollar I can. Problem is, I end up, like, literally just spending all my time farming until I get those sprinklers, just because it gets you the most money. I just want to be rich and then buy everything. I also love pigs. The pigs are the fun ones. All the other ones, you gotta like fucking milk them and stuff. You're like, oh my God, did I talk to this one? Yeah, I got milk. You get a pig, you put the little fat bastard outside, you come back the next morning, there's truffles everywhere. It's fucking fantastic. I love the pigs. Can telekinesis contain an amount of water in a set volume and superheat it? Not directly. Nothing in telekinesis says that you can shrink it to apply an extra pressure to increase a heat. There is nothing though in it that says it can't contain hot, like there's nothing that's saying it can't contain magma. It's force effect. It's a wall of force. Just shaped as you see fit. And remember, with telekinetic finesse, you can go far as to rob people. It says you can do anything as finessable as hands and stuff like that. So if you've got points in stealth and stealing and stuff, you can rob people. Again, doesn't matter really what all it is. So if you could find a way to heat the water, that would be good. What you could do if you were comboing with another kineticist, you know, God forbid, if you have a fire kineticist, they have a utility effect that people don't rate that high that says you can increase the temperature in your immediate area by 5 degrees per level, capping out at 100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's not boiling, but it is kind of hot / semi-scalding. So you could literally like put him in there like he was trying to make a fucking jacuzzi. He could get that water up to 120 degrees and then you dump that water on someone. That could work. I don't know how else you would effectively boil the water. Like the only thing I know of that sets a specific temperature near him is the pyrokineticist. And again, most people don't think it's that strong because if you do that, if you increase the temperature, it creates a 20% mischance. But anyone who's immune to fire ignores that mischance. So it routinely gets rated low. Because like, well, the mischance, anyone could just see through it. So it doesn't like fire immunity is one of the strongest, most common things in the game anyways. So whatever, you know, no point. And it's like, I don't give a fuck about the mischance. 120 degrees is 120 degrees. Why are we sleeping on 120, you know? Bet you wish you were Marie. Yeah, it gets tiring. It's not even this. Half the metafiends know are just all numbers and fishes, so nobody else in the friend group, who cares? Yeah. Like I said, I'll have a conversation. Like if anyone wants to have a conversation on pure efficiency, I've had some of those before. Like I have no qualms knowing about what's most efficient, but it doesn't, just because it's the most efficient doesn't mean like it's the solution you have to do. Like I said, if you want to break down the elements, I think it still holds up in Pathfinder, but the acronym I always use is SALIF. SALIF. Or if you want to do it inverse, it'd be PHILAS. But whatever, it's Sonic, Acid, Lightning, Ice, Fire. That is the order of the elements and their effectiveness. On the fire end of it, it is the most commonly resisted / immune, and it does like the least amount of things to unattended objects. You get all the way up to acid, which has like the least amount of things immune to it, and it does full damage to objects, to all objects. And then you get to sonic, which does like full damage to all objects except crystalline, which it does double damage to. And also, like, there's only 1 or 2 creatures in the entire game that resist or are immune to sonic damage. And one of them is like a not intelligent creature called a Distraction. It's like a dinosaur that just screams at you. Like, if you really want to be going around it. But like, that doesn't mean that I'm not going to have a dude yeeting fireballs. That shit's funny. If you yeet it correctly. You must be correct about your fireball yeetage. put my money on Warthog because I'm contrarian. Did you know zinc starts with a Z? I think Nin pays the best metal. I want the greenhouse because I can make my favorite veggies. Yeah, dude, this is true too. Wait 3 years when 1 year is just... Why wait 3 years when you're 1 year? Yeah. Have to follow. I just hoard in all games. Like, you are making an artifact? There better not be an adamantine in it. Ishtan Stib Murphy Cod, the Dwarven Child, has created Kodor Rungak, a jagged chicken bone right gauntlet. She claims as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Cog Mindfulton. Where are you? Kodor Rungak, the Dawn of Skunks, a jagged chicken bone right gauntlet, worth 55,320 dwarf bucks. This is a jagged chicken bone right gauntlet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with tapered baguette cut tanzanites, studded with iron, and encircled with bands of durian wood. The object menaces with spikes of chicken bone. On the item is an image of forgotten beasts and moss opal. On the item is an image of dwarves in granite. The dwarves are laboring. Excuse me. The artwork relates to the foundation of ManGear by the Girder of Indignation of the past palace in the early spring of the year 5. On the item is an image of Romance Contained, the jagged adamantine high boot in granite. On the item is an image of dwarves in chicken leather. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of ManGear by the Girder of Indignation of the past palace in the early spring of the year 5. Well, at least he didn't use up any of my adamantine. I'm fine with him. Come on, Ninpei. Come out of that corner. I don't know why they always spend so much time in here. I just hoarded all games to keep like 70 pages of potions and stuff. Shwing. I was in my first cow 186 because the conversation minigame is annoying. Which one does 186 get you? Chicken's less so. Space Heater. Bro, that at least survived Icewind Dale without any issues. Yeah. But like I said, it's routinely kind of like, if you look at some things like, you can get better. You can get better missed chances other ways. You know, this is good, but not great. Like, I almost think that that's like a must-have. Just the ability to be like, it's 120 degrees. And you can turn this on and off at will. It's not like it's a permanent effect. You can be like, it's 120 degrees now. No, it's not. No, it's 120 degrees. No, it's not. 120. 70. 120. 70. Like, it's so much useful. Dude, if you were to do like a stealth character, you could crawl up under someone's floorboards or something, depending upon the quality of their house, and then just set yourself to 120 and slowly heat up their house just to freak them out. Because there's no fire anywhere. Dude, if you're in your house and it starts getting to 120 degrees, you're going to start freaking the fuck out. You're going to be like, what the fuck is going on? I don't know why you do this. Either a distraction or to get a guy out of the room. Either way, it would work. Like, that shit would be fucking awesome. Can telekinesis pull enemy weapons out of their opponent's hands and hold them just barely out of reach? Technically. Under weapon finesse, under telekinetic finesse and something else, you can do disarm checks and steal checks. So, yes, but not at the beginning of the game. I don't, the initial telekinetic grab base ability cannot on its own. There is, it should technically be. Again, there's I found multiple people arguing over it because the problem is it copies Mage Hand. Mage Hand says it can only grab, this is for people trying to fly actually. Mage Hand says it can only grab unattended objects. Whereas when this thing says it functions as Mage Hand, except it can grab one object. It doesn't say unattended, so there is arguments in the forums as to whether or not the item you are grabbing has to be unattended or not. However, whenever you get telekinetic finesse, it says that your telekinetic force is finessable and as, you know, phonetic, whatever the word would be, as your own hands, so you can do steal and other such checks. It doesn't say that you can now, and like disarm and stuff, it doesn't say that now you can do attended objects. So like half of it wouldn't work. The reason why this came up is someone was talking about there are a lot of threads on this, by the way. On Telekinetic Hall, if you could fly yourself. Now later on, the kineticist gets a thing called telekinetic fly or something like that, where you can in fact make yourself fly. The idea being, well, I can do thousands of pounds. Why don't I just get like a big piece of wood, carry that shit, and then I stand on it, which is not at all the same as flying. There's like a great many downsides to this. And there's a lot of people like, no, because wizards don't get fly until level 5, and you cannot possibly ever have an effect before a wizard does. That ruins the game. And a lot of the main argument that being of once you're on it, this piece of wood, it's now attended, which is not at all how attended works normally, but for the sake of argument, this is what they say. And the counter to that I found funny was technically if that is what you're going with is something under an effect of something being attended, that means Mage Hand could never grab anything, because once you've grabbed something with Mage Hand, you've now made that item attended. So Mage Hand immediately stops working. Like, it doesn't make sense. So then those arguments boil down into, okay, the spell can only target unattended things, but if afterwards it happened to become attended, well, then you're still good. Meaning that it would work if you grabbed a door telekinetically and then, or whatever, and then stood on it. That would work. So there's extra steps to it. But my point is, it's not even fly. There are downsides to it, but I gotta do some push-ups. Bear with. Let me tuck my pants into my shirt, my shorts, my shirt and my shorts. I don't want to get caught out by Twitch. Twitch is gonna go after my male nipples. 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 3, 5, 1, 2, 3, 7, 2, 3, 8, 2, 3. Not gonna lie, I think I lost track of what I was doing. Only like 3 of them in there. I think 3 of them were like not great. It's Render is followed. Thank you so much for following.
Thank you so much.
Hold on. 1, the game has its music going. 2, it just saved. 3, the channel redeems for push-ups have been completed. 4, the follower, it's Render. Thank you so much for following. If you wish to be one of the dwarves, there is a channel redeem. It costs 1 whole point. I couldn't make it free, but it'll run a number generator so I can name one of the dwarves after you. If you're just here to look, that's fine. If you were care to be interested in one of the dwarves, go ahead and click that button. Hold on. So to your question earlier, Hellfire, technically as it stands, yes, but you might need to get a different class ability to make it allow you to do so. But there are people on the internet who argue that you're not allowed to play the game, which kind of makes it weird. So, like, the thing that I found the most plausible, you know, in between all the different arguments is, with haul, you could grab something, a door, and if your total weight was less than what you could haul, you could grab it while you were on it and move it. Here's the issue. Fly, you can like double move, so you're going 60. With this telekinetic haul, you're only going like 30 around, and it takes you a standard action to do that. So if anyone hits you and you lose concentration, you just fall out the fucking sky. If someone else is on your platform with you and something happens to cause a bounce check and they fail the bounce check, they just fall the fuck over. Like, there's like, it's not fly. It's like, you can fly. It's a very weak version of fly. But there were people who got angry at it. It was the weirdest thing if you look through the forums. Like, half of the arguments, if you try to see like how a rule works, is people arguing raw, read as written, rye, read as intended, and people being like, but that would make it better than my meta choice. And you can't be better than my meta choice. Your interpretation's wrong. It can't be strong. If your idea is strong, then my idea is weak, and I can't be weak. So, yeah. The real issue is Paizo never, like, on some of these, never weighed in to be like, okay, this is what the answer is. So, like, that argument for telekinetic haul, can you kind of make yourself half fly, was first paused in like 2015. You can find a forum thread from 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. I think there was one in 2019. They never fucking answered it. Yes, dude, we are all waiting for that Steam version. It's gonna be fucking amazing. 25 for its render. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 2, 3, 4, 15, 4, 2, 3, 4, 20, 5, 2, 3, 4, 25. It's Rinder, you are an engraver. Why is my phone beeping all of a sudden? I never heard back from my mom. I'm hoping her stuff got fixed. I never heard back from her. I've had my phone here the whole time. She was supposed to try to call back. God, I hope nothing bad happened. She was the one who was having IT problems before stream, everyone. Hopefully it's been fixed. All right, we got you in as an engraver. By the way, just so everyone coming in new who isn't tracking, I know we're kind of following this monster right now for Fight Club. It's this thing we do. But we're doing a base. We're doing 4 mini bases split about 30 Z levels apart. The top base does wood. The second base does jewelry, sand, that sort of thing. Third base does stone, and the bottom base does lava. So we're needing to double up on certain jobs we wouldn't need to do. Like we need like 8 farmers. Because the idea is that each farmer should only be in their own area. And they'll be tending to their own food. Like they shouldn't be going back and forth a lot. That's what the haulers, we're gonna have dedicated haulers to do stuff like that. That's what they're for. Tachulu wants his dwarves description. Curses wants his dwarves relations. Okay, hold on. Curses, yours is first. Curses, you are related to Condom Model the First, who is your husband. Your only son is an unnamed dwarf who is currently a doctor. You pray to Nokor Ostar Vukok, which is his name translates to Nokor Buried Urn, a deity of the past palace. He most often takes the form of a rotting male dwarf, and he is associated with death. Wade Master the First is a close friend of yours, and you are kind of friends with 2 other unnamed engravers. Everyone else is a passing acquaintance or worse to you. Tachulu wanted to know his description again. Tachulu the Second recently thought, I want to spend time with family. I'm lonely because they were bored being unable to practice a craft for too long. I got to start fixing that on these people. Tachulu the Second has the appearance of somebody that is 76 years old and is one of the first of their kind. Tachulu is broad-bodied and very fat. Their hair is quite sparse. Their extremely long hair is tied in a ponytail.
Grunk is a dwarf flat on his back, with a mug in one hand, a hammer and a hat. Grogan be his name, for it is quite fat.
Their sunken brass eyes are slit. Hello, Grogran. Their eyelashes are extremely long. Their somewhat tall ears are slightly flattened. Their eyebrows are slightly low. Their hair is saffron, and their skin is sepia. Tachulu is tough and agile, but slow to heal and quick to tire. Tachulu II likes dacite, copper, dendritic agate, or agate, giant eye leather, gauntlets, backpacks, crowns, dogs for their loyalty, cardinals for their coloration, lesser yam plants for their tubers, the words of the righteous saffron, and the sight of the embraced tulip. When possible, they prefer to consume bat ray, dwarven cheese, rye beer, and tomatillos, though they absolutely detest flies. They have a very good creativity, a great feel for the surrounding space, and an ability to read emotions fairly well. But they have little willpower, an iffy sense for music, poor analytical abilities, and a poor ability to manage or understand social relationships. They dream of raising a family someday. Grogran, how it goes? Grogran, if you test it, you might die. Shh. Don't tell the game you're still alive. You wouldn't want anything bad to happen. We good? There we go. Thank you, Grogran, for paying for your sub with viewer time.
RN Strategist gifted a tier 1 sub to Grogran.
Yes, that's right. I don't care too much about the subs on my channel. I just really love your viewership time, guys. I think most of those bots that are like, oh, get prime subs, get this, get that, they're all wrong. None of those are metrics I give a fuck about. You guys being here watching is the greatest thing. Though I shan't say no to an occasional sub. An occasional nature-born sub. I don't know what the term would be. Found in the wild sub. I've also already tested. I'm still alive according to the bot. Just people who sit here and listen to you. I get it. Free range sub. Yes, the free ranged. What was it talking about? Telekinetic Hall, finesse. You had a statement of, so, wait, why not RAF? Rule is fun. So here's the thing. That's never gonna happen. Every DM tries to DM under the rule of like, the rule of cool. You know what I mean? Like every DM's going to like DM under that idea. Rule of cool is essentially rules is fun. Makes sense. Routinely gonna be what happens. However, you are never going to find anyone in a forum that does that because the forums are filled, absolutely filled. Like all the answers are going to come from people who are going to be like, this is the only way to play the game, and I'm going to convince you it's the only way to play the game. And if I convince enough of you it's the only way to play the game, then it'll become the only way to play the game, and I'll be the greatest. So, like, you'll find people who are rules is fun people who will ask questions, but routinely on any forum for rules questions, your answer is just going to be rule of cool people. That's all it's going to be. Now, if they try to leave, they did. That tells me I don't have the guineas all set to in here. These guineas must have been born somewhere. We will assign them like so, and they should be good. They'll get put back in there. Grogrin said, who have I killed? Grogrin, you have killed 1 female goblin in ManGear, 3 male goblins in ManGear, and 1 female capybara in ManGear. The forums are for neckbeards. This is true. Of course, the funny thing is at the time I talk about this is routinely because I'm always off cycle of trimming mine down. Yeah, those stupid neckbeards. I do have to trim this again. I'm always torn between, like, it grows too much and I end up going neckbeardy, or like I trim it and then like this area and this area always look like small. Like I need the neckbeard area to like hide the gap in the red part of the beard. If I don't have the red beard, like this becomes way too noticeable. RPG forums are filthy dens of villainy and treachery. 9% of them are full of no games that have pushed everyone away. Yeah, you're not wrong. But I'm trying to remember like a bunch of the crazy shit. If you have it, like flat out, if any of you do Pathfinder First Edition, I don't know how this applies in other editions, but you've been doing a bunch of the classes and they're all kind of samey or whatever, it like blows my mind that you could go play Kineticist and then like play Kineticist 4 times back to back, but each time pick a different element. I swear to God, the Kineticist is like each element is a completely different class. It blows my mind how varied a Kineticist is, but every other class has all their archetypes that don't like hardly change anything. Like they really don't. The difference between a tower shield specialist and a regular fighter is, are you going to be swinging or are you holding a fucking tower shield? The difference between some of the barbarians is just how loud do you yell and what do you do when you're angry? Like it doesn't really change much. The air Kineticist is like, they get abilities that only air Kineticists get. And these aren't even like archetypes. They're flying around at range, like sniping people with lightning. The fire dude is doing tons of damage, close range AoE. The water dude is like healing everyone and rezzing them, sometimes like hurting themselves or hurting the person they're healing. So like the water Kineticist becomes this weird like assassin person where you keep purposely force healing someone until they get knocked unconscious, which is like an absurd idea, but fucking hilarious. Like this like mad doctor person who knocks you out with their healing. Aether, mostly just like force. The level 20 penultimate ability of a telekineticist, the one of Aether, the one of force, is he just makes a city. It's called like Aether Architect or Telekinetic Architect, and you just make an entire city made of force. That's just your penultimate ability. Just, okay, here's a city. Here you go, we're done. Maybe not a full city. We'll say like a little village or something. He's still. You just make buildings. Like, here you go. Here's a barn. Here's a impenetrable barn made out of walls of force. Like, whatever. You have Void. That's all gravity and inflict curses. And they're necromancers. They can summon and control undead. Like, each and every one of them plays completely differently. It's fucking crazy. But at level 7 and level 12, I think, you can get your element, and you can either double down on your element to like really make your element strong, or you can get another element and mix them together. There's one of the kineticists is wood. Wood blows, like flat out. A bunch of people say it, and I'll mostly agree with them. Wood kind of blows by itself. The whole point of wood, though, is you mix wood with a different element, and it makes your wood better. So if you mix like wood, you get like Phyto Explosion or some shit. You can shoot positive energy. You mix it with fire, now you can shoot like burning fire. And then later on, the point of the wood one is they get like four tree ant golems a day. And if you have fire mixed in, one of them becomes like a fire tree ant. And they like do fire attacks. If you get like water or earth, they can like start gliding through the stone. It's called like Summer Army or Summer Blast, Winter Blast, Spring Blast, Fall Blast. And if you get like 2 or 3 of these together, you can have like multiple different types of generals in your like wood golem army of the different elements you have, which is just hilarious. So yeah, wood by itself is like genuinely, I can't argue it that much, is kind of like one of the weakest. If you're doing an undead game, it is like bar none the strongest. It just slaughters the undead, just completely decimates the undead. But like I said, its strength is kind of supposed to be a support to like a lot of the other core things, the fire, ice, lightning, and dirt ones. Wood is like a secondary to them, and you get like, you become like a general of these like golems, and you do shit in trees and crap. Really useful. What I want of you? Nothing. I don't want anything from you. I know you'd like me to do that, but I do this every year, and every year what I do is I use you to get rid of my old clothing. You are my laundry. Stop asking me what I want to give you. Okay, those X's are already going in. What else can we put in here? I want to give him all my damage. All my damage gear. I don't want it anymore. Take my crap. I don't want it. Give me money for crap. So I'm going to sell you garbage. I'm going to sell you garbage you've not seen. How much damage clothing do we have? Holy crap. You're just a battle axe. You're not garbage. Like, that's what I don't want to do. I would just go down, except for occasionally there's like clothing in here. Or not clothing, there's toys and shit. There's non-clothing in this list. Which really annoys me. All right, yeah, trade all that. Let's get rid of our dumb clothing we don't need anymore. So the neck stuff, parts of my beard just never grows back. That is a thought too. Just be the hidden neck beard. You know, like don't work, like never shave the neck beard, but also get it lasered off so you don't have to, you know, put in the effort of not being a neck beard. Oh shit, you're right. Everyone's still alive. They have not found each other yet. Oh. Denpei is still wandering lost. I can't believe we forgot about Fight Club. And we forgot about it. It wasn't me. We all forgot about it together. We cannot blame me. Sarek is still waiting for Fight Club. No one ever plays Necromancers right in Pathfinder. They always forget to give their army magic arms and armor. I think my two favorite like bad guys to play are never like major number one bad guys. They're always essentially support characters, because I think support characters make some of the meanest bad guys, some of the absolute worst. Like, okay, so on one hand, real quick, just two examples. One hand, your stereotypical necromancer, right? You and your friends, you go into the cave, boom, you're gonna fight the necromancer. Necromancer goes, and he does this evil cackle, and he brings up a bunch of skeletons. Maybe there's like a zombie dragon or some shit. Like this is like really the final fight. You know, it's like, okay, cool. You get through this stuff, you really don't have to worry about it. Or you're like, okay, like there's no moral gray area, for instance. You're just here to get rid of the dude. Like you're here to get rid of the necromancer, one and done, bad guy, bad for the world, whatever. Okay? Now follow this shit. You go in there, you go to take on the bad guy. Who's the fucking bad guy? He's a bard. The big bad dude who's gonna do you in is a bard. He doesn't call out a bunch of skeletons or whatever. He calls out a bunch of townsfolk. Low level, medium level, high level, it doesn't matter. Because the bard, even though he's doing something bad is happening, he goes around and he helps people with his support abilities and stuff and his glibness. You know, he has the diplomacy. He can convince anyone to like him. So he's convinced them all that he's the good guy. Now, not only are you not fighting weak zombie skeletons, in like even dragon zombies are going to be kind of weak. You know, they all have weaknesses. You're fighting people. So each one they fight could be a completely different class with a completely different strategy. And they're all fighting together. And what does he do in the back instead of laughing? He starts monologuing. The necromancer's monologue is, there's no point in you fighting me. The bard's monologue is everything your party's done wrong the entire game. He just sits there and destroys your party's morale the entire time, telling them how bad they are. Difference? Necromancer, you could ignore. Bard? He has perform oratory. His monologue is giving every single one of those people a buff to fight your team. The longer he's there, the worse it is, because every one of these fucking civilians is beating their ass. So what are they gonna do? Are they just gonna try to avoid them and go to the bard? These are wizards. These are barbarians. These are archers. Like a zombie, a skeleton, or something, you can kind of like get around it and try to see if you can snipe the boss. These are all intelligent people. Some of them are like just almost as high level as your players are. Maybe only like 2 levels down with magical gear and shit. That is a far better prepared fight. And the whole time, like I said, the bard is just the whole time doing like buffing songs and shit like that. And then what happens when you get near him? He does one of those penultimate songs they can do. He just gives you a heart attack. He's like, no, you're the fucking worst. You've killed so many people. I am nowhere close as evil as you. And then because of the magical effect of bard songs, oh, you feel real sad, and your dude has to do a fort save or die because he got close to the bard. And what does the bard do? He goes back to fucking trash talking everyone else. Like, that is a far worse boss fight. That is a please stop, what a dick. Maximize empowered Baja Blast, Pathfinder Bard, how terrifying. Are we the baddies? Yeah! Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the support roles make for far better NPCs and baddies than they've ever made for player characters. And 3.5, like, there's not, like, you can play whatever you want, but 3.5 is like one of the few things I'm like, there's no point as a player to really play a Bard. Sorry, any other class just would have been better. If you want to, go ahead, but the Bard doesn't do anything really good in 3.5. I've only seen 2 builds with Bard I thought was like really fucking good. But as an NPC who can afford to get rid of a Bard, oh, dude, what if the Bard is like a rock band? What if the Bard has like a rock band and he's just singing at you, but each member of the band is a different Bard, so they're all doing different buffs? There's nothing that says that 4 Bards can't be giving you different Bard bonuses. They just can't overlap. Yet, like, what if your final boss is just a metal band? And you're fighting like a bunch of people and everything is fucking just against them. By the way, Sarek was not waiting anymore for Ninpei. Yep, they are. They. I'm only seeing one at a time. I'm slightly confused. Are they both here? Okay, Sarek. Yeah, Sarek and Ninpei have now officially fought. The fight is on. Our story will have to be put on hold as we see who wins the Forgotten Beast Fight Club. I will say, first off, let me see if anyone's gotten poisoned. I love trying to figure out what their poisons are. He's not been poisoned yet. He has not been poisoned yet. All right, we got a lot of poisons flying around. I think most of it just didn't do anything. I'm not even entirely sure. Oh, this guy's climbing onto the tree. Is he? Why can't I see him? This is Sarek. I just can't look at Sarek. Why can't I look at Sarek? It says he's down here, but if I go down here, I don't see him. Where the fuck is he? He's there somewhere. All right, now he's moved. None of them have gotten poisoned yet. Ninpei's taking damage to his tail, and Sarek has just been dented all over. He's made out of pewter or some shit, right? So he never really heals. Oh, where did Ninpei go? There's Ninpei. All right, we're still going. They just keep trying to poison each other, and they keep running back and forth. Problem is, I'm suspecting that they're both immune to poison. Because they're both poison people. So are they just immune to poison? Because none of these people are falling for the other person's poison. Oh, Ninpei's getting worse. Ninpei's taking damage. I can't tell on Sarek. I can try looking real quick. We can see if he's... Is anything denting him? Do we see anything about being dented? Bruising the fat is him attacking the other way. I can't tell. The problem with him having permanent... Oh, no. Yep, he's been dented a few times. He is getting dented up a lot. He's getting damage. Okay. So he has been accruing damage, Sarek has. So the real question is, will it collapse first? Denting or blood or flesh? What is the stronger body? Ninpei's gotten some more damage, but Sarek is enraged. Sarek has gone into his martial trance. Will this martial trance save him from Ninpei? Ninpei's got a little bit more damage, but not a lot. You know, usually you're expecting like some big super move to come out of a martial trance, and we're not seeing it today. He might be made out of metal, but I think he doesn't have the agility to take on Ninpei. We're getting even blows back and forth. I'm just checking again to see if there's any... No one's getting poisoned. PvP and no one can do their ultimates. Sarek's getting really red in a lot of these things. But Ninpei is accruing more bruising. Bruising to the upper body and lower body. A few more body hits and he's going to start taking damage to organs. Jesus, so many poison attacks. Yep, no poisons. I'll keep checking in the off chance one of these, like, maybe they're just getting lucky and rolling nat 20s or some shit. Because, I mean, they keep trying. That's the funny thing. They keep trying with the poisons. He's gotten a little bit more damage. He's got more red. I don't know what that means, though. Can you dent a golem dude to death? Is that even possible? Dude, if anything else were in this area, they'd be dead. There's been so much poison to go flying, they would just be dead. Yeah. Uh-oh. Sarek has died. Ninpei has won. What killed Sarek? The Forgotten Beast gores the Forgotten Beast in the head, and the injured part is torn apart. Sarek has collapsed due to having his head explode via a headbutt. Via a headbutt? Really? Ninpei has killed Sarek. The boar, the huge warthog, has won with its right rear leg being broken, its right rear leg being bruised, its lower body bruised, its head is bruised, its left rear leg is bruised, its left leg is bruised, its tail is bruised, its upper body is bruised, its right front leg is bruised. The bruises will heal. I'm not sure about that broken leg, though. That might be a permanent hit to count against it in the future. But a warthog getting a critical hit headbutt on a statue seems pretty... It chonked him. Down with Pumbaa. Favorite villains. Hold on. Let me turn this in first, chat. Before I see what you guys are saying. Zarek, the zinc quadruped of poison, has lost to Ninpei, the warthog of poison. Choose outcome Ninpei, right? I always get paranoid. I don't want to do one of these wrong. And everyone will be like, you did it wrong. You took my points. Ninpei is the one left alive. Ninpei is the victor. Ninpei, complete. Are you sure Ninpei lives? Ninpei is living. Complete. Where were we, by the way? The name wood plus fire s'mores. No one ever plays necromancers, right? Yeah, and especially this also bypassed. The reason why I brought that up earlier is also they're all civilians. So instead of having to worry about one dude and what economy he has to be bringing in money for all of his undead, he's just hiring people or convincing people to join him. 12.8 thousand points goes to Azrakon and 3 others. And is it going to tell me who did what? Admiral Wiley vote was the biggest supporter of Zarek with 8,000 woodcrafts, and Azrakon was the biggest supporter of Ninpei with 1,000 woodcrafts. We have 5 votes to 4, and every point you guys put in, you got back 4.88 points. But yeah, no, like I said, these are all people. They all have their own money. Like, so you've actually multiplied the amount of money that can be in the fight to be fighting your players. It's such a better fight. There's actually a version of Bard that's like the planner, like for a heist. I'm forgetting what the term would be, but like the guy who plans out what would happen in Fight River, gives them all these fights ahead of time. Can do weird bullshit like, he's doing the thing I said, and somehow that just gives them a massive resistance to whatever you're about to do. Like, it's like retroactive buffing. It's really useful. Bard necromancers, dude. No. A lot of the undead can't get bard bonuses because they're morale. A lot of undead, I don't think you can morale bonus. I could be wrong in that. I might be thinking of something else. Morale bonuses do affect your bone boys. Really? How the hell does an undead get a morale bonus? Isn't a morale bonus mind affecting? I thought all morale bonuses were mind affecting and undead were immune to mind affecting. Down with Pumbaa, Ninpei is getting hurt. Ninpei did a massive hit. Martial trance results in either a super dude or a Subaru. Sarek is really just getting beat up. Long live the warthog. Can a mob be killed by their own poison cloud? No, they are immune to their own poison as far as I'm aware. But it looked like they were both also just flat out immune to poison anyways. So it might just be not that they're immune to their own poison, but they might just be immune to poison. I'm not sure. DV is bringing home that warthog bacon. Chunked him. Like 3K. Ocean's 11. Yes. I thought you were going to go with that plucky NPC that followed you from Lev 1 was a bard holding the phylactery the Lich party thought was just a necromancer. RE morale bonuses. Not normally. There's an ability that does it. Oh, okay. That could work, but like I said, have them win over like other people. You know, it's kind of like the mind control thing. Like, oh, he's being mind controlled. It'd be a bad thing to you, like, but like, what if it wasn't mind control? What if he just like genuinely helped them? So they're just honestly being like, yo, you've done bad. Like, and he's told us you're bad. Like, no. What if they just honest to goodness, not bad people, like neutral good people. Really confuse the fuck out of a paladin if you got a paladin in your party. If he's having to put down neutral good people who are just convinced the other guy's the correct answer. Oh my God, it'd be so good. Like I said, especially in 3.5 though, for players, bards weren't great. Like they just didn't do enough in combat that couldn't already, like whatever they were focusing on, any other class could just do it better. They really were set up to be like the jack of all trades, but like not even good at any. It's really weird. Considering in AD&D, they were like the ultimate prestige class of whoop ass. And then in 3.0, 3.5, they just weren't great. Pathfinder brought them back. They did bring them back in terms of power levels and stuff. They were still good. It was just better if you could have either multiple bards or if you could like set up a bard helping an NPC fight or something. It just was way stronger for a DM to use a bard than it was for a player to use a bard. How deterministic is alignment in Pathfinder? as deterministic as the DM wants it to be. Alignment's always been this weird gray area, even including AD&D. Back in AD&D, your alignment supposedly taught you like a language. You had an alignment language. There was some language that only lawful good people could say, and only lawful good people could hear. And if your alignment changed, you immediately forgot how to speak that lawful good language, and you would speak the language of your new thing. It was like the precursor to Thieves' Cant. It made no sense. The problem comes down with paladins. Like, alignment is not really at all deterministic. If your player says they're lawful good and then they role play something else, then you should probably be like, you're more to this other alignment. Unless they could argue, unless they could present a good case as to why they are their originally claimed alignment. The only time that really comes in an issue, though, is when there's paladins and shit. Paladins, for free, are just like detect evil, detect evil, detect evil, detect evil, which is like such an invasion of privacy, right? But the fact that gods are granting their chosen warriors the ability to, at will, see if someone is evil, like evil based upon what? Like, alignment should be this extremely morally gray thing. Like, what is good in one city probably is not good in the next city. Like, evil is not necessarily objective. You know, like, there are things that could objectively be evil, but evil itself is not objectively necessarily evil. Like, why are you evil, for instance? Like, you might be evil because of one thing, but not because of another. But detect evil just glums it all together. Like, oh, you're evil. No, evil. Evil. Bad guy. Go to jail. Evil. So it kind of like forces it to be deterministic, which is, and then they have a bunch of races. Like, that's one of my favorite things to do. Not favorite things, but if I'm going to have like a normally good or normally evil race, I'll try to find some way to make them neutral. Whenever I play a character, like not even the min-max, I always try to make them neutral on at least one or the other spectrum. Lawful to good, lawful to chaotic, or good to evil. Because the four corners don't make sense to me. Like, that, not that they exist, but that 4/9 of all people technically exist there. Like, if you were to split everyone evenly over the 9 alignments, then 4/9 of people would be an extreme lawful good, lawful evil, chaotic good, or chaotic evil. It's like people exist of those alignments, but like, it doesn't make sense. In the 3.5 Book of Thieves, I'm forgetting what it was called. The Complete Scoundrel. The Complete Scoundrel, they break down like how you can be a rogue of every alignment. So you could be a lawful good rogue, and they're like, that's Bond. That's James Bond. You could be a chaotic good rogue. That's Robin Hood. You could be a lawful evil rogue. That's the Sheriff of Nottingham. You know, like they break it down by alignment, but if you think about it, it doesn't make sense. Like, Robin Hood is chaotic good, right? And everyone's like, well, no, duh. He stole from the rich and he gave to the poor. But that's not what he did. He was doing that to counter, like, the extreme taxation of an unjust leader. Like, that dude was only there because King Richard was still back, you know, fighting the hordes. You know, he was still doing the Crusades. So when he was in the Crusades, he wasn't chaotic good then. He was lawful. You could even argue, depending upon who was right in the Crusades, you could argue who's lawful neutral. So a lawful neutral character fighting in the Crusades for his king comes home, finds bad things happening, and starts stealing. He's immediately chaotic good? Like, that means that alignment is based upon what's happening. But a lot of characters and a lot of races are like, oh, they're evil. They're evil. Vampires. Every time a vampire's evil. Why is a vampire evil? Well, because they suck blood and stuff like that. Okay. What if you got cursed? There's a way to become a vampire without wanting to become a vampire, right? The implication, I think, in lore being that vampirism actually kills you. And like, your soul might have moved on and your body has been brought back via vampiric negative energies. That's one interpretation of it. There's like many interpretations of what does or does not make a vampire in different cases. One of the things, though, just flat out, as a form of punishment, is an evil god can curse you to be a vampire. If you're like a paladin or some shit, and this evil god's like, oh, you know, you're so high and mighty, I'm gonna make you eat that tried. You know, and an evil god of certain domains could force you to be a vampire against your will. If your soul leaves, that wouldn't be a punishment now, would it? It would just be your body doing things. So in those cases, it's easy to argue that no, the soul's still in there. So like you now have what was probably a paladin. He might have fallen. He might no longer be good because, you know, he's having to kill things, you know, to live or whatever, if that's the route he's taken. But he could feel extremely resentful the entire time. Like he could feel so torn up. So why couldn't you have like a lawful neutral vampire? Like a paladin's normally lawful good. Why couldn't you have a fallen paladin who's a lawful neutral vampire? Like he had, like the hunger drives him mad until he eats, but he's still trying to hold on to that paladin coat. So all he does is he tracks down and kills criminals. You know, some frickin', you know, Death Note style. He's tracking down and killing criminals. It's still the wrong answer. He's still a fallen paladin, but it doesn't mean he's evil. Like, and he only does it sparingly. And the rest of the time, he's torn every time doing like a will save. Like, do I turn him in Batman style or am I eating tonight? But the way the rules are written, they're like, nah, vampire evil. That you become vampire. You evil, man. You slurped on that blood. Only bad people slurp the blood. Oh, Snow Soul, Dexter. 4 nice people are political extremists, so it actually lines up pretty well. These are Patriot Act approach to paladins. They're my opponents. They're opposing the lawful good. And my games are just, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everyone should mostly be on one of the neutral alignments. Okay, so when you become a vampire, your original soul is destroyed. Well, that's what I'm saying. That is one of the things, usually. And you're just a monster with your memories who thinks it's you. Yeah, again, hold on. Grogrin the First has bestowed the name Umriel Ledut Thikut Nair upon an adamant. Yes, Grogrin, you named that adamantine spear. What did you name it? What the hell did he name that spear? I think Umril de Tulthikutner. I think it's Pine Grooves, the Book of Lakes. Or 16,200 dwarf bucks. This is a finely crafted adamantine spear. He's killed one whole capybara with it, and that means it deserves a name. So yes, all vampires are evil. Here's the thing, though. That's not always true. Like I said, that is the general thing. Like, I'm not arguing that. That is the general way that a vampire is, and I have no qualms. That's the way most of them happens. But like I said, that thing of like the soul is destroyed, that doesn't make sense. Like in my example, it doesn't make sense. Like, okay, because that would mean that this vampire inhabiting it, the new sentience, is created by the evil deity. So that doesn't make sense. Like, he's made his own follower to torture. The other soul gets off. Like, there are multiple ways to make vampires, and there's different lores depending upon what edition, what rule set, what have you. But for instance, the idea that they couldn't even be redeemed in Pathfinder, which we did in Wrath of the Righteous. I didn't know that was going to be happening during Wrath of the Righteous, but we did do it during Wrath of the Righteous. You have a disconnect? Am I here? Do you see me? It says reconnecting. I don't know. That's what I like having. Like, I'm here. I never thought the recording went the whole time. Okay. Yeah, OBS just said Twitch disconnected, and it said attempting reconnection, and it reconnected. I don't know why it said disconnected. Like, I never got drop frames or anything. It just said, yeah, Twitch isn't there anymore. Thanks, Twitch. Cool. I'm also going to write this down. Because I swear to God, every time it does this, I lose like 10 people. Because they think I had an issue and I disconnected or some shit. And I write down what I had and watch what this bounces back with. Especially because it gives you not you idiots. Twitch is the idiot and it gives you guys ads when you try to come back. Like, I don't know why it does that. If you're refreshing a stream you're on, you shouldn't get ads again. Doesn't make sense. You'd think Amazon could afford good service, right? All right, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. Story happened in Wrath of the Righteous. This is an actual story that Pathfinder was doing, though. And the story is Nocticula, the succubus queen. She redeems herself. I don't know if that's how it originally happened with the crazy idiot elf girl whose smile we must protect, convincing her to go good, but Nocticula became the Redeemer Queen. She became a goddess. I don't know if she became neutral or good, but she became like the goddess of like second chances and stuff like that. It's like succubi can become good. Succubi are active predators. Like they are made from an evil realm. Like if anything was going to be like that has to be evil, it would be a succubi. Succubi are made from the abyss. They are made from evil and chaos. They are literally a physical manifestation of evil, chaos, sexual hunting monsters. And they can go good. So it doesn't make sense that other things can't be good. Now I know, oh, that was a rare thing and she was a demon queen and then she switched. But like, no, she brings a few with her. Like she's not the only one to have done that. She was just like the only important one to have done that. Makes no sense. They try to set it up like it is absolute, but it really doesn't need to be. Don't we have Saren Ray for second chances? Similar idea, actually. Saren Ray is the good one of the Drow, right? If I remember correctly. Saren Ray is the moon goddess of the Drow. No, Saren Ray's, if I remember correctly, if that is who I think it is, Saren Ray's second chances thing is Drow. That you were born to a race that everyone thinks is evil, but there's literally nothing keeping you there but society. Saren Ray is the Redeemer Queen of we live in a society, basically. Whereas Nocticula is the Redeemer Queen of you've done bad and you can be forgiven. You know, Saren Ray is like, don't choose bad. Nocticula was, yo, that wasn't your fault. I won't blame you, and you shouldn't blame yourself. Like, there's a slight difference. Also, I think she becomes a goddess like prostitutes or some shit. Not that that makes the difference. I'm just saying that I think that's like one of her primary followers. All right, we'll trade this away. I don't need that. Trade all that away. None of that looks like an artifact. And the worth of it doesn't look like an artifact either. Garbage, 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 garbage. Okay, let's trade all this away. 35,000, see what we can get. Pig iron, let's see if we can get steel out of this. I don't want much steel, I just want steel. Have they learned how to write yet? I see nothing that says copy. Idiots. I will get their cheese. I always like getting their cheese. I don't really make my own cheese. I should, but I don't. All right. Now, what can be given away? Is it brown or gray that can be given away? I'm going to not trade that. Then I'm going to say I'm going to trade. Give them a massive profit. Then I'm going to grab this anyways. And be like, I'm going to give it to them. There you go. Now they're happy with me. I made them happy. Take my garbage. Infernal succubi. What are they called? They're not succubi. When it's in infernal, it's the fallen angels. Succubi are from the abyss. The infernal ones are fallen angels. So they're not succubi. They're not chain devils. They have a name. It's not succubi though. Serenray was not that god. Serenray was a dawn flower. Hilariously, her faith promotes patience and compassion, but is banned nearly everywhere due to how brutal they are with repeat offenders. Wait, am I remembering the wrong one? Who the hell's Serenray? Who's the drow goddess? This is not who I was thinking of. The Dawn Flower in the Everlight is the goddess of redemption, healing, and temperance. Pike Trickfoot is a cleric of Serenray who redeemed the Trickfoot family line. Okay. Thank you for that being on the wiki, I guess. Am I thinking of a 3.5? Hold on. Good drow goddess. Who am I thinking of? Elilistray. You can forgive me. Saren instead of Elilistray. Elistray. They had the same name. Same backend, I mean. Elistray is the good drow goddess. My bad. I don't know about Serenray then. Ba-doo-doo. Hold on, now my thing's trying to talk to me. I don't want to talk. No talking shall happen this day. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, is it deterministic? So it's weird. Pathfinder by rules is deterministic. Whatever you have or whatever you are, that should theoretically determine what you will be having and or your positioning in life. But like that doesn't make sense. And then they keep having stories and examples of that not being true, like at all. But they do it still. So I don't know. I think my favorite interpretation of the, not the abyss, the infernal gods and stuff like that, is the like, not even fallen angels, is the betrayed angels plotline. I think that was the thing that they were trying in one of the 3.5 campaigns. I'd be lying if I could tell you I knew which one. But the idea being that there's like 4 different explanations for Asmodeus in D&D. At least from 3.0 to 3.5. And again, I can't remember which one was which. In one of the iterations, Asmodeus and crew go to the infernal planes because that's where the demons are coming from. So they're fighting the abyss. And they keep fighting, they keep fighting, they keep fighting, they keep fighting. And then at some point, because they're down there, they slowly get corrupted into their infernal forms. And then the gods are like, that's cool. Thanks for the fighting. Would you mind keep doing that? Because we can't let you back now because you're infernal and corrupted. And that's like the first devils came out. That they were lawful good, following orders, and then they got betrayed. And now they've just completely owned up to like the evil thing. Like they hate the gods, but they still stick with their original fucking like why they exist. And that is the blood war. So the blood war isn't even a war between devils and demons. The blood war is just a continuation of the war of heaven and hell, but heaven abandoned the war. So now it's up to the devils to keep doing it. I thought that was a pretty interesting take. In that one, I think what it was is because it's similar to one where Asmodeus is down there with the god of the glowing flying snake things. I forget what that one's called. Didn't follow that one too much, but the idea being that if you got all the way down there, that it was supposed to be like the devil looks good and will trick you. And the whole point of it's supposed to be that if you actually got there, to mortal eyes, he didn't even look corrupt. Like he's just a dude. I thought that was a pretty interesting take on it. So like the idea being that he would follow every document to the letter. And if you got tricked, and you got tricked, but the whole idea was supposed to be like, I'm gonna teach you to not even trust the gods because my contracts are more upfront than the gods are. And my contracts have like loopholes and stuff. It's on you for getting tricked. just like we were. Like and almost this happened to me, so I'm gonna make sure it happens to you so you learn from it. But also, I hate anything involving the good gods. I thought that was a pretty good take on it. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's still evil even in that take. He's still fucking evil. But, like, the motivation actually has, like, a purpose. Other than just like, he lies a lot. He's some weird evil dude. He's in charge of some other really strong evil dudes, maybe. They hate demons. I don't know. They're like the Dude Bros, the Crusaders. Oh, like the Wrath of the Righteous, the demon killers who are pure lawful, not good or anything like that. Like, we'll take anyone's followers as long as you will join us to kill the demons and don't mind us probably abusing the shit out of you to, you know, make sure we get the job done. We'll be good friends. Like, what the fuck? I still prefer the fox race over all others. Kitsunes are good. Like I said, if I ever do a sorcerer or sorceress, I have to go Kitsune. Their natural abilities just mix perfectly with a charisma-based sorcerer or sorceress. Yeah, it's kind of tough to do them justice. But no, if you're gonna do like one of those charisma things, you kind of just have to. Like, it blends together so nicely, particularly because as a race, like I don't even play them as Kitsune. Like, if I play a Kitsune, I'm gonna play them like a Tanuki. Like the chaotic, like chaos elementals, but like it's all about pranks and stuff like that. Like go Fae, like pure Fae with it, not this weird semi-humanoid fox spirit or whatever. No. Drag it out to the max, like nutsack parachutes. Fucking, you gotta go almost Tanuki with that shit. Just really get all the charisma bonuses you can out of their shape changing. All right, we're gonna need more stones. By the way, what is happening down here with the stones? A deal. Now, why do you say a deal? Who the hell is a deal? There is no a deal. This should be a retired Navy vet. He is trying to attend a meeting. Is no one attending this meeting with him? Every time I look, it says he's attending a meeting, but he's never attended this meeting. Did he just attend a meeting? Like, why are you haggard? Unable to pray to Nokor Berrydurn. Then fucking pray? Unable to pray. So his issue is Nokor Berrydurn. Well, we have temples to Nokor Berrydurn. You just go to the Chapel of Death, dude. Pray. All right, he made some things. We did some crafting. I don't know why he won't just go pray. How do I make you go pray, you idiot? Go pray right now. You've got no job. Just go pray. You can't be like, oh, I'm sad I'm not doing it, and then refuse to do it.
Hide all your eucalyptus, for the terror known as Coca Koala 5 has come. Koala herb.
I'm trying to save this man, but he refuses to be saved. He's acting like it's my fault. I spent too long without praying. Well, then do it. I'm busy. Well, why are you busy? Because I determined I was. Huh. I didn't determine that. Well, it's not my fault. You got fix. Me angy. Me no like. Fix. You can't be in a party with Kitsune internet games with pervs that make Kitsune player a red flag. I can see that. Like I said, the real trick though, like I said, the purpose to a Kitsune is that if you're doing a rogue or a sorcerer, is that all of their stuff are off of charisma, which goes fantastically with bluff, disguise, diplomacy, things like that. Kitsune, and if you're going to do that, like, you have to take the 3 feet so they can look like humans. Like, that's the whole point of it, is that they can naturally look like any human. And in a pinch, they can turn into a tiny fox and run the fuck out of there without having to do grandiose spells or anything like that. So you need the 2 or 3 Kitsune feats to really do it correctly. But if you're already going to be a party face, you might as well grab bluff. And if you're going to be doing that, you might as well go with Kitsune with just the ability to look like whatever the fuck you want. Like, that gets shit done. It's real useful. By the way, did this man make the boots? I completely forgot about this from way earlier. Okay, not on you. All right, you say metal footwear. I'm going to change this to adamantine. See if this just works. Adamantine. 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 It's saying it's checkmarked for all of them, so does that mean that like they already equipped the better one? So I find it so much easier than whatever I thought I was going to have to do. Because I finally have the adamantine high boots. I don't have to specify high boots. Like, it's not like it's a weapon, so I have to specify per weapon. Adamantine. All right, because here's what I want to do then. If that is done, this magma smelter who keeps making wafers, stop. Completely serious. No more wafers. Because I want to start trying to thread out some adamantine cloaks. I should save. Certain rate pounds of executed by out. You had your chance to pray. Dwarves will regularly self-regulate their clothes and will sometimes pick their favorites, don't they? They should. I wasn't even sure that I'd had adamantine out in the field. Azrakhan. This will be the easiest way to track down. Azrakhan. How goes your inventory? Do you have adamantine high boots? I see one. Where's the other high boot? You need two. That's a cotton shoe. Take that off. Are you shitting me? Do you only have on one adamantine high boot? Because the other thing's a shoe? Get rid of the shoe. What? Get rid of the shoe. Esthercon, you pain me. Orion, do you have... He has a steel high boot. So yeah, they don't have adamantine on. I don't know why it was like, yeah, they got it. They don't got it. You've lied to me. They don't got a damn thing. Hold on. This one, I'll leave him alone. Adamantine footwear. I got rid of that shit. All right. Boots. High boots. I guess I'll have to do this manually. Adamantine footwear. Boots. High boots. High boots. Adamantine high boot. Get rid of footwear. I'll specify the high boot, which cannot be a shoe. Shoes are not what we're talking about, game. I don't know why you lied to me and were like, yeah, they've got this. They ain't got shit. High boot. Adamantine high boot. Footwear. High boot. Adamantine. Footwear. Getting slightly faster at this. Problem is it ends up at the bottom. Almost done. It has to be a high boot. Made of adamantine. Figure it out. I'm gonna save right now. I know we just saved it. I don't want to have to put that in again. This shows sentimental value. I was wearing it when I was thinking about rope weed. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I was right, by the way. I don't know if people are just lurking or what, but that I don't care normally. I really don't care normally. But if a Twitch glitch is going to do it, that's going to piss me off. We lost 10 people. Fuck you, Twitch. Just fucking stream correctly. Holy shit. Holy shit, Twitch. You have one job. You have one job. To connect my camera to my viewers. I swear to God. Did I have 46? I was tracking 27. It might have already dropped from whatever I had before. I don't know. It always seems to be when I'm doing good, too. Twitch will be like, we're going to drop for no reason. Like I said, according to OBS, I didn't drop any frames. It just said Twitch is disconnected. This is some weird new thing that's happening. I think it's because I trash talk Twitch. I think they have it programmed in to screw with me. I don't know. Maybe I'm being paranoid. But it's kind of pissing me off. We have water down here? Why do I have water down here? Oh, from way before. I should have emptied this out at some point. I'm surprised still has water. I saw 46 as well. Fuck! Are you shitting me? Thank you, Twitch. Thank you. Thank you for keeping me humble with technical difficulties. You're my friend. Fantastic. I gotta figure out what's causing that. We can't all be shitting you. This is true. You can, by technical definition, you cannot all be shitting me. Only some of you can be shitting me at once. You have to share me for the shit. That sounds wrong. I'm going to retract that statement. Let's just pretend that those words were never uttered. That sounds creepy. All right. All right. We're now down here in the caverns. That's right. We go right through this other room. See, this is why I'm glad we were semi-focusing on this today. I would hate to have caught this some other time. Yeah, we're going to have to change everything about that setup. Bummer. Is this door locked, by the way? If I lock it, is anyone outside? Because I don't have to worry about the cage traps if we keep the door locked. And it's weird that you poop in the shitter, but shit with your pooper. That's way too much for me, man. That's way too big-brained. Why is the music stopped now? Sound sense has crashed. Everything is crashing on me now. I don't know. Whatever. It's the day of crashes. Like I said, I've got that written down. I'm going to try to see if I can figure out what's causing that. To be fair, it admittedly might not be Twitch. It might be my router or my modem or Xfinity or something. I think I can look in the logs on my router to see what happened, if anything, at 8:48. If the router says nothing happened and or the modem says nothing happened, then I'll start looking into Twitch proper. I mean, I suspect it's going to be Twitch, but I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. But my point is that this didn't start happening until recently. Like, a couple weeks ago, this has now started happening. Where we're good until a very determined amount of time into a stream, it'll just drop for a few seconds. It's kind of weird. Like, I'm not dropping frames. It is weird that there's a disconnect. Hold on. Can I just Google this? Am I the only one with this issue? Hold on. Twitch disconnecting randomly. Twitch suddenly disconnected OBS. Try lowering your bitrate, see if it helps. You might not have stable internet. I have suddenly stable internet. Not the only one. I have no idea what happens. Turn off low latency mode. I think it helped. Not 100%. I don't use that mode. Do I use low latency mode, chat? Would low latency mode be causing this? We might have to increase stream delay if low latency mode could be causing this. there's apparently people on and off throughout the years that have this, and it looks like no one has the answer. Good. Fantastic. Some people say the problems eventually work themselves out after a couple of months. Well, if they do eventually work themselves out, then that means that something is happening. Does anyone know of anyone else having these sort of issues with Twitch? I really hate it when there's a technical problem I don't know the answer to. Oh, he's depressed now? Oh my god, dude. Let me guess, because you haven't prayed to your god or some shit. Like, I have tried. I have tried. What is your problem? No, I'm not looking at the item. I'm looking at retired Navy vet. Is it family? Hold on. Will therapists tell me what his needs are? Needs, right? Retired Navy vet. Give me a reread. What? He's completely fine on alcohol. I'm assuming green is good. He's fine. He's now fine on praying. He just wants to be with family? Dude, where's your family? I can't fix that. He wants to be with his friends. Where the fuck are your friends? Is this literally what's keeping him down right now? He actually fixed his prayer one. He's level-headed after communing with his God. So he did get that out of the way. So it's these two that are screwing us. Be with family. Can I delete this out of him? I can't fix that. That is not fair. That is not my fault. And how is this so bad that it's making him depressed? He wants to make an object. I had you as a crafts dwarf, I swear. He's being unable to take it easy. If he was fighting, that would go back up. Be with family. Is there like a script to purge be with family needs? I don't imagine you all have unstable internet, but some rather blame Comcast. You could have exiled him. Well, no, I mean, I can exile him, but he's a named dwarf is the issue. This is retired Navy vet. So I don't want to exile him. Like, if it was an unnamed dwarf, that'd be the easy solution. I would just do it. It's a named dwarf, so we have to fix him. The issue that gets me is we already fixed him at one point. We brought this dude all the way up to the positive. Like, he was as bad, probably even worse than he is right now. And we brought him all the way up into the positive, legitly. And at some point, he just decided that's not good enough anymore. So if I put retired Navy vet back in the military, so he can do the training to do that other issue he's having. We have a temple. He wants to see family, right? Is that what we're getting out of this? Who the hell is your family? You don't have family. How can you have a desire to be with your family if you don't have family? Oh my God. He doesn't have family here. He doesn't have family anywhere. He doesn't have family. He wants to see someone who doesn't exist. Hold on. Needs. All right, I'm going to see if there's a thing I can do to fix his needs or something. I don't know. Two years ago, script DF hack family needs. Hold on. How does this work? Use DF hack script GUI/family affairs? What? I've never heard of this script. I'm going to say before I do this, before I cause a bad thing. GUI/family-affairs. You don't say anything about installing it, they just say use it. Okay. If I can get this dude a family so he shuts up, I'll do it. GUI/family-affairs? Select a sane... He's depressed, but he's sane, I think. All right. Assign a new spouse. Is not involved in romantic relationships. Assign a new spouse. Okay. I should have seen who wasn't available or who was available right now. Is there a way to see single status in this? Is there a way to see family status? I don't know who's not got a family. Here's a thought. What did I just do? Don't do that. Whatever I just did. Never do that again. What if I go by cast and search by who's wanting to make merry? Okay. These people. All right. New question. Who would they want to be married to? I don't care what they care about. I'm not going to be a dick. It is retired Navy vet. Now I gotta see who they're even interested in terms of gender. Can you give me more information, please? Hold on. File, options. I'm gonna fix you. Show orientation and commitment. Okay, where is this happening? I'm not seeing orientation and commitment, am I? Doesn't look like I am. I don't think I'm seeing a damn thing here. File, options. Okay, but where is that listed? Am I just in the wrong screen? Is that the issue? Would it be over here somewhere? Dwarf details. Okay. I don't know where I'd find that information. Preferences? Dude, help me help you, my dude. Help me help you. You don't have a family. I'm trying to get you a family. For fuck's sake, help me help you. I don't know why this thing says that it would show it, but it doesn't. It doesn't show that anywhere. Work with me. Color coding on the male-female sign? Where? Oh, good idea. Thank you. That is so hidden. Okay, he is a male. He wants females. I need to find a female that wants males. All right. Needs. And we're going to go with whoever most wants to make merry. All right, he's male. Orion D&D. All right. Now, is Orion D&D in a relationship? How do I find this? Because I don't want to, like, say you're married to someone who is, in fact, already married. Is there relationships in here somewhere? I don't want to be a dick. Tooltips. Relationships? Is this in here? Ease and focuses, color health, social skills. I don't see relationships in here. Ah, if I put that on, it'd probably show it up. It would show up the correct thing. Okay, that's useful. Click that is okay. Do a reread. There you go. I don't know what those symbols mean. Okay, so blue pointing up with red, male likes female. Admiral Wiley is a female bi? Okay. This wouldn't normally be an issue. I don't mean to like be looking like a weirdo. I'm just trying to get so Orion D&D. Do you have a relationship with anyone? Because this is now in this mode, I think. Oh no, I can just leave. Okay, cool. Orion D&D. Do you have a relationship? Yeah, see, I was about to break up a family. Not the best idea. All right, let's do this again. Actually, hold on. Can I just sort by gender? All right, this is super creepy. Azrakon. What you doing, Azrakon? Azrakon, there we go. This will work. You're both in the military. Nothing has ever gone wrong with military spouses. Ever. This will also prevent Azrakon from having a similar issue down the road. Why can I not find Azrakon? There we go. They have married. Stop having problems. I have never had to go so far into a dwarf to fix a problem. Azrakon, fix them. Tab 4 on the right is currently showing as R. What if Pet doesn't like him? It's too late, Archie. You can't get into married. No, we should be good now. No, depression's not the Uber one. He's not gone forever. Am I hitting the wrong button? Like, he's haggard, but he's not crazy. There's worse than depression. I could look it up to see what they're called. Dwarf depression or fortress depression. Type in depression, get other things. Depression is a temporary emotional breakdown experienced mainly by dwarves with high propensity to depression. Dwarves who are prone to anxiety will instead become oblivious, while those with anger management issues will throw tantrums. The dwarves, blah, 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 blah. Bouts of depression will be repeated until they're strucken by melancholy. Melancholy is permanent depression. This is, he's just kind of sad. We have not yet hit melancholy levels. This is why we do have a chance to fix him. He is not melancholic. All right, he's back to attending a meeting. With who? He's trying to attend a meeting with someone right now as they're sleeping. Oh my God, please wake up, Coca Koala. I'm trying to save this man for the nth time. Wake up. Wake up so we can save this military dwarf, please. Please wake up. Fuck. All right, chase him into his office. Okay, he's back to picking up equipment. Can we feel about our family? Also, does it count as hanging out with family if you're sparring with them? Nothing says familial relationships like picking up some adamantine swords and trying to hack each other's heads off. What equipment do you need to pick up right now? All right, real quick. I want to see if this is at all even already gotten fixed. Be with family. What is that negative like 20 billion? Read. What does it say now? Same. Go find your family. Please. Please find your family. It may or may not be just a political marriage, but that's fine. You know, a lot of people have loveless marriages. If that's what it takes to get you out of depression, my dude. Nothing says family bonding like assault and battery. No. Relationship list is on the right panel. Wait, is it really? Was I just missing it the whole time?
Completed. Hooray!
No, that's roles. None of these said relationships. Unless I'm crazy. Any of that means he's got a lot of skills. How are you 91 years old when the map's not even that big? Very unhappy. I'm trying. Ming Kant, Kaiten Medtob, the engraver has created a Tolaluth, a raw adamantine mug. He claims as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Izum Bridge Rumors. How much did you just waste? A Tolaluth, true flooded, a raw adamantine mug. Weighs less than 1 dwarf pound, worth 936,000 dwarf bucks. Oh, I see too many words, adamantine. Let's count the waste. This is a raw adamantine mug. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular raw adamantine cabochons, studded with copper, decorated with cotton and turkey leather, and encircled with bands of rectangular raw adamantine cabochons, copper and rose-cut brown zircons. This object ministers with spikes of turkey bone. On the item is an image of combined grape, the single bars, the adamantine goblet, and rock crystal. He just wasted 3 adamantine on this one raw adamantine on this stupid mug that nobody cares about. Nobody. All right, you, not pin pat, pit pond is pond. Pit pond is pond. Pit pond is pond. Pit pond is pond. Get them start dropping water again. Stop having problems. Are you new, Koaku? It doesn't say that that's your first text, Koaku, but I think I would have recognized you before. Welcome to the stream. This turned into Sims 4. Oh, weird, it's a different plugin. If you limit your mood workshops to certain stockpiles, you can keep them from doing that. It's too late now, isn't it? Now we all get to suffer. What is it that makes the clothing? It's a clothier's shop, right? All right, where are you? You. Where do you make the adamantine clothing again? I've got to weave metal cloth, right? I haven't done... God damn, that's a lot of cloth. I have not done this ever. I don't think I've ever tried to make an adamantine robe or adamantine cloak. Weave metal cloth. I'm gonna get rid of this one. We don't need that. Weave metal cloth. This feels bad. Loom for cloth, clothier for clothing. Yes. I've looked in your stream a couple times. We can say I'm new. No. I mean, normally now it'll say if it's someone's first text. I don't remember your first text. I feel like we've had a moment and I've forgotten it. I feel terrible. Are you still doing it? No. Did he quit the cloth? Where's my damn cloth? Are you carrying my cloth? Where's my adamantine cloth? This thing had a job to do adamantine cloth. And now I don't see the adamantine cloth. We have 3 strands. We've got 114 wafers. Holy fuck. Maybe we need more strands to make cloth? Why do you keep trying to make anything else? Weave metal cloth. Cancel that. Details on this. Adamantine. Do now. I don't see him canceling the other one. Oh, there we go. Needs one unused collected adamantine strand. What? We have a strand. Am I crazy? What are these? Yeah, we have strands. I need cloth so I can make the damn... Work with me, game. Work with me. Okay, it says he's active now. He's going to get it. Good, it's working this time. Have a moment. Okay. We'll give Kohaku a moment. Feel the moment. Be momentous.
Our end strategist gifted a tier 1 sub to Kohaku.
Kohaku. All right, please make this. Okay, no, stop. Are you carrying this away? Someone keeps carrying this away. Are you carrying my adamantine to make cloth trousers? Who has my adamantine cloth? Where's the adamantine cloth that keeps supposedly making? Where's the cloth going? I keep trying to make this cloth and I keep not seeing it anywhere. Did I see an A in there? No. It'd be longer. It'd be much longer than anything else anyways. Adamantine's a big word. Come on. All right, clearly we made too much cloth. How about that? First of all, orders, workshop orders, don't auto loom anymore. Stop that. No more making cloth because this stuff is convoluted. Second of all, where is my adamantine cloth? Good, raw adamantine mug, my favorite. My dude is not canceling, is he? No, okay, he did cancel it again. Needs one unused collected adamantine. What the hell do I keep telling you to do? Weave metal cloth, adamantine. Do now. I have like 4 strands. Oh, because this gives to loom. This is not right. Let me delete these. This is what's screwing me up. All right, let's try this again. Weave metal cloth. Details. Adamantine. It's got numbers. Oh my God, this is doing numbers. Let's go. Oh, adamantine cloth dogs go to heaven. Welcome. Loom, yeah. All right, please make it this time. This already feels so bad. Wasting adamantine for clothing. Well, cloth is technically a pretty good defense. Or, sorry, not cloth, cloak? Cloaks are pretty good defense. They're like one of only 2 things that protects the neck, if I remember correctly. We might already have the other one. Might be what the chain shirt did. I don't remember. Come on. Because then I need him to do this so I can forbid the cloth until I'm ready to fabricate with it. Because if I click cloth, cloak, details, specify cloth. Wait, no, hold on. Delete cloak. P. Q. Cloak. Say cloth cloak. 1. Details. Nope. Condition of your reagents. It just defaults to 10. Fuck, I don't know. I have to look up how many cloths it takes to make a cloak. Wish I could see the numbers somewhere in game. That'd be easy. Come on, who's making this adamantine? Who is going to be doing the impossible here? Which one of you clothes makers gets to brag about how they had adamantine, and instead of it getting melted into a wafer, they decided to like spin it into a sheet? Which one of you jackasses? All right, hold on. Red. There he is. Whenever I want to follow someone, the game finds a way to make sure I can't do it. Him, follow. That was easier than I thought. And in some ways, worse. Okay, adamantine cloth. I'm going to grab you. I'm going to say cloth, cloak, details, cloth. You don't say adamantine. Okay? Not you. You. Metal clothing. Adamantine cloak. Do now. All right. That has not gone red. Who is making the adamantine cloth? Magma Forge. You go get that cloth. Do it. These guys really aren't supposed to be running up and down, but I'll make an exception for today. Why have all the birds run loose in the base? You're all supposed to be in here. What are you doing? Oh my god, did they all hatch? What is going on? They are not supposed to be running rampant throughout the base. Holy shit, it said all the eggs weren't fertilized. We have like 90 birds. I opened it because it said they weren't fertilized. What the shit? Where is Red again? All right, I believe I had one. I believe I had one for push. So I'm gonna try to squeeze in an extra before I get ready. Takes one prick to fertilize a bunch of eggs. Of course it does. Of course it does. Yep, okay. Go. One last look. There it is. Someone got it in. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2, 2, 3. 3. 1, 2, 3. 4. 2, 3. 5. 1, 2, 3. 6. 2, 3. 7. 1, 2. 8. 1, 2, 3. 9. 1, 2, 3. 4. I was nice and waited. Now I gotta figure out how my headset even works. All right. Where are we following? Red? No, he's been pasturing now? What happened to... Did this happen? Oh, no, it's not Red anymore. That was the old guy. Who's doing a new one? Kadol, the armorer. So it's the same job. That's good. Might be the single most important item in the history of the game. Or the history of my world, I should say, not the game. This is the single item that turns dwarves from dwarves into gods. So it protects from that dreaded neck attack. Did he do it already? Did he quit? No, he needs more. Okay. I'm going to forbid this where it is. It's not completely surprising that he needed more than what we were supplying him with. What is surprising is I don't remember where the hell... There you are. Weave metal cloth. Adamantine. Weave metal cloth. Now we're just going to do one at a time. Adamantine. Yes. And this one was almost... There we go. All right, we will bring you down. Oh, wait, no. This is the last level. We gotta be careful. We don't want to cave in. You can do this, no problem. That won't cause a cave-in. Kennel's gotta go. Like, this entire area down here is about to change a lot. I know it needs to be down here, but I don't even know how I connect to that right now. How many buckets? I've made so many damn buckets in this game. We're always out of buckets. Just make 10 more buckets. I don't care. Make them out of avocado wood. Fuck it. Avocado buckets. We're always out of fucking buckets. I don't even know where he's going with all that cloth. He's taking it somewhere. It's freaking me out. How are my drinks doing, by the way? Our food's staying up higher than I would like, but the drinks are finally coming down. All right, come on. Work for me. Do it. You won't. Also, we made a second person, right? We made a scribe to make copies. Okay. Does he have the stuff to make more? I don't know how many copies we've got. Is there a way to tell? If I do this on the... I wish I could see what we had in here so I could see what we had for copies and stuff. Writing material. We need more writing material. There are 7 written objects including copies. Total number of each describe 3. So we have 7 things in there including copies. Okay. That's something. That's not nothing. Now is it brown? I think it's brown, the writing things, right? I could be wrong. Maybe it wasn't brown. Maybe it was blue. Where are the things we have written? Choir. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. None of those are copies. I guess it'll only tell us of the ones we have. So we have 4 and it said 7. So we do have some copies. Some people have been writing things. We'll need to sell off our copies. I'll try it next time to keep an eye on that. I think I can just go to here. Yeah, I knew I was going to be close. Okay, stop. I'm going to shrink you for now, so I can figure out what I'm doing with the walls here. This is marble. Do I have marble blocks? I don't think I do. JMQ block, rock block, 5 details. What I got for marble? Good enough. I'm actually going to change that number. I forget how to though. I'm going to change it up to 5, 10, 15, 20. Change it up to 7. So we can make sure we have good walls down here. Problem, this is also going to be going through my pit, isn't it? Right through that pit. Oh, goody. I guess someone got to be nice to goblins. We can't just throw them in a gladiator pits with monsters and call it a day. What kind of life have we brought in our fortress to? Alright, back up at... Where did you go? There you are. He's still weaving. Jesus. I mean, to be fair, I do have him going down a long way. Alright, new question. Does it only need 2? Adamantine cloth. Metal clothing. Adamantine cloak, I believe. Adamantine cloak. Do now. Come on, I need you to claim. All right, that says tasked. This one says tasked. I think this is for the one down below. God, I hope so. Someone else is taking this. I'm gonna be very sad. You look like someone who's taking this. But you're an armorer, so I'll allow it. He grabbed this one first, so you didn't have to go all the way down and then all the way back up. Good plan. Good plan. We are gonna have to sort out who's sleeping on what floor. Like, I might even do that like off air. That's just like academic. I'm gonna have to unassign every bed, figure out who does what job, and assign them individually, reassign them to different beds. And hope all their spouses are, you know, part of the same floor's jobs. Which reminds me, how is Mr. Very Sad? Minus 200,000. Read. Minus 200,000. Look, I don't... What do you want, my dude? Now he's like, I haven't been able to pray again. Dude. What is wrong with you, retired? Fuck. What do you mean? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Squad A and B, or A, inactive, B, inactive, military, equipment. Forget how I did the schedule. Here we go. I need to switch to inactive. There we go. Inactive equals uniformed. Good. Stay uniform. That's my key. That's what I need out of this. Okay, they're inactive, meaning no one's training anymore. Everyone is free to go to the same bedrooms whenever the hell they want. All right, do we have both the cloths here? Was it canceled because there wasn't enough? Needs more cloth. That's fine. I'm going to forbid these two because I don't want them getting touched. I go back to you, make another cloth. Do now. Go back down here. Why have you stopped making thread? Weren't you supposed to be making thread constantly? Like, that was all you were doing? You appear to have stopped, and I don't like that. Oh, a mood probably took the workshop over. That's why. Hey, blind! How goes it, my dude? How are you doing? Hold on. I did not see you. Boop. Hey! I've been working on these things. How goes it, Blind? Blind does Dwarf Fortress? Since when? How's it going? Yes, we're trying to get our base finished up, Blind, before the big release. Dwarf what now? I don't know. It's this weird game I bumped into recently, super indie. Like 3 people I think have played it ever. No, we're doing a I'm trying to get 120 dwarves, and I'm trying to split them into 4 bases of 30 dwarves. So it looks kind of similar on some of the main floors, but the idea being that each floor, like I've created different light wells to go to different floors. Each floor is supposed to have its own farm, its own food, its own bed, and its own major industry. It's like this is food, seeds, and like, you know, whatever the bird of that floor is. And it's supposed to have its major industry in the lower left. And I'm trying to get 4 different, it's not going smoothly. I'm trying to get 4 different bases of 30 each, approximately. With some dwarves being haulers, because you can't tell them to stick to their burrow. But I'm figuring if, like, say, the metal people, whoever's down here, their jobs would only be to haul metal things. They should reasonably stay in their area most of the time, is what I've slowly been working on. It's been taking a long time. The main issue is digging through like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of floors over and over again. These stupid, meticulous light wells. So I can have, because you have to grow different plots. You have to grow different food on all these levels. Because otherwise they'll just start mixing and matching. It's causing a bit of a headache. But we're doing good. Not gonna lie, that sounds painful. Oh no, it's super not painful. I don't even know. I was trying to do the thing where I say one thing, but I shake my head the other. I think I just ended up shaking and saying it at the same time. We passed the time. I have taken over the majority of 2 different cavern layers, and I let them each have a forgotten beast. So we passed the time killing the goblins up top, mining adamantine, and we keep doing forgotten beast fight clubs. So whenever a new forgotten beast goes in, everyone bets channel points on who they think's gonna win, and we use that to carry us through. Right now, we've got our primary squad fully kitted out in adamantine. I'm having to put a slight pause on that. Well, not pause, but the thing preventing them from being fully kitted out is I'm really trying to also get adamantine cloaks going, and I'm trying to be careful that other people don't use my adamantine cloaks, because boy do they love wasting my adamantine. Hold on. Metal clothing, forge adamantine cloak, do now. All right, he should grab that one up top first. But how have you been doing, Blind? One time I thought it'd be fun to have a fort full of vampires, everyone red with no job listed, all titled vampire. You have to set task names manually to organize at all. Oh, I had to manually check skills, assign jobs, labors. I gave up. Dude, what? Yeah. Oh. That's right. We have, he keeps trying to get depressed. Navy's dwarf keeps trying to get depressed. We've literally brought him back from the brink of, not even depressed, the one below it, melancholic. We have brought him back from the brink of melancholic multiple times. He is one of our legendary fighters in our army. And we'll bring him positive, and you won't look at him for a few months, and it'll just be like super depressed again. So right now, we're trying to get him a significant other. Because I went to the therapist to see what kept coming up. And the issue is he really wants to be with family and with friends. But he didn't have family or friends. So we played Cupid and we got him a spouse, which is Azrakon. But they're not talking to each other. Like, I knew it was going to be a loveless marriage, but I didn't know it was going to be a loveless marriage. They refuse to talk to each other, so he's still super depressed, except now he has an actual family to be sad about. Oh, and also, I'm trying to pit pond level 50 from water that is at level 140, because not only do you need light, you need mud at all these different levels. So including the one below. So I have a thing set up on floor 130. I'm growing ratweed for booze and cotton for clothes because I decided everyone needs a separate clothes industry. At floor 100, I'm growing pineapples for booze and canaf fabric for clothes. At floor 70, we're growing longling grass for booze and jute fabric for clothes. And level 40, the only one that does not have a light well, is growing plump helmets for booze and pigtail for clothes, or it's trying to. But I don't know what's going on with the buckets. I've made like 90 buckets and they keep being like, we don't have any buckets. No one will tell me who the bucket thief is, but we keep losing the buckets. Extremely stressed. Oh no. Hopefully it'll get better. Is it like a work thing, or I mean, I don't know how to word it. Would it be relieved if December 6th came sooner? Would that relieve some of your stress, Blind? I will wish with all my heart that we get December 6th here sooner, and it's purely not for greedy reasons. I would not ever be thinking of myself for December 6th. Like, so I mean, maybe, but I haven't actually set a you can't go there borough. So right now, the idea is they can go everywhere, but I'm trying to get it to where their job should only tell them to kind of want to be where they are. So until I've locked that in, there isn't really an issue anyways. Like, anyone can go anywhere in the base. They spend most of their time between level 130 and level 100. These are like our two main levels that they're existing on right now. Level 130, I should have said 170. 130 has got some things, but not much. And then, like I said, they've been going up and down to 70 because of the stone I'm mining. That's the one they're active in right now. I've got to get the light well here before I can make it fully active with its food and stuff. YouTube's going ham. Twitter's on fire. I'm going to Vegas next week. Ooh, Canada's insolence. Oh, no. And that is December, and that is not helping. Vegas can be fun. You got to be careful in Vegas, though. I don't know if you've ever been. My parents go to Vegas. Regularly is the wrong term. They've gone to Vegas multiple times. I think that's the way to say it. So, sometimes you just get lost in Vegas. Vegas is just designed to make you lose track of time. It is crazy. What is going on? Twitter's on fire. Oh, probably the Elon thing. I'm assuming you mean like literally on fire. Same with one of my mods who's living there for, oh, nice. Who's living there for a few months on a baking course. Dude, but you're going to get good food then, right? Going to concerts and a hike. Nice. Had an idea of someone who was going to be in Vegas, but it probably wouldn't sync up because anytime I tried talking about anything, it's always like, no, weirdo, it's off by 2 months. I lose track of so much time. I get to see Amon Amarth in a bowling alley. All right, who is that? I don't do, hold on. I'm just not good with names. Amon Amarth? Are they a band? Amon Amarth. They are a band. Have I seen them before? They've been in Boston. They have been in Boston. I don't think I've seen their stuff personally. I think I've seen them in things adjacent. Because I do some metal. They're metal. It looks metal. I think they're metal. I've done some metal things. I don't do a lot of metal, though. Like, I'm a metal enjoyer, but I'm not like... I wouldn't want to, like, claim any metal enthusiasm for fear of someone trying to be like, I'm going to test your real metal worth. I don't know what the term for that would be. I think I've seen them, but I don't think I've ever seen them, if that makes sense. Viking metal. Okay. Test your metal. Yeah, no. I know the things with which I would be fine having, you know, the gauntlet thrown at me and proving my worth. I listen to metal, but I would never feel comfortable being like, oh, I know the metal. They've got some good food though. Do. Like I said, I want to remember it. My parents always get something there. They like something. I should probably pay more attention when they come back. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm forgetting things. Did we ever make that cloak? Was 3 not enough? What does it take for a cloak then? How much cloth does it take for a cloak? I thought it was like 3. That's not good. You left 1 forbidden. Did I? No, they're unforbidden. There's also 2 high boots we haven't grabbed for some reason. I could try it again. If it is supposed to be 3, I'll try it again. Metal cloth, adamantine cloak. We'll try for that. It's going to be on the end of my tongue until after stream. I swear to God. When they were down there, they said that they loved eating somewhere. Oh my God. It's like not even important. Like, it's just like, oh, that's like a nice place to get like food at. It's like so not important. But the fact that I cannot remember what it's called is like pissing me off. It's like not even on the tip of my tongue. It is a vacancy. I know there's a word there, and I don't even have like a syllable of the word. Adamantine. We'll do another one of these. Another one. All right, we'll try for 4 cloths. In the meantime, I will forbid these 3 so no one uses them. Why is no one grabbing their boots? Retired Navy vet hasn't grabbed his armor yet. That's who's waiting. I'm surprised. One of these guys steal it. How did you guys lose your commander? How excited about being able to build on floors. Dude. So, as weird as it sounds, like, I'm super excited. I've been waiting for this. And then it's like, oh, it's coming out now. And like, almost like with fear or something. Because I thought I had like, because I only really do Dwarf Fortress. I don't do Dwarf Fortress in the middle of the week because I get like, you know, I'm like a weekend guy for it. I've always been a weekend guy for Dwarf Fortress. So I've essentially only got 4 6 to 8 hour streams to get my idea done. Now I probably have some excess time after that because you can't transfer the file over, obviously. But I'm like, oh, I wasn't ready for this switch over. It's like when you prepare for all your tests or something in school, and then like one class that never had the test all year is like, it's like, oh, this is not a test class. And then they're like, oh, of course we have a final. I wasn't ready. Like, I'm super excited and waiting for the whole thing. But on the other hand, now I'm like, oh, God, no, it's here already. I didn't study. What I don't get is Giant Waffles playing Do It for the first time the other day. It's like, dude, wait a few weeks. Gosh. Oh, like he just started playing on this version? Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Someone was asking about the texture pack and stuff, and I was like, I got good news and bad news. You can get this right now because I have a splice of two. I was like, bad news, there's about to be a new version of this game in like a month, and it probably won't work for, like, this graphics probably won't be working for a minute. I know. It's like, why? It's like, as usual, you just want to keep being like, yeah, Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, do it. It's great. Do it. And then it's like, all of a sudden you're like, well, maybe wait. Because it's a different, like, it's the same control scheme, but it's not. Like, it's gonna be like, it's gonna be mouse driven and stuff now. So now it's like, how do you do this? Look, I'm gonna tell you the truth. Anything I'm about to tell you is gonna be expired in a month. Just wish list this and be on with it. I keep putting up links. We had a thing about this earlier. It does, because they said $30 or whatever. So my little thing doesn't list the price of it. It says $0. It's not free. I mean, it will be free, but not at that link. I got to get this with 2 different links. It's like mix the whole thing together. Yeah, right. Yes. Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like, I know, but the little script is trying to pull from the Steam page. And the Steam page doesn't have a price, so it keeps saying $0. So it's like, it's $0, but not on Steam. Did that dude make the thread? Okay, he made the cloth. Okay, pause. Back down here. Unforbid. Metal clothing. Adamantine cloak. Do now. All right. New person. How are you doing on stress? Like I said, we've seen him far worse. But the fact that he's negative at all is such a pain. 28,000. Did the family one clear up? Dude, I've given you a family. You actively have a family now. Go be with them. I'm not stopping you. He's angry about not being able to craft again. Did I leave him with, hold on. Did I leave him with stone crafting? I did. Dude, I can't have, like, one of my legendary military people getting moody. I'm sorry, but no. Like, you've got to get better. Like I said, we've pulled him out. The thing that kills me is we pulled him out of this. I thought we were beyond this. We got this man from, like, negative massive number. It was like 30 or 40,000, I think. Some massive number. We pulled him out of it and got him positive. And he's back down to 20,000 negative. Holy crap. Someone in the YouTube comments only just learned it'll cost 30 and was so mad. Person was like, I thought this would be free. What the hell? That's the thing that I don't understand. Like, I had some of those naysayers in some of my videos from a couple years ago when I was talking about the graphical update and stuff. And there were some of them where I was like, hey, you know, they're revamping it. They're going to be doing over, you know, the thing is bigger than the square, so you can finally get depth, and we're getting this and this and this. And, you know, we have proper cyclical animations, you know, and it looked like it was 16 frames of. And so I was like, great. Now they've entered the 80s. Like, what? Like that was the one that confused me. This game is so much more dense. I honestly cannot think of a game that is more density in terms of sheer interactions and specifics of materials and such. And there were people that were being like, why doesn't it look like Call of Duty? Or something like, dude, what the fuck? Yeah, and that was on a YouTube video. Maybe save and reload. Give him a holiday so we can spend it in the tavern. Oh, you got a point. Well, no. So here's the issue. I want to give him a holiday. I really do. And I'm just going to be bringing this up because it makes it easier to show off with the colors. If you look at the things that are making my man moody here, right? The number 2 ones are be with family and friends, which we've gotten him a family. He has pray, meditate, right? Did we just get him to craft? Okay, he just crafted an object, so he's good. Hold on, I'm about to sneeze. My point being that I could let him take it off to drink, but he's never had an issue with drinking. He drinks fine. The problem is, for some reason, he keeps not praying. Like, I have an entire temple dedicated to this guy's god. He keeps spending an inordinate amount of time not praying for some reason. So that builds up. He has the permanent debuff of being with family. And then if you have something like crafting, then that building up. He can socialize, and that's giving him good thoughts, but he keeps getting into this weird state where he's getting distracted because of these major needs he has. You have to remember beforehand, before I turned that job on, he was off. Like, he didn't have a job before other than to do military things before I turned that on. Like, this was only on so he could get it out of his system that he wasn't doing anything, because he was super moody about, like, needing to do a job. Like, the big thing right now is the family. And he's not doing it. I could take him back out of the military again. Like, we've taken that off. I could take him back out of the military again, but then he starts quickly being like, I haven't fought in a while. Like, we'll take him out of the military. We'll wait for the end of this drill. Hold on. Are you still in your drill? All right, it's an individual drill. I thought he was watching a drill. We'll take him back out. Actually, no. Hold on. They're not even supposed to be. They're inactive right now. He is off. No squad is even on a training schedule. I took everyone and put them on permanent vacation. No one's on training schedule. They're currently in inactive with no scheduled order. Like, he's just so skilled at military, that's what he does in his free time. Like, I'm not the one doing that. What I could try to do, hold on, we'll make this even better. Okay. No training here today. No training. You can sleep in here, you can get your equipment, but do not train in here. Maybe if we kick him out, we'll be like, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Maybe then he'll go back to praying and stuff again. Like, he keeps getting hung up in these weird routines and to be like, I'm not getting enough done. Nope, hold on. What is this? Played better, more advanced games 30 years ago. For real? You were joking for some of them are legendary to save. If you don't want to know, just Google old games. You'll see thousands. You got to hate on guys. Playing on the joke on this fact rather. Super advanced. I think we just stop talking. Google's pretty good. Sunrise for looking up info. Have fun. I'm waiting for you to give me a list. Do it. Do it. Tell me the elder wisdom. I got to get back onto YouTube. YouTube fell to the wayside these past couple of years when I was having family issues and all the other stuff. I've got to get back on the YouTube. Dude, some of them are fucking... I had a dude like that earlier. I think he left. He followed before he left. Because I have in my thing that I'm a veteran, I occasionally have people coming in with like hot takes on the army. Like they're gonna convince me of something. It's like, you can have I think they're thinking I'm just gonna ban them outright or something. I'm like, if you're gonna have a hot take, I'll address the hot take. What was it? About a year ago, I think it was a year ago, maybe a year and a half. Like, we randomly, some dude decided to come and make trouble. He just popped in and goes, huh, what's your favorite war crime? Welcome to Dwarf Fortress. Like, those are the ones that confuse me. Like, they don't even say hi first. They don't even say hi first. That's what gets me. Like, hello, welcome. How's your day? Now let's discuss your anger. Like, what the fuck? Hot take, military is a fucking scam. That's just normal RimWorld fan, though. That's like those people watching me who are like, you're not blind and your name offends me. Oh, those... Dude. Those are the things that get me. It was when I was doing Persona 4. And I had mentioned that from being in the military, you know, I've taken a few hits, and I went in with some things, and, you know, mixed with, we'll say, traumatic experiences and stresses of military. Some things have gotten or pronouncedly worse. And then I think it was in Persona 4, someone was like, oh, what about this? And I was like, well, on that, you know, I kind of high functioning in terms of that, you know, it's not an issue. And then they're like, you're not allowed to use that word. I was describing myself. No. How dare you? Like, I was like, I don't know what you want from me then. Like, you asked me the question, I answered it. I know some people from the VA and stuff, and then like they wake up every night screaming and things like that. I was basically being like, I don't have it that bad, or like I've seen people with far worse than me, and like, but apparently like the way I worded it, they're like, you can't say that. You mean I can't say that? It's not the proper term anymore. What the hell do you want from me? It's like, bruh. Favorite war crime is like people listening to Baby Shark. War crime seems like a good icebreaker topic. He was trying to make conversation. Well, no, the goofy thing is I continued that conversation and he just didn't. Like I said, I think they thought I was going to shut up. For anyone here, not that like I'm actually thinking of it as a good thing, but World War II, the paratroopers, just watch Band of Brothers. Band of Brothers addressed this topic. The idea is that we had our paratroopers go in, and some of our paratrooper squads were so good that they kind of had to execute the prisoners. It's not a good thing to say, and it's kind of like, you know, like I'm not saying like that's the thing you should be striving for, but they couldn't let them go. You know, it's a horrible decision, it's a horrible thing, but if you're going to be rating war crimes or something like that, and if you're gonna ask me what's my favorite one, then the one that's like required by necessity because of how well you did your job, like you're not going out of your way to be like, they couldn't let them go or else they themselves are gonna just be killed. They were in enemy territory. Like they had to get back to the fucking beach so that they could allow the storming of Normandy to happen for all the allies. Like if someone's gonna ask me that question, I'm gonna have an answer. Like I said, so the fact that I had an answer, the dude was just like, oh, don't just come in here and like just be like, what's your favorite war crime? What? I had people in the college. I had people in college who were like, oh, you're in the military, or you were in the military? You used military to pay for college? Baby murderer. Yo, I did air defense. I stopped missiles hitting the ground. Unless people were strapping babies to those missiles, what are you talking about? I don't know, man. Some people got like weird takes on different things. It's like yeah, the majority of all military actions probably shouldn't be done. They're probably just being faked to like for each country's individual interests and or to like spruce up the economy. You can talk about that. Like that's not a thing. But some of these people come to me like I'm the one doing it, like I'm some evil mastermind. Like, yes, if I get America to fight in the Middle East again, I could drive the oil prices higher. Dude, I was a scrub. Like, I did defense. I did air and missile defense. I wasn't going anywhere kicking in doors. There's so many jobs in the military that are not even close to babies, but baby killer. What? I don't think I ever saw a baby. What the hell are you talking about? I'm honestly thinking that was a Lost Rimworld fan looking for humor. Maybe. Oh no, the baby killer thing. No, that was just like a college person. I had like an English class, and they had those things like, oh, discuss yourself, and what's the thing that happened in your life that you overcame, and so on and so forth. So whenever we had to do any of those prompts, all mine were like, because I had just gotten out of the army. I've been in the army for like 6 years. So all my like, what's your life story prompt answers were like military related. So at some point someone just got insulted. What the hell do you want from me? I don't know. Like I said, I played a purely defensive role. I was damn good at it. But I don't know. Some people just make... Actually, to be fair, I did have one other job. I am lying by saying I was only air missile defense. I spent a good portion of my time as a paralegal. So I was a lawyer. My game crashed again. Dwarf Fortress doesn't like lawyers. Oh my god. All right, let's see how much we lost. Paralegal plus paratrooper. There's just some dude paratrooping in. It's like, I got litigation with your name on it. Yeets a briefcase at someone. You've been served. But yeah, dude, I don't know, Blind. I'm not entirely sure what's worse, Twitch or YouTube. Doesn't matter. There's always someone who's angry. Like, I'm just here to share information and love for Dwarf Fortress. And maybe some JRPGs. Like, I don't know. The world is just too damn angry. That's really what a lot of this comes down to. The world's too angry. So the adamantine's gone. So I mean, I have a cloak somewhere. Hold on. No, this is so far back, I only have the one cloth. It's being carried right now. Wait, how are you going to forge the cloak if there's not... Oh, this is back when I had 2. No, is this the first one? Yo, that sucks. That's twice this stream we've had a crash. It was because I hit the control whatever. I don't know. Yeah, it's just the internet. Oh my god. Do you have a clip of it? Purely defensive role. I was damn good at it. But I don't know, some people just make... Actually, to be fair, I did have one other job. I am lying by saying I was only air missile defense. I spent a good portion of my time as a paralegal. So I was a lawyer. It crashed again. That is such perfect timing. It did. It crashed as soon as I said I was a lawyer. Bloop. Oh, it's so cursed. All right, we know we're gonna need at least 4 cloths. Are you making more? He is not making more. Okay. Extract metal strands. We got that good. That's perfect. Thank you, Blind. I probably wouldn't have even noticed how like synced up that was. I would have just let that pass. All right. That being said, though, fuck. The problem is we lost a lot of time. Secondary issue is it's already 10:30. So we're already in the lateness. I don't think we'll be able to get back to where we just were. Like, not even in terms of like maybe it crashing again or anything, but how much time did we just lose? I think we just lost an hour. I could be wrong. Which would be bringing me to like 11:30. I think as much as it blows, we lost that time. I'll write it down that we are making a cloak, and we'll have to pick that up next time. Eddie cloak. All right. I'll mark that down so I can remember for next time to focus on the Addy Cloak. Yes. Yes. No, don't worry, Blind. We're ending it now anyways. Thank you so much for stopping by. It's been great talking to you. I don't think I've talked to you in a while. I keep having things happen. I'm very bad at managing my own time. Who all is on? Do we know anyone on, chat? Blizzard's doing RimWorld. Is there anyone in our category also doing Dwarf Fortress? Do I know any of these people? This person's got a lot of people.
2,000 population.
You know what? He's already got a bunch of people and he's active. We will raid him. I think that went through. Yes, it did. All right. Sweet. Let's bring this to a close. I think I had everything completed from today. It's render. Yes, that was the gentleman who came in earlier. The one who's talking about Ukraine was Male Chad. Did he rename himself to White Male Chad? I don't know. Kuaku Grogrin, thank you so much for becoming subscribers. Azure Conquerors is 18 and Chichulu for resubscribing. But most importantly, everyone being active in chat. I know we had that weird crash earlier. Or not even a crash, just Twitch being weird. I gotta look into that. I don't know what's causing that. Like I said, everything on my OBS side says I'm good. Didn't even say I dropped frames. Nothing was an issue. It just said Twitch was disconnected. I don't know what's causing that. I'm gonna have to look into that. For those of you watching on the YouTube archive, thank you so much for watching. Catch you guys next time.